The Gospel according to Duke. Book 1, 4 years and up. Complete manuscript. Chapter 1. The House on Miller Road. Long before the world learned how quickly a man could get used to the sight of a corpse standing back up, Duke Bishop was already the sort of problem people crossed the street to avoid. He was 28 years old, broad through the shoulders, mean in the mouth, and built with the square, ugly certainty of a barn door. His hair was usually cut with whatever clippers still worked in the bathroom sink. His beard never quite submitted to a razor, and his face carried the kind of old scars that made strangers think of bad choices in county fairs. He lived outside the little town of Mercy, Arkansas, in a weathered house on Miller Road with his grandmother, Nadine Bishop, and a dead blue tick hound buried beneath the mulberry tree out front. The dog had been named Duke. The man had inherited the name because Grandma Nadine said the dog had been more loyal than any man she had ever met, and there was no reason to waste a good name on the dead. Mercy had one gas station worth trusting, one church that thought itself the center of the universe, one bar that smelled like wet wood and hopelessness, and enough fields around it to make a man believe the world ended at the tree line. In good weather, the air smelled of cut hay, diesel, and pond water. In bad weather, it smelled like mud churned by tires and cattle. Most evenings the town settled into the same rhythm it had worn for decades. Porch lights switching on one by one, dogs barking in chains somewhere beyond sight, old men leaning against truck beds and talking about weather patterns as if the clouds answered to them. Mercy was the kind of place that remembered what you did when you were 16 and used it against you when you were 40. Duke belonged to Mercy in the same ugly way a storm ditch belonged to rain. He had been in fights behind the grocery store, in the dirt lot behind the volunteer fire station, in the bathroom of the catfish cabin, and once in the parking lot of Mercy Feed and Seed, where he had broken a man's nose with a sack of fertilizer still hanging off one shoulder. He worked sometimes, usually on ranch fences, scrap hauling, small engine jobs, or whatever else paid cash and did not require him to smile. He drank too much beer, carried grudges like heirlooms, and believed almost every authority figure in America would improve if dropped headfirst into a stock tank. The sheriff, who had known him since middle school, called him a bad habit in boots. The only person Duke did not fight was Grandma Nadine, though fight was maybe not the right word for what happened between them. She could cut him down in 5 syllables. She could stare across the kitchen table over her reading glasses and make a grown man feel like a trespassing child. She had raised him after his mother vanished into pills and apologies, and his father turned his life into a blur of short jobs and longer bars. Nadine had kept the house alive with canning, grit, and a kind of stubborn faith that had almost nothing to do with church. She wore denim shirts soft from age, men's work gloves when she gardened, and a silver wedding band though her husband had been dead 12 years. Arthritis bent her fingers some, but it had not stolen their strength. When she slapped the back of Duke's head, it still came with authority. On the morning the story really began, Duke woke on the porch swing with a split lip and a crick in his neck. He had gone to the catfish cabin the night before because he intended to have 2 beers and mind his own business, which in Duke's language meant 6 beers, and a deeply personal disagreement with a man named Randy Polk about whether Randy's truck would have more horsepower without the Confederate flag sticker reducing its moral character. Randy had thrown first. Duke had approved of that because it simplified the ethics. They had rolled through peanut shells and busted neon until the bartender hit them with the mop handle. Duke staggered home sometime after midnight and decided the porch was close enough to a bed. The swing groaned as he sat up. Morning sunlight came through the pecan branches in hard yellow slants. His shotgun leaned in the corner where he had left it after chasing a raccoon out of the trash 3 nights earlier. He spat blood into the yard and listened. He could hear the wash of Grandma Nadine's radio through the screen door, low and crackling with AM static. He could smell bacon, coffee, and the sharp medicinal scent of lineament she rubbed into her hands in the mornings. That was how he knew the world had not ended in the night. If it had, his grandmother would still be in there making breakfast for it. He pushed through the door and found her at the stove in slippers and a faded Cardinals shirt, working a cast-iron skillet with the efficient impatience of a drill sergeant. The kitchen was small and square, with pale yellow wallpaper that had curled at the seams, a table old enough to have witnessed 3 marriages and 2 funerals, and counters crowded by mason jars, biscuit tins, and a coffee can full of loose screws. A black and white television sat on the counter near the fridge, though it had not shown a clear picture in 6 years. Nadine kept it anyway because she believed throwing out something fixable was a confession of weak character. "You look ugly even by your standards," she said without turning around. Duke opened the refrigerator and took out the milk. "Morning to you too. You smell like old beer and somebody else's bad decisions." That was Randy Polk's bad decision. She finally glanced over her shoulder. "Did you win?" He poured milk into a chipped bowl and dumped in cereal. "Depends how you define win. Did he need the emergency room?" "No." "Then you only tied." He snorted despite himself and sat down. This was how love sounded in the Bishop house. Insults handed over with bacon grease and practical concern. Grandma Nadine set a plate in front of him, then lowered herself carefully into the chair opposite his. Her face had more lines this year than last, and there was a slowness in the way she sat that Duke did not like looking at. Age had moved into her body quietly, like mold under the floorboards. Duke preferred enemies you could hit. The radio murmured on the windowsill. A clipped male voice was talking about an impact in Australia, some kind of meteor strike out in the rural interior. Duke half listened while he ate. He imagined a hole in the earth, smoke going up, newsmen waving their hands because the sky had finally done something dramatic enough to justify them. "World's got enough rocks already," he said. "Don't know why everybody loses their mind when one falls out of the sky." Nadine buttered toast. "Because sometimes rocks bring trouble. You sound like church." "I sound older than you." "It is not the same thing." The radio crackled again. There was mention of quarantines, remote towns, doctors, livestock behaving strangely. Then static swallowed the rest. Duke scooped up egg yolk with toast. "Australia's always got some fresh hell going on. Spiders the size of hubcaps, snakes in the toilet, and now sky disease. That whole continent is God experimenting. Do not blaspheme with food in your mouth." "Yes, ma'am." She gave him a look that said she had not missed the joke. "You heading into town?" "I got that tiller to fix for Mr. Hanley. He pays in tomatoes and lies. He pays. He cheats on the weight. Then I'll cheat on the repair." That got the ghost of a smile out of her. It flickered, then faded. She reached for the coffee cup with both hands. Duke noticed the tremor in her right wrist. He noticed too much lately. He had started measuring her in absences. How long she stood before needing to sit. How many times she rubbed her chest after carrying groceries. How often he found her looking off toward nothing with a private, exhausted expression. It made him angry in a direction that had nowhere to go. "You need me to bring anything back?" he asked. "Dog food. Oil for the lamp in the storm box. More of that salve for my hands if they have it." He nodded. "And Duke?" He looked up. "Try not to come home in a police cruiser. I make no promises." "I didn't ask for promises. I asked you to try." That landed harder than it should have. He lowered his gaze to the plate. "Yeah, all right." Outside, the day had already turned warm. He loaded the busted tiller into the bed of his truck and drove the Tulane Road into Mercy with the windows down. Fields spread on both sides, green and gold under a bright sky. Cows stood in the distance like dark punctuation in the grass. A pair of kids rode four-wheelers along a ditch bank, throwing up dust. Everything looked so ordinary that the idea of the world ending somewhere else felt like a joke with no punchline. Mercy wore change badly. People gathered in knots that morning outside the gas station and feed store, all of them discussing the Australia story with the nervous excitement of people watching a brush fire from a safe porch. At Fenton's Gas and Grocery, the television above the cigarettes showed a news anchor standing in front of footage so grainy it could have been a ghost film. There were emergency lights, a paddock fence, a man screaming while uniformed figures wrestled something to the ground. The caption beneath it read "Outbreak, containment efforts continue." That was enough to make everybody in Mercy lean closer. "It's fake," said one farmer in seed-stained coveralls. "Some internet thing." "It ain't fake if the government is involved," another man answered. "That is exactly when it is fake." Duke bought coffee, dog food, lamp oil, and salve. He paused long enough to watch a chunk of the report. The anchor spoke about aggression, neurological breakdown, infection pathways still unknown. Then they cut to a doctor in a mask giving a statement about bites. Duke lost interest at the word doctor. Most doctors talk too much and fix too little. He carried his things outside and nearly ran into Deputy Tomlin, who stood by the pumps with his thumbs hooked in his belt. "You're vertical," Tomlin said. "Try not to sound disappointed. Heard you repainted Randy Polk's face." He started it. Tomlin tilted his head. "That your legal strategy now? It has worked about as well as the truth." Tomlin, who was 50 and tired in the bones, almost smiled. "Nadine doing okay?" Duke hated the softness that crept into people's voices when they mentioned his grandmother, as if they all understood time was chewing on her. "She's mean enough." "That's good. Means she's alive." Duke grunted. Tomlin jerked his chin toward the store. "Town council's talking about emergency prep. Folks are buying bottled water like a flood is coming out of Australia. You should tell your grandma to fill her prescriptions while the shelves still look civilized. She don't have prescriptions." Tomlin looked at him, then decided not to press. "Tell her to keep the radio on." Duke climbed into his truck. "If zombies show up, I'm blaming the council first." Tomlin leaned on the window. "If zombies show up, I'm deputizing you and regretting it immediately." Duke drove away laughing, because in Mercy bad things always arrived slowly enough to be mocked first. That afternoon he worked behind Mr. Hanley's shed with grease up to his wrists, rebuilding the tiller carburetor while cicadas sang out in the heat. Mr. Hanley kept walking out to offer advice nobody had requested. Duke took the tomatoes, fixed the machine, and resisted the powerful temptation to throw a wrench. By the time he headed home, the sky had gone pink over the tree line, and the radio in his truck had switched from news to old country songs. He thought about nothing at all, which was rare and pleasant. He found Grandma Nadine on the back porch shelling peas into a metal bowl. The evening light made her hair look almost white. Beyond her, the garden rows stood neat and dark, the beans climbing strings, the squash leaves broad and dusted with gold. She had built all of that with her own hands over years, working around bad weather and bad knees and the occasional late freeze. Duke set the dog food down by the door and sat on the step below her. "Hanley lied to you about how hard the repair would be?" she asked. "He lied before I got there, during the repair, and after I left." "That sounds like him." He handed her the salve. She turned the tin over in her hands like it was more valuable than it was. "You remembered." "I usually remember." "Usually is not always." He leaned his shoulders against the post. "You keeping score now?" "I have been keeping score since you learned how to talk." They shelled peas until the shadows lengthened. Insects whispered in the grass. A train groaned somewhere far off. Duke knew better than to disturb quiet when it came soft like this. It did not visit often. After a while, Nadine said, "Your mother called 2 weeks ago." His head turned. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were in one of your moods, and I did not feel like replacing another lamp." "What did she want?" Nadine's fingers kept moving through the piece. "To hear your voice. To ask whether I thought you might forgive her one day. To tell me she was getting clean in Tulsa this time," which sounded exactly like every other time. Duke looked out at the yard until the muscles in his jaw hurt. "She always wants something." "Yes." "You give her my number?" "No." "Good." Nadine dropped a pea into the bowl. "You are not wrong to be angry. I know. But anger is a poor house to live in. It leaks." He laughed once without humor. "You been saving that line for church ladies?" "I have been saving it for you." He did not answer. She reached down and patted his shoulder with her bent hand. It was a small touch, almost nothing, but it steadied something in him he did not like admitting was unsteady. When darkness came, they carried the bowl inside. Nadine turned the radio louder while she washed dishes. The news had gotten stranger. There was more talk of containment zones, livestock aggression, unexplained fatalities, videos from phones authorities were urging people not to share. One caller to a national program swore his cousin in Perth had seen a dead man chewing on a police officer's cheek. The host cut him off, but not before the sentence dropped into the kitchen and sat there. Duke leaned against the counter. "You believe any of this?" Nadine dried her hands and looked at the radio as if it had insulted her. "I believe panic spreads faster than sickness. I believe governments lie when they are scared. I believe something happened, because people do not sound like that over nothing. And the dead chewing folks." She shrugged. "The world has always had monsters. Maybe now they are easier to identify. Later that night, Duke walked the property line with his shotgun tucked in the crook of his arm, more out of habit than worry. Frogs called from the ditch. Fireflies winked over the weeds. Above him the sky was clean and crowded with stars. He stood in the dark and listened to the fields breathe. In town, people were probably still talking about Australia, about quarantines and disease, and what the government knew. Out here there was only the creak of fence wire and the smell of earth holding heat after sundown. It occurred to him, not for the first time, that his whole life might pass within 30 miles of this porch. Some men would have found that thought suffocating. Duke found it almost comforting. The world beyond mercy had never given him any reason to trust it. What mattered was here: the house, the truck, the shotgun, the woman inside who had outlived every bad season that tried to bury her. When he came back in, Nadine had already gone to bed. The hallway light cast a thin yellow line beneath her door. Duke paused there a moment with his hand on the frame. He could hear her cough once, then settle. He almost said goodnight. The words rose, hit the back of his teeth, and stayed there. Men in his family were bad at saying the soft things in time. Instead, he checked the locks, switched off the kitchen light, and stretched out on the couch with the television muttering low. On the screen, distant footage showed emergency workers in white suits moving through an Australian farm under floodlights. Something slammed against a gate from the other side hard enough to shake the metal. The camera jerked, the anchor started talking fast, and the signal cut away. Duke stared at the screen for a long moment. Then he picked up the remote, turned the volume down, and muttered to the empty room, "Come on over then." In the darkened reflection of the television, his own grin looked like a threat. Chapter 2. The Rock from the Sky. By the end of the week, the meteor in Australia had become the sort of thing people in Mercy mentioned between weather reports and football scores, which meant it had taken root deeper than anybody wanted to admit. News stations stopped calling it an impact event and started calling it an international health crisis. Grainy clips spread anyway, despite official warnings. Men in hospitals biting through restraints. Farmers shooting cattle that kept getting up after taking a round through the chest. A woman clawing at the inside of an ambulance until her nails tore away and the blood on the windows made the camera operator start praying. None of that made Duke especially nervous. It made him irritated. Panic changed people before any sickness ever got the chance. At Fenton's Gas and Grocery, arguments broke out over bottled water. At the church, Pastor Keller preached about pestilence while subtly encouraging everybody to donate canned goods to the parish pantry, where his nephew had already hidden 2 cases for his own house. At the Catfish Cabin, men got drunker than usual and started speaking with the jittery confidence of people who had watched too much television and mistaken it for knowledge. Duke sat at the end of the bar on Friday night with a beer bottle in his hand and the sort of posture that told the room not to test him unless it was willing to lose. The Catfish Cabin was dim, nicotine-stained, and proud of it. Neon beer signs glowed in the front window. The floor had a permanent tackiness beneath every boot sole. The mounted catfish above the register wore a film of dust thick enough to name dates in. A song about heartbreak played on the jukebox, and 3 men near the pool table were having a heated debate about whether a zombie could drown. "Course it can drown," one of them insisted. "It's already dead," said another. "How you gonna drown dead? You can sink it. Sinking ain't drowning." Duke drank and considered staying out of it. Then he lost patience with the conversation's stupidity and called down the bar. "If it's trying to bite you from the lake bottom, the technical definition ain't your biggest problem." That got a laugh from the bartender, Tess Morgan, who was wiping down the counter with a towel that only redistributed the dirt. Tess had been pretty in high school in a way that made boys write bad poetry. She was prettier now, which mostly meant she looked like she had stopped tolerating fools. Her dark hair was pinned up with a pencil, her arms were strong from hauling cases, and she possessed the kind of direct stare that either improved a man or drove him away. Duke respected her because she had once broken up a fight by sticking a pistol under Randy Polk's chin and telling him she was tired of mopping around his teeth. "You hear the latest?" she asked, setting another beer in front of him before he asked for it. "Which latest?" "We have had 3 latest since lunch. The feds shut down 2 airports. Some kind of livestock inspection order. My cousin in Little Rock says folks are buying up generators like a storm's rolling in." Duke took the bottle. People in Little Rock buy toilet paper when the clouds look judgmental. I don't care what they do. Tess leaned her hip against the bar. You never care until you have to. That is not true. I care a great deal about beer temperature and whether Randy Polk dies of natural causes. She huffed a laugh. Then the expression left her. You ought to get your grandma stocked up. She's more prepared than the state government. I mean it. He met her eyes. Beneath the dry humor, there was real worry there, the kind that pulled at the corners of a mouth and made a person glance toward the television too often. For a second, he almost said something decent. Then the room behind them erupted. A chair scraped back hard. Somebody shouted. Duke turned in time to see Wayne Color shove his brother-in-law into the pool table. It was not an apocalypse fight. It was the ordinary rural American kind, fueled by money owed, old resentment, and the revelation that somebody had been sleeping with somebody's cousin. The pool cues toppled, balls rolled, and within seconds 2 more men had committed themselves to the principle that any argument in a bar was improved by becoming everyone's problem. Tess swore and reached beneath the register. Duke was already moving. He did not interfere because he loved peace. He interfered because chaos attracted him like thunder drew dogs. He grabbed Wayne by the collar from behind and flung him bodily away from the table. The man hit the floor, rolled, and came up bleeding and astonished. The brother-in-law lunged. Duke caught him with a short right hand that shut off the argument from the neck up. Another man swung a cue at Duke's head. Duke ducked, heard the cue crack against the wall, and drove his shoulder into the attacker's chest hard enough to dump him over 2 empty chairs. It lasted maybe 20 seconds after that. When a man the size of Duke decided the room would be still, stillness usually followed. Tess stood with the pistol in her hand and looked almost disappointed she had not needed it. I should start charging you a security fee. You could not afford me. I could if I paid you in emotional damage. Wayne Color spit blood into his own beard. You always got to do this? Duke stood over him, breathing easy. You mean improve things? I mean act like you're king of the county. Duke considered him. If I was king, I'd have had you whipped years ago. The room laughed because it was safer than taking sides. Wayne called him a son of a bitch and dragged himself up. The bar settled by degrees. Conversations came back in low, cautious tones. The jukebox kept singing as if it had seen worse. Later, when Duke stepped outside for air, the heat had broken and a wind moved through the parking lot carrying the smell of dust and river mud. Tess followed with 2 cigarettes, though Duke had never seen her smoke more than one at a time. She handed him one without asking. He took it because refusal would have made the moment more important than he wanted. Headlights passed on the highway beyond the lot. Crickets rasped in the weeds. You ever think about leaving? Tess asked. He lit the cigarette and looked at her through the smoke. Leaving what? This place. The whole county. Everybody in it. Why would I? I know where the stupid people are here. I'm serious. So am I. She leaned against the cinder block wall, face tipped toward the dark. Sometimes I think if I do not get out soon, I'm going to wake up 50 and still be wiping down this same rotten bar with this same rotten towel. You would not make 50, he said. Her head turned slowly. Excuse me. Not because you'd die. Because you'd burn the place down by 40. That got another laugh out of her, softer this time. Then she went quiet. My sister wants me to come to Dallas. Says there's work there. Real money. Then go. You say that like it's easy. Nothing is easy. But staying somewhere you hate because leaving sounds complicated is how idiots become landmarks. She studied him with a strange expression, as if she had expected a joke and gotten something else. You ever say things like that on purpose? Say what? Like you know something. He snorted smoke. No. She smiled without showing her teeth. That tracks. The television inside cut louder for a moment as someone opened the door. A news alert voice spilled out, urgent and thin. Both of them glanced that way. On screen, a red banner crawled across the bottom, but the door swung shut too fast to read it. You really think it's as bad as they say? Tess asked. Duke flicked ash into the dirt. I think people get scared and call it wisdom. I think governments like emergencies because then nobody notices what a mess they were already running. That's not an answer. He looked out at the highway again. I think if something ugly is headed this way, worrying at it from a parking lot won't stop it. She inhaled, exhaled. You are the least comforting man I know. Yet here you are. She stared at him a second longer than necessary. There was no romance in it exactly, but there was awareness, the old rural kind that lived in pauses and accidental silences, and who stood near whom after midnight when the heat came off the blacktop. Duke knew how to recognize desire. He had always been better at ruining it than carrying it carefully. Tess seemed to know that too. She crushed the cigarette under her boot and shook her head as if at herself. Go home, Duke. Check on your grandma. He wanted to ask why she had said it like that. He did not. He just grunted, climbed into his truck, and drove. Mercy felt different on the way home, though he would have bitten off his own tongue before saying so out loud. The church parking lot was full. The gas station still had lights on. At the little volunteer clinic by the post office, 2 sheriff's cruisers sat nose to nose, and a knot of people had gathered by the entrance. One woman was crying into both hands. Another man held a bloody towel against his forearm while talking too fast. Duke slowed, took in the scene, and kept driving. If it was bad, he did not need to be there. If it was stupid, he needed to be there even less. When he reached Miller Road, the house was dark except for the kitchen lamp. Grandma Nadine had locked the screen door, but not the deadbolt. He let himself in and found her at the table with the radio on and a legal pad in front of her. "What's this?" he asked. She tapped the page. Inventory. He looked down. Canned vegetables. Flour. Rice. Dog food. Shells. Batteries. Kerosene. She had made neat columns, crossed through things she already had enough of, circled the ones she wanted more of. You making an apocalypse shopping list now? I am making a practical one. Sit down. He sat because she used that tone. The radio host was interviewing someone from the Department of Agriculture. The official voice sounded over-rehearsed. There had been isolated incidents among livestock abroad. There was no evidence of widespread risk to the domestic food supply. Citizens were advised to avoid misinformation and report unusual animal aggression to local authorities. The host asked whether the illness could spread to humans. The official said that was still under investigation, which was government language for yes, probably, but we are hoping your panic will remain polite. Nadine clicked the radio off. Deputy Tomlin stopped by, she said. Duke frowned. Why? He said there was a man at the clinic who bit his wife hard enough to take flesh out of her shoulder. Said the man had been feverish all day, then violent after dark. They're calling it drug-related because they don't know what else to call it. Duke leaned back in the chair. Mercy has had stupid people biting each other since before I was born. Not like this. He saw then that her inventory pad did not mean she was scared the way town people were scared. She was preparing. Nadine treated disaster the way some women treated pie crust. No fuss, no speeches, just hands already moving. That changed the air in the room. You want me to go back out tomorrow? He asked. Get more supplies? Yes. All right. And fill the truck. Everything you've got. He looked at her. You think it's coming here. I think sickness and idiots travel better than common sense. He rubbed the back of his neck. That from church ladies too? That one is original. He smiled despite himself. The next morning Mercy woke ugly. A haze lay low over the fields, and every sound carried farther in the damp air. Duke got into town by 8 and found a line at the gas station already snaking into the road. Men stood by pumps with plastic cans. Women argued over formula in the grocery aisle. Half the shelves in the canned goods section were stripped bare. Somebody had started buying pet food by the pallet. At the pharmacy, a woman in a housecoat was yelling that the government could not tell her how many inhalers she was allowed to own. The clerk looked like he might cry. Duke bought what he could. Salt, flour, canned soup, coffee, more shells, 2 propane tanks, and a sack of potatoes. He loaded everything into the truck bed and saw Tomlin coming across the lot fast. You heading home? The deputy asked. Eventually. Do it now. Duke looked at him. Tomlin's face had gone the particular shade of gray men get when they are still functioning on anger because fear would slow them down. What happened? We had a transport from the clinic to county. Guy came out of restraints in the back seat after he stopped breathing. Tomlin swallowed. He was dead, Duke. Long enough the medic had called it. Then he sat up and bit one of the deputies through the cheek. Duke stared. You're kidding. I wish I was. You hear me. Go home. Stay there. Keep Nadine inside. Sheriff's office is pushing shelter in place until the state gives us something better than praying. The parking lot noise seemed to flatten around Duke for a second. Wind tugged a receipt past his boot. Across the road, A man was pumping gas into milk jugs because the cans were sold out. You shoot the guy? Duke asked. Tomlin's eyes held his. Twice in the chest. Did not matter. A small cold place opened under Duke's ribs. What made him stop? Tomlin hesitated a beat too long. Headshot. The words hung there between them, absurd and stupid and impossible. Duke should have laughed. He should have called bullshit and walked away. Instead, he thought of the footage from Australia. The gate rattling under floodlights. The doctor saying bites. You telling me it's zombies now? Duke said at last, because the sentence was so ridiculous it felt like stepping off a roof. Tomlin looked exhausted enough to be older than 50. I'm telling you the world got stranger than I was prepared for. Duke glanced toward the road, toward the line of people and hot engines and carts piled too high with food. Panic had not broken loose yet, not the real kind. This was only the tremor before the collapse, the part where everybody still thought the law might fix things by lunchtime. He looked back at Tomlin and, against all expectation, a rough grin dragged across his mouth. The deputy blinked. Why are you smiling? Duke shifted a case of canned beans farther into the truck bed. I was just thinking jail's going to get a lot less relevant. Tomlin stared at him in honest disgust. You are a deeply disturbing man. That has never been in dispute. He drove home under a sky gone white with heat, the truck heavy with supplies and his mind doing something rare and unpleasant. It was trying to accept information it hated. Dead men did not get back up. Cows did not become monsters. Deputy Tomlin did not tell jokes with his face turned that grave. Yet every mile seemed to carry the same message. On one porch, a family was dragging furniture against the front door. At a crossroads church, cars filled the lot, and people knelt in the grass. Near the creek bridge, two loose dogs tore at something in the ditch with a wet enthusiasm he did not stop to inspect. At the house, Grandma Nadine met him on the porch with the shotgun in her hands. He paused at the foot of the steps. Why do you have my gun? Because you were gone longer than I liked. She handed it over, then helped him unload. They stacked food in the pantry, water in the hallway, extra shells in a cabinet above the refrigerator. Nadine moved slower than she once had, but she moved with purpose. Duke could feel the pressure building outside their walls, in town, in the state, maybe in the whole rotten country. Radios were raising their voices. Sirens sounded once from far off and did not stop for a long time. That evening, while they ate beans and cornbread because Grandma Nadine said they should start with what they could replace, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then held. Duke put down his fork. Nadine did the same. Somewhere beyond the fields, a scream carried thin on the wind and broke off all at once. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. The radio hissed low on the counter like it was trying to breathe around bad news. Finally, Nadine reached for her water glass and said, almost conversationally, well, it seems the idiots have arrived. Duke stood, picked up the shotgun, and checked the chamber with a sound that snapped through the kitchen like a promise. For the first time in his life, he felt the world tilting toward him instead of away. Chapter 3. The First Bad Night. The lights held until 9:13. Duke knew the time because Grandma Nadine had sent him to the hallway closet for the storm lanterns, and he glanced at the clock above the telephone just before the whole house exhaled into darkness. The refrigerator stopped humming. The radio cut dead in the middle of a sentence. For one clean, impossible second there was no sound but the cicadas outside and the soft tick of the clock running down on borrowed battery. Then Mercy began to make the noises of a place coming apart. Distant engines revved too hard. Dogs barked until the barking became yelping. Somebody somewhere fired 3 shots in quick succession, paused, then fired 2 more. A woman screamed long enough to go hoarse. Over in town, the volunteer fire siren tried to start and failed, giving only a wounded metallic groan that hung in the night like a bad omen. Duke lit the lanterns and set one on the kitchen table. The yellow glow pushed back the dark only as far as the wallpaper and the cabinet faces, making the rest of the house feel deeper than it was. Nadine stood near the window with the curtain lifted a finger's width, staring out toward the road. You staying away from the glass? Duke said. I am looking. Look from farther back. She let the curtain fall. You are not the first stubborn fool to tell me what to do in this house. Probably the most correct one. He made a round through the rooms, checking windows, back door, front door, the mudroom latch that always stuck in damp weather. He brought the ammunition box into the kitchen and set the spare shells on the table where he could reach them. Nadine watched him with her chin raised, saying nothing. That worried him more than if she had started issuing instructions. By 10 o'clock, the whole valley seemed to be alive with human error. Car headlights tore along the county road in both directions. Once, a pickup fishtailed in the ditch, engine screaming, before correcting and vanishing toward town. Another series of shots cracked from the direction of Mercy proper. Then a bloom of orange rose over the trees and flickered there, painting the low clouds. Something was burning. Fenton's, Duke said. How do you know? Only thing in town with that much cheap fuel. Nadine folded her arms. The lantern light made her face look drawn, the hollows under her cheekbones deeper than he had ever noticed. You are not going in. He turned from the window. I did not say I was. You are thinking it so loudly the furniture can hear. There are people in town. There are always people in town. Most of them are fools, and half the ones worth saving will already be dead by the time you get there. He hated that she was right, and hated even more that fear sharpened her instead of softening her. Tomlin might need help. Then Tomlin should have accepted my peach preserves when I offered them and earned the privilege. Despite everything, Duke barked a laugh. It escaped him before he could stop it. Nadine's mouth twitched. The world might have been ending, but she was still herself, and the sight of that steadied him. A pounding hit the front door so hard the frame rattled. Both of them froze. Another blow came immediately after, less like knocking than falling. Duke had the shotgun up before the sound finished. He moved toward the entry with the lantern in one hand and the barrel leveled chest high. Who is it? He shouted. A voice came through the wood, raw with panic. Miss Nadine. Duke. Please. Please open up. Nadine inhaled sharply. That's Sarah Emmons. Duke cracked the door just enough to see the porch. Sarah, who lived a quarter-mile down and taught kindergarten in Mercy, almost fell through the gap when he opened it wider. Her nightgown was streaked with blood from shoulder to waist. Not all of it looked like hers. In her arms, she clutched her little boy, Matthew, maybe 6 years old, pajama pants muddy to the knee. The child's face was pressed into her neck so hard, he looked like he was trying to hide inside her skin. Lock it, Nadine said behind him. Duke slammed the door shut once they were in. Sarah was sobbing so violently she could barely stay on her feet. Nadine guided her to a chair with both hands firm on her shoulders. What happened? Duke asked. Sarah tried to answer and failed. Matthew made small hiccuping noises into her collarbone. Nadine knelt beside the boy. Matthew, honey, can you breathe for me? The child nodded without lifting his face. Sarah finally forced the words out. Caleb came home from the station. He had blood on him. I thought he was hurt. He said he was fine. Then he went to the sink and started drinking from the tap like an animal. She dragged a hand over her mouth. I told him to sit down. He turned around and his eyes looked wrong. Not crazy. Empty. Like nothing was home. Then he bit Bobby James when he tried to help. He bit him right through the arm. Duke felt his jaw lock. Bobby James was Sarah's teenage nephew. He imagined the boy screaming in that neat little house with the crocheted couch cover and plastic flowers on the table. The picture sat wrong in his head. Where are they now? He asked. I ran. Shame flooded her face as she said it. Bobby was fighting him, and I grabbed Matthew and ran. I heard them in the kitchen behind me. I heard Bobby crying for his mama. She bent double and made a sound Duke had only heard at funerals. Nadine stood. No shame in survival. I left him. You left with the child that could still be saved, Nadine said. There is a difference. Duke looked from Sarah to the dark beyond the curtains. A quarter mile. Bobby James had once helped him drag a deer from a creek bed when the truck got stuck. The kid had been all elbows and enthusiasm, proud to be treated like a man for an hour. Duke could not sit here knowing what was happening down that road. Nadine saw the decision on his face before he spoke. No, he might still be alive. And if he is bitten, what then? You bring him here to die in my kitchen? Duke gripped the shotgun hard enough his knuckles ached. I can't just sit. Nadine stepped closer until she had to tilt her chin to look him in the eye. Listen to me, boy. The world is changing faster than your temper can keep up. If you rush out every time your heart gets hot, you will not last a day. His throat worked. So what? We bolt the door and let everybody else get chewed. We survived this night, she said. Then we decide who can be helped in the morning. Behind them, Matthew had started crying openly now, the thin, exhausted cry of a child too frightened to keep pretending he was brave. Sarah rocked him and whispered apologies into his hair. Duke stared at them and felt something terrible and helpless move through him. He could knock a man cold in one punch. He could replace a transmission. He could gut a deer in under 5 minutes. None of that did anything useful against the sound of a little boy crying because his father had turned into a monster. They settled in the kitchen because it was the room with the fewest windows and the sturdiest walls. Duke shoved the table against the back door and dragged the china cabinet across the narrow entry hall. Sarah wrapped Matthew in an old quilt. Nadine put water on to boil because that was her answer to distress, as if any catastrophe might eventually submit to tea. Duke listened to the night and tried not to imagine Bobby James. Around midnight, something moved across the yard. Duke saw it first as a darker shape between the rows of beans beyond the back porch. It stumbled rather than walked, shoulders rolling oddly, head hanging at an angle. At first he thought it might be a drunk. Then the lantern light from the kitchen window hit a face slick with blood, and he recognized Randy Polk. For one surreal second, Duke nearly opened the door just to ask whether the man was still drunk from the bar. Then Randy lifted his head, and Duke saw that half his lower lip was missing. The flesh of his throat had been torn open down to the muscle. A man with an injury like that should have been cooling on a slab somewhere. Randy instead drifted toward the porch with his hands loose at his sides, and his jaw working as if chewing on words he could no longer say. Sarah made a broken whimper. Matthew buried his face again. Nadine said very quietly, "Do not let it in." Duke stepped onto the porch with the shotgun and pulled the door nearly closed behind him. The night air hit hot and damp. Randy came on, feet dragging through the dirt, one boot unlaced. His eyes were open but vacant, reflecting the lamplight without understanding it. "You ugly son of a bitch," Duke muttered. "You always did have a hard time leaving people alone." Randy lurched up the steps with both hands reaching. Duke fired. The shotgun blast split the night wide open. The recoil punched his shoulder, and Randy flew backward off the porch in a spray of blood and torn cloth. He hit the yard flat, twitched once, and then, impossibly, started pushing himself up on one arm. Duke stared. Inside the house, Sarah screamed. Randy's chest was caved in, ribs showing white through the ruin. He tried to rise anyway, mouth opening and closing on a wet rattle. There was no confusion left now, only the cold, blunt fact Tomlin had tried to hand him in the parking lot. Chest shots did not count. Pain did not count. Death itself apparently did not count. "Fine," Duke said to the thing in his yard. "Now I know." He stepped down off the porch, walked through the smoke and the powder stink, and put the barrel to Randy Polk's forehead. The dead man snapped his teeth an inch from Duke's knee. Duke pulled the trigger again. This time Randy stayed down. The second shot drew answering noise from the road. Somewhere close, another shape cried out in a voice too wrecked to be human. Duke backed toward the porch without taking his eyes off the yard. The dark seemed crowded suddenly, no longer empty country, but a place where anything might already be shambling toward the light. He got inside and bolted the door. Sarah stared at him with one hand over her mouth. "Was that Dash?" "Yes," he said. "Is he Dash?" "Yes." Nadine held his gaze for one long second. She saw the answer there. Head. He nodded. Nobody said anything for a while after that. The silence in the kitchen changed shape. It was no longer the quiet of waiting. It was the quiet after knowledge, when terror turns practical because pretending is wasted effort. Nadine went to the pantry and came back with her husband's old revolver, the one Duke had not seen her touch in years. She checked the cylinder with fingers that trembled only once. "I thought you said your hands were too stiff for that," Duke said. "They are too stiff for knitting. This is a simpler task." Sarah looked at the revolver, then at Duke. "What do we do now?" Duke leaned the shotgun against the table and fed fresh shells into his pocket one at a time. "We stay quiet. We keep the lights low. If anything comes through that door, I put it down." Matthew lifted his head just enough to look at him with tear-streaked eyes. "Even if it's my daddy?" The question struck the room so hard even the crickets seemed to stop outside. Duke opened his mouth. Nothing fit. Nadine crossed the kitchen, crouched by the boy, and touched his cheek. "The thing outside is not your daddy anymore," she said, steady as bedrock. Your daddy loved you. Whatever this sickness makes, it is not the same. Matthew's lower lip trembled. Does daddy know I ran? Nadine's face softened around the eyes in a way Duke saw maybe twice a year. If there is any knowing left in him, I think he knows you were brave. The child cried into her shoulder. Sarah cried too, silently this time, as if she had run out of violent tears and only the leaking kind remained. Near dawn the noises in Mercy changed again. Less gunfire. More distant moaning carried over the fields. Engines had gone mostly quiet. Once, just before first light, a long sustained scream rose from somewhere near the church and tapered into a wet coughing silence. Duke sat in a kitchen chair with the shotgun across his knees and watched the window edges slowly pale. He had not slept. Nadine had not either. She dozed once for perhaps 5 minutes with the revolver in her lap and woke furious at herself. When morning finally came gray and thin, Duke stood and rolled the kink from his neck. Through the curtain, he could see Randy Polk's body in the yard, still and wrong in the dew. The first day of the new world had arrived, and it looked a lot like the old one except for the dead. Chapter 4. A town without rules. Morning did not bring relief. It only brought visibility. From the back porch, Mercy looked bruised. Smoke hung low over town in smudged black ribbons, and the usual sounds of tractors, school buses, and hounds barking at mail trucks were gone. In their place came scattered gunshots, engines starting and stalling, and the thin, ragged cries of people learning that ordinary life had ended while they slept badly. Duke drank burnt coffee from a chipped mug and watched crows gather in the field beyond the fence line. Randy Polk lay face down in the yard where the dew had darkened his shirt. Sarah Emmons refused to look in that direction. Matthew sat wrapped in the quilt on the kitchen floor, too exhausted to cry anymore. Grandma Nadine had already fried the last of yesterday's bacon because, in her opinion, panic on an empty stomach was poor discipline. We need medicine from the clinic, Sarah said suddenly, voice scraped raw. Matthew's inhaler is almost empty. He left the spare at school last week. Duke looked at the boy. The kid's breathing had the faint whistle of someone trying not to need help. Mercy's clinic sat right near the center of town. Between here and there waited uncertainty, which Duke disliked more than danger. Danger was at least honest. Nadine set a plate in front of Sarah. Eat first. Sarah stared at the bacon as though she had forgotten food existed. Eat, Nadine repeated. She obeyed. Duke went to the mudroom and started gearing up. Boots laced tight. Hunting knife on his belt. 12 extra shells in his pocket. A baseball bat wrapped near the head with old fence wire because if the world insisted on becoming stupid, he intended to meet it at its level. He came back into the kitchen to find Nadine standing by the table with the revolver in one hand and a canvas sack in the other. What's that? He asked. Bandages. Water. Your granddaddy's field dressing kit. And the last decent flashlight. I'm not taking you into town. I was not offering to go. She put the sack on the table. You will need to stop bleeding at some point because I am tired of sewing you back together. He slung the bag over one shoulder. Lock up after me. You assume I would do otherwise? Sarah pushed her plate away. I can go with him. The inhaler dash. No, Duke and Nadine said together. Sarah blinked. Duke scratched at the side of his neck. You stay here with the boy. If things go bad, Grandma knows this house better than the devil does. Nadine gave him a look that suggested she approved of the sentiment, but not the use of the word grandma in front of frightened company. Bring back what matters, she said. He nodded and headed out. The road into Mercy looked like the aftermath of a fairground riot. Cars had been abandoned crooked in ditches and across driveways. A mailbox burned lazily beside a lane, the post charred black and leaning. 2 cows wandered loose near the creek, heads low, one of them limping with a drag in its back leg that made Duke slow the truck. When the wounded animal turned to look at him, he saw blood crusted around its nostrils and one eye filmed over to a dead white haze. Not today, he muttered and drove faster. The town limit sign had been knocked down. Past it, Mercy's main street looked wrecked by bad judgment and panic. The plate glass front of Fenton's gas and grocery was broken out entirely. Shopping carts lay on their sides in the lot. A body sprawled near pump 3 under a sheet somebody had abandoned in a hurry. The sheet had slipped enough to show a work boot and a chewed ankle. Duke parked in the alley behind the hardware store and stepped out into air thick with gasoline, smoke, and the iron smell of blood warming in the sun. The silence between noises felt worse than the noises themselves. He moved with the deliberate caution of a man entering a room where a snake might be hiding anywhere. The clinic door stood open. A trail of red shoe prints led inside. Duke paused on the threshold, shotgun up, eyes working over overturned chairs, dropped clipboards, a potted fern smeared across the floor. Reception was empty. Somewhere deeper in the building, something banged softly at regular intervals, like a cabinet door caught in a draft. "Anybody alive in here?" he called. A voice answered at once, shaky and male. "Exam room 3. Don't shoot." He followed the voice down the hall, passing treatment rooms that looked as if a hurricane had learned medicine. In exam room 3, he found Deputy Tomlin seated on the floor with his back against the wall, one pant leg cut open and tied off above the calf with a blood-soaked towel. His face was pale under the stubble. Beside him sat a teenage girl from the pharmacy, Autumn Reese, clutching a pair of trauma scissors in both hands like she planned to stab the world one bad idea at a time. "You look terrible," Duke said. Tomlin let out something halfway between a laugh and a groan. "Always know the right thing to say." "What bit you?" "Nothing. I got slashed going over a fence." He saw Duke's expression and added, "Teeth never touched me. I checked 3 times and then let the girl here pour alcohol on it while I screamed like a sinner." Autumn's face was blotchy from crying, but her voice came out sharp. "You did scream." Tomlin tipped his head toward a metal cabinet. "Inhalers are in there. Antibiotics too, if anybody still believes in antibiotics." Duke found what he needed and stuffed it into Nadine's canvas sack. "Sheriff still around?" Tomlin's eyes went flat in a way that answered before he spoke. "He got half his throat torn out in the jail intake room by a drunk we had locked up overnight. We lost the courthouse by dawn. Lost the station maybe an hour later. Last I saw, Pastor Keller had convinced 20 people to hold up in the church basement. That will keep them safe until it doesn't. You got a plan better than dying on clinic linoleum?" Tomlin looked at Autumn, then back at Duke. "Pride lost the fight with necessity. Need a ride to my sister's farm north of town. Got fences. Deep well. More sense than mercy." Duke thought of Sarah and Matthew in the kitchen, of Nadine with the revolver, of every complication in the world raising its hand at once. He hated responsibility almost as much as he hated saying no to injured people who might actually use the help. Trucks in the alley. Before anyone could move, a shape slammed against the frosted glass in the hallway. The whole door jumped in its frame. Autumn made a small, terrified sound. Something scraped nails down the pane. Then another impact hit from the other side. "Move," Duke said. Tomlin tried to stand and nearly folded. Duke hooked one of the deputy's arms over his shoulder and half dragged, half carried him into the hall while Autumn snatched up a medical duffel and followed close. The frosted glass burst inward just as they reached the back corridor. A woman in nurse's scrubs lunged through with half her face eaten away, one eye hanging wrong, mouth working on a hungry, snapping hiss. Another figure jammed behind her in the broken frame. Autumn froze. Duke shoved Tomlin against the wall, raised the shotgun, and blew the nurse backward into the room she had come from. The second infected climbed over her twitching body with bloody fingers clawing at tile. Duke did not waste another shell. He swung the wire-wrapped bat from behind his leg and connected with the side of the thing's skull in a crack of bone and teeth. It dropped. He hit it again because the first blow had not erased the movement in its hands. On the third strike it went still. "Keep moving," he barked. They lurched out the rear door into the alley. 2 more infected were already there, drawn by the blast. One wore a feed store apron Duke recognized from a clerk named Lionel. The other had once been Mrs. Faye Bennett, who used to give out peppermints at the bank. Seeing her come at him with wide eyes and a strip of human flesh stuck to her blouse did something ugly to his idea of the world. He did not let the feeling slow his hands. Lionel reached first. Duke drove the bat into his jaw, pivoted, and kicked Mrs. Bennett in the knee hard enough to buckle it backward. She went down still grabbing. Tomlin, white-faced and shaking, drew his sidearm and put a round through her temple from 6 feet away. The sound rang off brick. "Good," Duke said. Tomlin blinked like the praise hurt. They made the truck and piled in. Autumn climbed into the back because Tomlin's leg would not bend right. Duke tore out of the alley and headed for Miller Road, not north. Tomlin figured it out halfway there. My sister's farm is the other direction. You're not making it there bleeding like that. I can make it. You can complain. Different skill set. They reached the house just before noon. Sarah nearly collapsed with relief when she saw Matthew's inhaler. Autumn broke down, crying the instant Nadine led her inside and handed her water, as if the presence of an older woman with steady hands gave her body permission to admit what it had been through. Duke got Tomlin onto the couch while Nadine cut away the rest of his bloody pant leg and inspected the wound. Fence wire, she pronounced. Deep but clean enough, considering the state of civilization. Tomlin managed a weak smile. Miss Nadine, do not flatter me. Hold still. The kitchen became a field hospital by degrees. Autumn helped boil bandages. Sarah mixed powdered formula for Matthew because the child had started wheezing harder from stress. Nadine cleaned Tomlin's leg with alcohol while he hissed curses that would have embarrassed lesser company. Duke stood in the doorway with blood drying on his forearms and felt, absurdly, like the least useful person in the room. By afternoon, they had built a new kind of routine. Radio checks every hour when the battery's allowed. Curtains pinned tight. One person always posted at a window. Duke hauled more water from the pump and stacked wood on the porch because activity kept his thoughts from chewing on themselves. Once he caught himself listening for the old, ordinary sounds again. A passing tractor, the school bus on the county road, church bells from town on the wind. What came instead was the occasional report of gunfire, and, near sundown, a deep animal bawling that ended in a choking gargle. The infected cow from the morning wandered into the edge of the yard near dusk. Matthew saw it first through the side window and whispered, "The moo cow is wrong." Duke stepped up beside him and looked out. The animal's hide was torn along one flank as if barbed wire had ripped away a long strip of skin. Dark blood mottled its legs. One horn had snapped near the base. Still it walked, head low, jerking every few steps as though its bones had forgotten their order. It came right up to the fence and pressed its ruined face between the boards. Tomlin, still pale on the couch, turned to see. "Jesus," Nadine said, "that fence will not hold a determined bull, and I know cows enough to know when one is no longer thinking like a cow." Duke grabbed the rifle from above the mantel. He sighted through the window, waited until the head turned, and fired once. The round punched through the skull, just below the ear. The cow toppled in the weeds and thrashed for several horrible seconds before going still. No one spoke after that. There was nothing useful to say. After dark, with the house lit only by one shaded lantern, Sarah sat at the kitchen table and told Nadine in a low, broken voice about Caleb. How he used to sing along to old Garth Brooks songs while mowing. How he cried the day Matthew was born. How he had fixed the hinge on their kitchen cabinet 6 times because she kept slamming it too hard. Duke sat on the back step, cleaning the rifle, and listened through the screen. It was easier to hear grief when you did not have to look at the face carrying it. Nadine eventually came out and sat beside him. For a minute they said nothing. Fireflies moved over the garden in dim green signals. "You did good today," she said. He kept his eyes on the rifle parts. "I got people shot at. You got people here. That ain't the same. It is near enough for the first week of the apocalypse." He snorted. "You really believe it now?" She folded her hands in her lap. In the lantern glow, the veins beneath her skin looked blue and fragile as creek maps. Belief has stopped being the question. He set the cleaning rag aside. "How long you think before the county clears it?" She did not answer at first. When she finally did, her voice was quiet. "I do not think the county is clearing anything, Duke." He looked at her then. She did not look afraid. That was somehow worse. Fear could still bargain. Certainty only waited. She patted his forearm once and stood. "Get some sleep when you can." He watched her go inside with a stiffness in his chest that had nothing to do with fighting. For the first time in all the noise and blood and gunfire, a thought came clear enough to hurt. This might not end quickly. It might not end at all. Chapter 5. Old Age. For 3 days the house on Miller Road held. That became its own kind of miracle. In a world rapidly sorting itself into the bitten and the buried, the Bishop place remained stubbornly domestic. Meals happened on time. Lanterns were cleaned and refilled. Matthew's breathing eased once he had the inhaler. Tomlin's legs stopped leaking and began the slow, ugly work of knitting. Autumn found purpose in small jobs and attached herself to Nadine with the desperate loyalty of someone who had lost every other stable thing in 48 hours. Sarah moved through grief like a person underwater, quiet and slow, but she moved. Duke kept watch, chopped wood, hauled bodies from the fence line when the smell demanded it, and made supply runs shorter and riskier with every passing day. Mercy, meanwhile, rotted by the hour. The radio died first as a trustworthy thing. Official voices gave way to static, then to fragments from distant stations full of screaming hosts and contradictory orders. Shelter in place. Evacuate immediately. Avoid all animal contact. Boil water. Do not approach federal checkpoints. Military assistance was en route. Military assistance had been redirected. Infection was contained. Infection was not airborne. Infection might be airborne in livestock blood mist. Nobody knew what counted as true anymore except what they could see with their own eyes, and what Duke saw from town was enough. He and Tomlin made one last run on the second day for diesel and medicine. They found the church basement barricaded from the inside and ringing with the sort of prayers people say when they have missed the practical part of salvation. They found Fentons picked clean down to the gum rack. They found 3 infected chewing on a dead horse behind the feed store, and one of them had once been Pastor Keller. Tomlin did not speak for a full hour after that. On the ride home, he simply stared out the passenger window with his jaw clenched and his pistol resting in his lap like a bad conclusion. By the third morning, Tomlin announced he was leaving for his sister's farm. "You can barely put weight on that leg," Duke said. "I can put enough. You're going to split the stitches." Tomlin adjusted the trucker cap he had borrowed from Duke's hook by the door. "Maybe. But my people are up there, and I've spent long enough letting this house save my hide." Sarah looked up from the sink. "We could all go." Nadine, who had been rolling biscuit dough, did not stop. "Too many people travel loud." Tomlin nodded reluctantly. "Roads are getting bad. If you don't know where you're headed, moving now is gambling." Duke walked with him to the porch. The morning air carried the smell of wood smoke and something fouler drifting from town. Tomlin settled his weight carefully on the repaired leg and looked out at the yard where the grass already needed mowing, as if ordinary chores were still somehow waiting in line behind the end of the world. "You ever think," the deputy said, "that I spent 20 years trying to keep men like you from causing trouble, and now you're the most useful son of a bitch in the county?" Duke leaned against the post. "You planning to thank me proper?" "Because I would like witnesses." Tomlin gave a tired laugh. "Don't push it." He grew serious again. "Listen, north route past the quarry is blocked. Don't go that way." Saw a whole school bus jackknife it across the road and enough infected around it to turn the ditch black. Duke nodded. Tomlin held out his hand. Duke looked at it as if handshakes were a foreign custom. Then he took it. "Keep Nadine safe," Tomlin said. "I've been doing that since I was 12. Do better than you did at 12. With that he limped down the steps, got into the deputy cruiser he had patched together from the station wreck, and drove away. Duke watched the dust follow him up the road until the trees swallowed both. Sarah left that afternoon with Matthew and Autumn. It was Sarah's idea, though Duke knew she had spent the night listening to Tomlin and thinking about the future in terms longer than a few miserable days. Her cousin had a farm 40 miles east with hog fences and a cellar. If he was alive, it might be a place to hold out. If he was dead, it might still have food and walls. "I can't keep waiting for the world to become polite again," she said, standing in the kitchen with a backpack over one shoulder and Matthew's small hand locked in hers. "Every day we stay, I feel like Caleb catches up to me all over." Nadine folded a bundle of food into Sarah's arms. Biscuits wrapped in a towel. "Canned peaches. 2 jars of beans. Travel by daylight only. Do not trust anyone too eager to help. If a car is stopped in the road, reverse before you investigate." Sarah laughed once, wet-eyed. "You make it sound so manageable." "It is not manageable," Nadine said. "It is survivable. There is a difference." Autumn hugged Nadine hard and unexpectedly, then turned to Duke with an awkward expression. "Thank you," she said. He shifted his weight. Gratitude always made him feel like he had shown up to the wrong house. "You keep that pair alive," he told her, jerking his chin towards Sarah and Matthew. "And if anybody tries to be a hero around you, make sure they're good at it first." Matthew stood in front of him, clutching an inhaler in one hand and a toy truck in the other. Are you coming later? Duke looked at the child for a moment too long. Probably not. Oh. Matthew nodded with the grave disappointment only children could make look respectable. Then he held up the toy truck. You can have this till I get back. Something inside Duke shifted in a place he usually kept boarded up. He crouched, took the little red truck carefully, and cleared his throat. I'll keep it ugly for you. Matthew seemed satisfied by that. He let Sarah lead him out. After they were gone, the house fell into a quieter shape. No child breathing in the next room. No extra footsteps in the hall. No Autumn asking Nadine how much salt went into the beans. The silence settled into the walls like dust. Duke found himself listening for the voices anyway. That night Nadine's cough got worse. She tried to hide it, which was how he knew it mattered. She had always treated pain as a private disagreement between herself and God. Duke caught her gripping the sink edge with both hands after supper, head bowed, breath shallow. What is it? He asked. Nothing. That sounds like a lie. She straightened slowly. It sounds like none of your business. But later he heard her moving restlessly in bed, and around midnight he found her in the kitchen in her robe, one hand pressed flat against the center of her chest. The lantern made her face look carved out of old candle wax. Duke stopped so hard the chair scraped behind him. Grandma. She looked up irritated, as if he had caught her in some embarrassing act. Do not start. I'm starting. Sit down. She let him guide her to the chair because she did not have enough breath left to argue standing. He knelt in front of her, suddenly clumsy, his big hands useless in the face of whatever invisible thing had decided to reach inside her body. You're having a heart attack? Maybe indigestion. You never had indigestion look like this. Her mouth twitched. You would know. Your diet is a felony. He grabbed the field kit, then realized how idiotic that was and threw it aside. There was no ambulance, no clinic, no doctor who could cross a county full of the dead to fix an old woman's failing heart. The knowledge hit him like blunt force. Nadine. He almost never said her name. It came out wrong with panic on it. Tell me what to do. That stripped the humor from her face. She looked at him with a tenderness so sudden it hurt more than the fear. Come here. He moved closer. She put one bent hand against his cheek, the way she had when he was little and feverish and trying to pretend he wasn't. You listen to me, she said, each word measured against pain. This was always coming. No. Yes. Her thumb brushed the stubble on his jaw. Do not be angry at the body for being made of time. He swallowed hard enough it burned. I can fix engines. I can get the truck. I can carry you somewhere. There is nowhere. He bowed his head because looking at her felt like standing too close to a fire that would not warm him. I hate this. I know. For a while the only sound was her breathing, uneven and effortful, and the lantern flame ticking inside the glass. Then she said, You have to leave here. He looked up sharply. Not now. After. No. Duke. I said no. Her gaze hardened with the old authority that had ruled him since childhood. Even now, with death sitting at the table between them, she could still make him feel 12. This house dies with me if you stay. You will turn it into a grave and call it loyalty. His eyes stung with the kind of helpless rage he usually solved by breaking furniture. It's my home. It was mine first. She drew a painful breath. And I am telling you, home is not wood and nails. Home is whoever you keep alive. He opened his mouth, but she squeezed his cheek lightly and stopped him. You are not a good man, she said. He gave a choked, incredulous laugh. Hell of a time to mention it. But you are my man. Mine to raise, mine to worry over, mine to be ashamed of in public and proud of in private. Her own eyes had gone bright now. You keep living, do you hear me? Mean, stubborn, ugly, profane, all of it. Keep living anyway. He took her hand and held it against his face because there was nothing else to hold on to. She died before dawn, not in violence, not torn open, not screaming. Her heart simply gave out while the darkness still sat heavy outside the windows. 1 minute she was there, breathing shallowly and watching him with that fierce, tired love. The next minute the breath did not come back. Duke sat on the kitchen floor with his grandmother's hand in his and waited for her to argue with death. He would have respected that. He would have known what to do with fury. Instead, the stillness remained, total and impersonal and final in a way infected teeth and gunfire had not been. The apocalypse could be fought. Old age was a thief that did not have the decency to show its face. When the sun came up pale over the garden, Duke carried her to the bedroom and laid her out in the blue dress she had worn to funerals and church weddings alike, because she said one respectable garment could cover all major human occasions if you kept it pressed. He washed her face. He combed her hair. He found himself taking absurd care with the folds of the blanket over her legs. Every movement felt like the opposite of reality. Then he went outside, dug the grave under the mulberry tree beside the dead hound, and cursed the whole time. He cursed the hard soil. He cursed the heat. He cursed the virus, Australia, God, time, weak hearts, the county, himself, and every memory that insisted on surfacing while he worked. He remembered being 8 and hiding beneath this same tree after breaking a neighbor's window, and Nadine finding him with a jar of lemonade and pretending not to see the tears on his face. He remembered being 14 and bloody from his first serious fight, and her stitching his eyebrow while telling him that winning was often just a prettier word for surviving. He remembered her singing under her breath while canning tomatoes, her hand on his shoulder at his grandfather's funeral. Her fury the day his mother stole money from the sugar jar and lied about it. Her laugh, rare enough to matter. By the time the grave was ready, his hands had blistered and torn. He buried her alone because there was nobody left to call. He said no prayer because the right words would have needed more kindness than he believed heaven had shown. Instead, he stood by the fresh dirt and spoke in the plain, cracked voice he usually reserved for wounded dogs and bad engines. "You were right about most things," he said. "I hated that." Wind moved through the mulberry leaves above him. "I'm still gonna be mean," he added after a while. "Just so you know." The answer was silence, but it felt less empty than the house. He packed before noon. Food, shells, blankets, fuel siphoned from the mower and the old tractor. Nadine's revolver. A coffee tin of cash. The toy truck Matthew had left behind. He walked through each room once before closing the front door. In the kitchen, the chair where she had died was pushed in neat under the table. In the hallway, her house, shoes still waited by the bedroom threshold. He could not stay. That was the cruel part of the promise she had wrung out of him. Love was sending him away from the last place that still smelled like safety. He drove north first, then west when the road clogged with abandoned cars. By late afternoon, he reached the outskirts of a town he did not know well, a place of shuttered storefronts in a failed industrial park built too far from everything to thrive. The roads there were worse. Dead clustered at intersections like drunks after a county fair. Several moved with fresh blood on them, which meant living people were near enough to be worth hunting. Chapter 6. The Man on the Car. Duke hit the brakes hard enough to throw tools off the passenger seat. The truck slewed sideways across the concrete and came to rest in a stink of hot rubber and bad decisions. The 4 infected around the silver sedan turned toward the noise with the same stupid hunger he had already come to know too well. Their faces were gray with the wrong kind of life. One of them still wore the striped shirt of a storage unit employee, his name patch hanging by a few threads. Another had half her scalp peeled back as neatly as if somebody had started a haircut and lost patience. The man on the roof of the car kept swinging the tire iron with both hands, not because he had a plan, but because panic had reduced him to motion. He looked like he had been assembled out of office supplies. His shirt was sweat-stuck to a narrow chest. One sock had slid halfway down his ankle, and his eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses were so wide they seemed to shine. Duke opened his door with the shotgun already in hand. The first blast knocked the storage employee backward off the hood and into the gravel with his chest opened like wet cardboard. The second took the woman through the neck. She went down clawing at a throat no longer interested in helping her. The last 2 came fast, legs pumping in that ugly stiff rush the infected got when they were close enough to smell heat. Duke dropped the shotgun on its sling and stepped into them with the hammer he kept tucked behind the seat. It was a short-handled drilling hammer with a tape-wrapped grip and a crack in the fiberglass. It fit his hand the way some people talked about destiny. He broke one jaw, then one temple, then caved in the bridge of a nose until the skull beneath it turned soft. Blood, blacker than it should have been, sprayed across his forearm and shirt. The man on the car made a sound that was somewhere between a sob and a prayer. Duke did not look up. He was working. When the lot went still again, the only noises left were the ticking engine, a distant alarm winding itself out somewhere beyond the storage fence, and the ragged breathing of the man overhead. Duke wiped the hammer once on the dead woman's cardigan, slung the shotgun back into his hands, and squinted up through the afternoon glare. "You planning to live up there?" he asked. "Or are you going to climb down and be useless at ground level like the rest of us?" The pale man stared at him as if he had dropped out of a second apocalypse. "Are they dead?" he asked. "As dead as they get," Duke said. "That answer changes quick, so pick a direction." The man scrambled off the roof badly, one dress, shoes slipping on the windshield. Duke caught him by the elbow before he could crack his head on the mirror. The elbow felt thin enough to snap. The rest of him smelled like expensive deodorant, fierce sweat, and the inside of a locked car. He clutched the tire iron with both hands until Duke pried it loose and tossed it away. Up close, the man looked to be in his middle 30s, maybe a little older, with the soft hands and exhausted eyes of somebody who had made a whole career out of fluorescent lighting. His khaki pants were torn at one knee. He had bitten his lower lip nearly through. "Thank you," he said. "My God. Thank you. I had a route. I was not supposed to stop here. And then the battery light came on, and I thought maybe there were jumper cables in one of the units, and then they came out of nowhere, and I climbed, and I realized that sounds obvious because I am literally on a car, or I was on a car, but I think I am still in shock." Duke looked past him toward the row of orange roll-up doors and the chain-link fence beyond. Movement flickered between the units. More infected. He could hear them bumping metal, drawn by noise. "You got 30 seconds, Duke said. "Use them to tell me whether you got anything worth stealing before I leave you." The man blinked twice. "I know how to hotwire almost anything made before 2018, he said in one breath. "I can rebuild an alternator, patch a generator, bypass electronic locks, and I have a storage unit full of supplies 2 rows over if nobody already looted it." Duke's expression did not change much, but something behind it sharpened. "That your pitch?" he asked. "It is my absolute best one under the circumstances," the man said. "My name is Eugene Miller. People used to call me Wired. Not in a cool way. In a computer way." Duke stared at him for half a second longer, measuring the truth of him the way he measured lumber by eye. Nervous men lied in one rhythm, and desperate men lied in another. This one sounded terrified, but not stupid enough to invent useful skills on the fly. "Get in the truck, Wired," Duke said. "And if you scream every time something ugly moves, I will beat you to death myself, so the dead have less competition." Eugene nodded so hard his glasses slipped down his nose. He shoved them back up with a shaking finger and followed Duke toward the truck. The movement in the storage rows got louder. Hands slapped metal. Somebody on the far side of the lot began shrieking. "Not infected. Living." The sound cut off abruptly. Duke did not look. He had already learned the new rule of the world. If you turned toward every cry for help, eventually one of them ate you. Eugene's storage unit sat behind a busted padlock and a door half rolled up like the mouth of a man too tired to finish a sentence. Inside were plastic bins, bottled water, a generator, tool bags, and enough vacuum-sealed food to make Duke hate him on sight. "This all yours?" Duke asked. "Mine and technically the bank's, since I was delinquent on the last payment," Eugene said. "I was transferring supplies to my bunker site outside Halverson." "That is a long story, and it makes me look terrible." Duke grabbed 2 duffels, a red fuel can, and the tool chest with the steel corners. Eugene tried for a stack of electronics. Duke kicked the nearest tote toward him instead. "You carry food before toys," he said. "They are radios. Then they are toys that whine." The first infected rounded the row while Eugene was still fumbling with the tote. Duke shot one, split another with the hammer, and bodily shoved Eugene toward the truck while a third stumbled through a puddle of old oil and fell under the front wheel. By the time they slammed the doors and Duke threw the truck into gear, a whole ragged knot of dead had spilled from between the units and were clawing at the sunlight. They tore out of the storage yard, bounced over a curb, and clipped a newspaper machine hard enough to send blue metal skidding down the street. Eugene twisted in his seat to look behind them until Duke grabbed the back of his shirt and hauled him forward. "Looking don't help," Duke growled. "If it catches us, you'll know." Eugene braced his hands on the dash. The knuckles were bloodless. "I have not done well today," he said after a minute, voice high and trying to be calm. No, Duke said. You really have not. Eugene gave a breath that might have been a laugh in another life. That is fair. They passed a church parking lot full of abandoned sedans, a city bus parked crooked across 2 lanes, and a woman in a green smock beating on the locked door of a pharmacy while 3 infected converged on her from the cross street. Duke kept driving. He could feel her in the mirror anyway. The dead were becoming a country now, taking territory block by block, and the living were turning into weather that passed through it if lucky. At the edge of town, Duke cut behind a welding supply yard and killed the engine beneath a line of cottonwoods. The sudden silence rang in both men's ears. Eugene folded forward, elbows on his knees, trying not to shake and failing. Duke sat with his hands still on the steering wheel. He had rescued people before in the small ways countrymen did, pulling somebody out of a creek, dragging a drunk from a ditch, breaking up a fight before the knife came out, but this felt different. This felt like he had picked up a responsibility off the road and thrown it into his passenger seat. He did not like responsibilities. They had a way of surviving just long enough to matter. You got family? He asked finally, eyes still on the windshield. Eugene swallowed. A sister in Tulsa. We were not close enough before all this, which is the sort of sentence a man should probably never realize too late. Duke nodded once, because there was nothing useful to say to that. I had my grandma, he said. Had. Eugene turned his head a little at the past tense, and then wisely looked away. For a while neither man spoke. The air smelled of hot engine, fuel, and the faint sweetness of crushed cottonwood buds. Somewhere beyond the trees, another siren started and kept going. Eugene cleared his throat. For what it's worth, he said softly, I am sorry. Duke's jaw tightened. He wanted to tell him he did not know enough to be sorry. He wanted to say old age was a rotten thief, and that grief felt stupid in a world coming apart by the minute. Instead, he reached under the seat, pulled out Nadine's revolver, and handed it across the bench. Eugene stared at it. What is this for? Duke asked. If something gets in close and I am busy, you point this end at its face and keep squeezing until the problem changes shape. If you point it at me, I will break every finger you got before I kill you. You understand? Eugene took the revolver with both hands, careful as if it were made of law itself. Yes, he said. I understand. Duke nodded and started the truck again. For the first time since leaving Miller Road, he was not driving alone, and he was not yet sure whether that was a mistake or a sentence. Chapter 7. Wired. They spent the night in an abandoned machine shed behind a tractor dealership 3 miles outside town. The place smelled like grease, cold iron, and mouse droppings. Duke backed the truck inside, lowered the rolling door by hand, and jammed a pry bar through the handle for luck. Eugene helped because he had learned very quickly that useful hands bought impatience. Afterward, they ate cold peaches from a can, crackers that tasted like drywall, and a strip of jerky Duke had found mashed beneath the seat. Eugene tried not to look offended by the food. Duke tried not to be offended by the way Eugene chewed, delicate and apologetic, as if he feared the crackers might take it personally. On a workbench by the wall sat a scattering of wrenches, a busted radio, and a coffee mug with "World's Best Papa" printed on it above a tractor silhouette. Dust had settled across everything in the fine gray film of neglect. The old life was still here in pieces, but it had already begun to feel like a set somebody had walked away from. Eugene unpacked his tool chest with the reverence of a priest laying out relics. He checked the truck battery, tightened a belt, and found a cracked hose Duke had not noticed because Duke's mechanical philosophy mostly involved hitting things until they respected him. Watching him work was unpleasant in the way competence always was when it came wrapped in a body you wanted to dismiss. His hands steadied once they had a job. The shaking left his fingers. Even his breathing changed. He was still a nervous man, but machines gave him a language he trusted. You really can fix this junk, Duke said from where he sat on an upturned bucket cleaning the hammer with diesel. Eugene glanced over. Most machinery is honest, he said. People say it breaks for no reason because it comforts them, but usually there is always a reason. Heat, friction, neglect, cheap parts, water where water should not be. The trick is listening without assuming you are the smartest thing in the room. Duke snorted. You talk that way to engines? Sometimes they deserve an explanation. That is the saddest thing I heard all day. Later, when darkness settled heavy against the sheet metal walls, Eugene sat on the concrete floor with Nadine's revolver across his lap and asked, very carefully, "What happened to your grandmother?" Duke did not answer at first. Outside, wind scraped a loose sign against its post with a dry, repetitive squeal. The sound got under his skin. He took a swallow from the warm beer he had looted 2 towns back and stared at the puddle of yellow light cast by a battery lantern. "She died in her kitchen," he said at last. "Heart, maybe. Age. God. Pick your poison. She died before any dead thing could get to her, which somehow made me madder than if a monster had done it. I could have killed a monster. I do not know what to do with old age." Eugene held very still, as if sudden movements might spill the words. "Maybe there is nothing to do with it," he said. "Maybe that is why it hurts." Duke's mouth twitched in something too bitter for a smile. "That's a real useless thought." "I know," Eugene said. "Most true ones are." Something about that answer kept Duke from telling him to shut up. They sat with the quiet a while longer. Then Eugene, who apparently treated silence as a medical emergency, began talking about his bunker. "It was outside Halverson," he said, "on 12 acres bought by a consortium of wealthy professionals who had spent the last 3 years convincing themselves collapse could be solved with subscriptions, imported filtration systems, and a private message board full of acronyms." Eugene had been hired first as a consultant because he knew network architecture and backup power systems. Then he had bought in because everybody else sounded so certain. "There were mood boards," he said, voice hollow with embarrassment, "for the apocalypse. One couple wanted Scandinavian minimalism underground. Another man demanded a wine cellar. Somebody had a contractor install biometric locks because he thought keypads looked proletarian." Duke laughed so hard he had to lean forward and set the beer between his boots. "Biometric locks," he said. "On a hole in the dirt." Eugene rubbed a hand over his face. Yes, the future was very stupid. The bunker had failed in almost exactly the way Duke would have predicted if anyone had ever thought to ask him. Too much money, not enough hard men, and a lethal surplus of rules. The first week after the broadcasts got bad, the owners argued about who was allowed in, who was clean enough, who had paid enough, and which supply room counted as shared space. Then one filtration unit quit. Then the backup generator developed a coolant leak nobody, but Eugene knew how to diagnose. And while he was working on it, 3 armed investors decided the easiest way to conserve resources was to lock out everyone who was not family. Eugene escaped through a maintenance tunnel with 2 duffels, a portable radio, and the dawning certainty that civilization had always been more fragile than his rent payments. "One of them told me I should understand because this was just how systems optimized under stress," Eugene said. He was pointing a pistol at me while he said it. I think about that sentence a lot. Duke tilted the beer can back and drained it. "Smart men will say anything to keep from admitting they're just scared animals," he said. "Out here at least folks got the decency to grunt while they do it." Near midnight, the infected found the dealership lot. At first, it was only a few shambling impacts against the front chain link. Then more came, drawn by some mix of scent, memory, and bad luck. They struck the fence until the metal rang. Eugene's face went pale again, but this time he did not start babbling. He stood, checked the revolver the way Duke had shown him, and moved to the side door. Duke took the shotgun and the hammer and planted himself in the shadow by the main entrance. "If they get through," he murmured, "do not freeze." Eugene swallowed. "I'm going to make every effort not to." The fence gave with a screech, followed by the wet tumble of bodies. Footsteps slapped gravel. Somebody hit the front glass of the showroom. Then the side door handle jerked once, twice, and burst inward under the weight of a dead mechanic still wearing a dealership patch. Eugene fired before Duke could. The revolver bucked high in his hands, and the first round punched through the infected man's cheek instead of the skull. Duke cursed, crossed the shed in 3 strides, and buried the hammer in the thing's temple. Bone gave. The body folded. Another infected shoved through behind it, then another. Duke shot one in the chest and used the barrel to knock a third sideways into a stack of tire rims. Eugene did not run. He backed up, breathed too fast, and fired again with both elbows locked. The second shot caught a woman through the eye. She dropped so suddenly it looked like her strings had been cut. Duke glanced at him in spite of himself. "There you go," he said. "See? Same as office work, just louder." Eugene made a strangled noise. That is profoundly unhelpful. Still standing though, aren't you? Duke answered. When the last of them stopped moving, Eugene bent over and vomited beside the compressor tank. Duke waited until he was done, then handed him a rag without comment. The little fight changed something between them. Not trust exactly. Trust was a rich word, and neither man had much use for rich things. But Duke quit looking at Eugene like luggage that had learned to speak. Eugene, for his part, stopped treating Duke as a temporary natural disaster. In the early hours, while wind worried the building and the night insects rasped themselves toward morning, they shared another can of peaches and talked in the loose, ugly honesty that sometimes arrived when men were too tired to perform. Eugene admitted he had been afraid of Duke from the minute he climbed off the car roof. Duke admitted that had been the right instinct. Eugene said he used to believe the world belonged to men who could plan well enough. Duke said the world belonged to men who could endure being wrong. Eugene turned that over and asked, "Is that your philosophy?" Duke stretched his legs and looked toward the dark beyond the half-open tool bay. "My philosophy," he said, "is that if the day wants something from me, it can come ask with its teeth showing." Eugene nodded as if, absurdly, that made sense. By dawn the truck ran quieter. Eugene had patched the hose, coaxed the battery back into behaving, and rigged a cleaner bypass on the ignition because the steering column had been half butchered by some earlier thief. Duke watched the engine idle and felt the first practical gratitude he had felt toward another living soul since Nadine died. He hated that feeling on sight. Gratitude came with debts, and debts were just chains dressed in church clothes. Still, when Eugene climbed down from under the hood wiping grease across his forearms, Duke jerked his chin toward the passenger door instead of telling him to start walking. "You know a way west that ain't clogged?" he asked. Eugene pushed his glasses up with the back of his wrist. "County 18 is probably compromised. Highway 7 is a nightmare. There is a textile town called Ashkel about 40 miles out with an industrial service road by the river. If the bridge is clear, we can skirt the main crush." Duke considered that, then nodded. "Fine. You get us through Ashkel, and you can keep breathing. That's your salary." Eugene opened the passenger door and sat down with a tired little smile that did not expect kindness and was surprised to find the outline of it anyway. Chapter 8. Rich Men Underground. They reached the Halverson turnoff just before noon, when the sun had flattened the world into glare and the roads smelled like tar. Eugene saw the private lane sign first and went quiet in a way Duke had not yet heard from him. Not frightened exactly. Smaller than that. More private. The lane curved through a stand of ornamental pines toward what had once been a horse property and was now, apparently, a monument to expensive fear. A decorative iron gate hung open on one hinge. Beyond it sat 3 modern houses built in the kind of clean hard angles that looked wrong in the countryside. One had a wall of shattered windows. Another had smoke stains around the eaves. Half a dozen luxury SUVs stood where panic had left them, doors open, hazard lights long dead. At the center of the property, disguised beneath a landscaped berm and stone patio, sat the entrance to the bunker. Duke could tell it was the bunker because it was the ugliest practical thing on the place, hidden under the prettiest lies. "Why are we here?" Duke asked, though he already knew. Eugene's voice came dry. "Because I left the good tools downstairs. Fuel tablets, medical supplies, a spare inverter. There is also a diesel F-250 in the equipment barn with a reinforced front grille and an actual tow package, which would make our present transportation look like a cough in truck form." Duke drummed his fingers once on the steering wheel. He did not like detours into another man's past. They had a way of turning sentimental or explosive, and both wasted daylight. But the current truck had begun to shudder on hills, and Duke was not fool enough to ignore a better machine when one might be had. "Fine," he said. "We go in, take what matters, and leave every stupid memory right where it is." Eugene nodded but kept looking at the stone stairwell descending beneath the patio. "That was always the plan," he said, and Duke knew by the shape of the sentence that it had never once been true. The first body they found lay beside a koi pond in a tennis skirt and pearl earrings, throat gone black with dried blood. The second was halfway through the sliding door of the nearest house, skull caved in with something heavy. Inside, a breakfast bar had been overturned to make a barricade. A television still ran on mute. powered by some surviving backup circuit, cycling emergency graphics beneath a smiling weatherwoman who did not yet know her career had become a ghost. Duke moved room to room with the shotgun up. Eugene followed with a pry bar and Nadine's revolver tucked shaky but ready under his arm. Every surface wore evidence of quick collapse: spilled vitamins, expensive luggage, a child's tablet smashed underfoot, a wine fridge left open with bottles rolling in the lower racks. In the master bedroom, written in lipstick across a mirror, someone had scrawled, "We paid for space for 8." Duke stood staring at the words until Eugene came up behind him and exhaled through his teeth. "That sounds like Trent Rollins," Eugene said. "He sued a homeowners association because they cited him for installing tactical floodlights." Duke snorted. "Looks like the homeowners association won in the end." The bunker door was a circular steel slab recessed into concrete and framed by tasteful stonework meant to trick rich people into believing Earth itself could be branded. The biometric pad beside it was dark. Eugene knelt, opened a panel with quick, sure fingers, and began stripping wires. "Talk to me," Duke said, watching the tree line and the silent yard. "Manual release should still engage if the solenoid has not fused," Eugene muttered. "Unless Trent had the contractor disable it because he was worried about unauthorized entry, in which case I am going to become vindictive in a way I previously reserved for software vendors." "English." Eugene licked his lips. "Either the door opens in 2 minutes, or I start taking this wall apart with criminal intent." Duke grinned despite himself. "There you are." The lock clicked half a breath later. Eugene leaned his shoulder into the wheel. Metal groaned. A wedge of stale, cool air breathed out from below, carrying the smell of bleach, machine oil, and something sweet that had begun to rot. The stairs descended farther than Duke expected, spiraling down into electric light, still fed by a stubborn battery bank. The bunker itself might have been the cleanest place left in Arkansas. White walls, polished concrete, recessed LEDs. A communal lounge with modular sofas no one had ever sat in for comfort. A galley kitchen laid out like a magazine spread. On the far wall, someone had mounted a wooden sign that read, "Weather any storm." Duke stopped, read it twice, and said, "I hope every one of these people suffered from irony before they died." Eugene did not answer. He was looking into the lounge. 2 bodies lay there bound with zip ties, one face down between the sofas, another slumped against the wall with blood dried from both nostrils. A third sat in an armchair with a pistol in his lap and a ruin where his mouth had been. Not infected now, just dead. The quiet down there felt manufactured, as if the bunker had been built to prove enough money could silence consequence. Duke had never been in a place he hated faster. They moved methodically. Duke stood guard while Eugene stripped cabinets, loaded trauma kits, found the inverter, and nearly wept with relief over a sealed case of lithium batteries. In the generator room, Eugene discovered the coolant leak he had described. A split hose nobody had bothered to replace because replacement required learning where hoses came from. "All this," he murmured, hand resting on the machine, "and they still treated maintenance like peasant magic." Duke was in no mood for sympathy toward the dead, but he recognized the injury in Eugene's voice. This had not just been a failed plan. It had been a place where men like Eugene were invited in for their usefulness and reminded every day that usefulness was not the same thing as belonging. "You should have robbed them sooner," Duke said. Eugene looked up. The corner of his mouth twitched. "That might be the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me. Don't spread it around." The trouble began when they reached the maintenance tunnel. Eugene insisted there were still fuel tablets and 2 locked parts lockers farther back. Duke said they had enough. Eugene said enough had become an unreliable category. Duke hated that he was right. The tunnel ran low and narrow behind the generator room, lined with pipes, sweating condensation. Their boots echoed. Halfway down they found where someone had tried to escape weeks earlier. A maintenance cart lay overturned. Bloody handprints streaked one wall. At the end of the tunnel, the emergency hatch stood half open to bright afternoon. And jammed in that opening, rotted into the angle where concrete met steel, were 2 infected and faded tactical jackets, held in place by death and still trying to claw through the gap whenever light shifted across their ruined eyes. Duke swore and stepped forward with the hammer. There was no room to swing clean. One of the dead caught his sleeve. Eugene shouted, dropped the supply bag, and drove the pry bar straight through the nearer thing's eye socket with a wet cracking sound that surprised both of them. Duke finished the second infected, then yanked the first off the pry bar and looked at Eugene, who was staring at his own hands as if they belonged to a more alarming man. "Good thrust," Duke said. Eugene swallowed hard. "That sentence is going to bother me for hours. Means you're still alive enough to be annoying." Duke pushed past him and shoved the emergency hatch wider. Outside, beyond the service trench, movement rippled through the grass toward the houses. A half-dozen infected at least, maybe more, drawn by noise from the lane. "We're leaving," he said. They ran the supplies back in 2 trips. On the second trip, Eugene veered toward a side office and came back with a framed photograph tucked under his arm. Duke caught only a glimpse of a younger Eugene in a wrinkled suit beside a dark-haired woman and a little girl with front teeth missing. "Who's that?" he asked once they hit the stairs. Eugene did not look up. "A family I almost married into," he said. "Turns out I spent years trying to build a life with people who liked the idea of me better than the actual item." Duke held the bunker door while he passed. "Story of most human arrangements," he said. The equipment barn sat 50 yards from the patio and had 3 infected between them and it when they burst into the yard. Duke shot one and shouldered another into a stone planter hard enough to break its neck against the rim. Eugene, breathing like a man being chased by his own blood, fired the revolver at the third and missed. Duke hit it with the butt of the shotgun and they kept moving. Inside the barn waited the diesel truck Eugene had promised, black and heavy with ranch package tires and a welded grill guard that made Duke grin on sight. "Now that," he said, "is a proper apology from your rich friends." Eugene had the door open and the steering column apart in less than a minute. Duke loaded the crates while infected hammered at the barn side entrance. Somewhere behind the house's glass shattered. "Tell me this one runs." Eugene turned the key after bridging a wire cluster with a clipped lead from his kit. The engine came alive in a deep, rattling growl that sounded almost cheerful. Duke climbed in with blood on both sleeves and a savage satisfaction in his chest. As Eugene backed them through the side wall by accident and genius together, Duke looked once toward the buried bunker and thought that if the old world had written any gospel worth a damn, it should have begun with a man stealing a better truck from people too rich to survive themselves. Chapter 9. County Line Gospel. They drove west through soybean country under a sky so bright it looked indifferent. The black diesel truck ate road with an appetite Duke respected. Every mile put more distance between them and the polished tomb at Halverson. Every mile also made the emptiness of the world feel wider. Farmhouses sat with doors hanging open and laundry still on lines. Church marquees offered messages that now read like dares. At one crossroads, an overturned livestock trailer baked in the ditch, its ramp open and its interior streaked with old panic, though the animals themselves were gone. Duke noticed and looked away. He did not want to think about what came next for things that walked on 4 legs. The radio gave them static, fragments of official instructions, and one clear broadcast from a preacher somewhere in Mississippi who claimed the dead were God's way of separating the sincere from the decorative. Duke switched it off halfway through the sentence. "I do not mind the end of the world," he said. "I mind all the talking." Eugene, who had talked nearly without pause for 2 days, had the grace to look ashamed. Toward evening, they stopped at a county park beside a low lake ringed with bald cypress. The water had gone still in that uncanny way big water did when there was no boat traffic left to argue with it. Duke checked the restrooms. Eugene siphoned diesel from a maintenance skid steer, and together they dragged picnic tables against the lane entrance out of habit more than hope. They cooked canned beans over a sterno stove from Eugene's supplies. It was the first warm food either had eaten in 2 days, and for a few minutes the simple heat of it quieted them. Birds moved in the reeds. Frogs started up along the shallows. The ordinary world was still trying to perform itself, even while humanity tore holes through the script. Eugene sat on the hood with the bowl in both hands and said, "I keep waiting for all this to feel unreal in some dramatic way, but mostly it feels administrative. Like every day there is a new form called catastrophe, and I have to fill it out in triplicate." Duke looked at him. "That is the most office thing anyone ever said near a lake." Eugene smiled into the steam. "I miss climate control and low stakes." Darkness drew words out of them again. Maybe it was the firelight. Maybe it was the fact that fear grew teeth at night and conversation made for a poor but welcome fence. Eugene asked what Duke had done before the world collapsed, and Duke told him the truth in pieces. Odd jobs, scrap hauling, fence repair, bar fights, probation, occasional acts of competence mistaken for character. I was not on my way to anything, he said. I was just chewing through the days. Grandma kept saying a man ought to point himself at a purpose before his anger did it for him. I kept telling her purpose was something church folks invented to feel dressed up. Eugene scraped the last beans from the bowl. She sounds smarter than both of us. She was meaner than both of us, too. I suspect those qualities are adjacent. Duke leaned back against the fender and looked up through the cypress branches. She used to tell me there are only two honest prayers. Help me, and thank you. I was bad at both. Eugene was quiet for a while. Then he said, "You got in the truck with help all over your face, for what that is worth." Duke did not answer, but the words stayed with him longer than he wanted. Sometime after midnight, 3 men came creeping up the park road with a lantern wrapped in a towel to dim it. Duke heard them before he saw them because hungry men still breathed like the old world applied. He nudged Eugene awake with a boot and slid off the hood without noise. The strangers looked local, 2 in camouflage jackets, 1 in a roofing company shirt, all carrying the sort of guns people bought because they liked the story the guns told about them. Evening. The man in the roofing shirt called softly when he saw the truck. "We ain't looking for trouble. Just gas and food if you can spare some." Duke stood in the shadow by the picnic tables, shotgun low. "Then you ought to keep walking," he said. The man smiled without warmth. "That sounds like a no." The one to his left lifted a rifle a little too soon. Duke fired first. The blast folded the smiling man backward into the dirt. At the same instant, Eugene, to Duke's astonishment, swung the lantern towel bundle off the hood and threw it into the second man's face. Fire licked cloth. The man screamed and dropped his rifle. Duke crossed the distance in 3 strides and put the hammer through the third man's cheekbone before he could decide whether to run. The fight was short and ugly. It left 1 raider dead, 1 burning in the grass, and then not burning because Eugene, against all common sense, kicked lake water over him until he rolled sobbing toward the reeds, and 1 crawling away with half his face gone. Duke let the crawler go because chasing him would have meant turning his back on the dark, and Duke did not respect any victory that required foolishness. When it was over, Eugene stood shaking with an empty fuel jug in one hand and stared at the man in the reeds. "I'm not sure whether I helped," he said. Duke reloaded the shotgun. "You confused the issue, which counts." Eugene gave a strangled laugh. It sounded close to hysteria. Duke walked over, took the jug from him, and looked him square in the face. "Listen to me. The men that come soft asking for food after midnight are the same men that would cut your throat while apologizing. Do not waste clean feelings on them." Eugene pushed his glasses up with a filthy wrist. "I am trying not to become a worse person faster than necessary." "You won't," Duke said. "You don't got the shoulders for it." Eugene frowned. That is both rude and weirdly encouraging. They buried nothing. The New World had already convinced Duke that ceremony was a luxury with mixed returns. They took ammunition, a road atlas, and a half box of granola bars from the raiders' truck, then rolled the bodies into the ditch because the dead traveled toward smell, and Duke preferred other people's mistakes to happen at a distance. When they pulled out at first light, Eugene was quieter than usual. Duke let it ride until the sun was up and the miles had sanded some of the shock off. "You did fine," he said finally. Eugene looked over as if words themselves had surprised him. "I set a man on fire. You set a thief on fire. Important difference." Eugene rubbed at his forehead. "Do you really believe that?" Duke considered the empty highway, the ditches crowded with chicory and wreckage, the sky opening above a country being reduced to simpler categories by the hour. "I believe," he said, "that the world already decided it ain't fair. All we get to choose now is whether we're stupid on top of that." Eugene absorbed that in silence. Then he said, almost to himself, "Your grandmother would probably dislike your theology." Duke's mouth twitched. "She disliked most of my hobbies." By mid-morning they crossed into Asheville County and began seeing more signs of the larger collapse. Cars were nose-to-tail for miles on the eastbound lanes, many with doors open and dried blood dark on the seats. A school bus sat half in a soybean field with its rear emergency exit hanging open. Smoke marked the horizon in 3 separate pillars. On an overpass, somebody had spray-painted "Turn Back" in 10-foot letters. Eugene studied the map against his knee and traced the industrial route with a grease-black fingernail. If the service road is open, we skirt downtown and get to the river bridge from the mill side, he said. If it is not open? Duke asked. Eugene stared ahead at the traffic jam and the faint movement among the cars. Then we improvise and possibly die memorably. Duke barked a laugh. There's the spirit. Yet beneath the humor something tighter had begun drawing through him. He could feel Ashkel before he saw it, the way men who grow up with storms can smell a tornado in ordinary wind. Towns died differently than back roads. There were more corners, more noise to hide wrong footsteps, more people to have turned all at once. A city in collapse was not just a place. It was a trap teaching itself new shapes. They stopped short of the county line, so Eugene could reinforce the grill with chain from the bed, and Duke could sort weapons across the seat. Hammer, shotgun, Nadine's revolver, back in Eugene's reach. A hatchet from the bunker. 2 crowbars. A half roll of duct tape, because duct tape remained the nearest thing humanity had to a governing principle. As they worked, Eugene kept glancing at Duke with the expression of a man circling a question he was not sure he should ask. Finally, he said, "Yesterday, at the storage lot, you said something about fighting anyone 4 years and up." Duke groaned. That line followed me clear out of childhood. I assumed there was a story. There's always a story. Doesn't mean it's worth hearing. Eugene waited. Duke spat into the gravel and gave in the way men do when they realize resistance is just a prettier kind of surrender. When I was 8, I broke a kid's nose at a church picnic because he said my mom left because I smelled like dog. Grandma hauled me home by the ear. Sheriff came by later and asked what on earth got into me. Grandma told him, dead serious, that boy will fight anybody 4 years and up if you let him get bored. It stuck. People kept saying it because small towns are parasites with memory. Eugene smiled despite the setting. That is actually excellent. No, it's embarrassing. Those are not mutually exclusive. When Ashkel finally rose ahead of them, it did not look dead at first. It looked paused. Grain elevators stood pale against the sky. The brick courthouse dome still caught light. Store signs still flashed where emergency power lingered. But the roads into town were jammed, and on those roads moved hundreds of shapes in a regular drift, all of them aimless until sound or scent gave them direction. Some wore business clothes. Some wore hospital gowns. Some were children, which Duke looked at only once before deciding the details were irrelevant to survival. A helicopter wreck smoked in the parking lot of a feed store. Somewhere downtown a car horn had been leaning on itself for so long it had become less a sound than a feature of the air. Eugene lowered the map. Duke rolled his shoulders once, feeling the old mean calm settle through him. All right, he said. Let's go find out what kind of town we're dealing with. Eugene looked out across the slow-moving sea of infected and answered with more courage than comfort, the bad kind. Chapter 10. Fire in the Streets. The industrial side of Ashkel began with warehouses, truck scales, and a row of corrugated buildings that once supported a textile mill and now supported only echoes. Eugene's service road existed, but half a tanker had jackknifed it across its entrance and a crowd of infected milled around the cab, where the driver's body still hung through the shattered window. Duke eased the diesel backward before they were seen. Alternative, he asked. Eugene was already scanning the map, eyes flicking from paper to windshield. There is a municipal fleet yard 2 blocks north of the mill. Snowplows, utility trucks, refuse haulers. If we can get one running, we can push through to the bridge even if the streets are clogged. Duke glanced at the dead around the tanker, then up at the smoke drifting from deeper downtown. You saying we go in on foot? Eugene took a breath. I am saying our current options are die smart later or risk stupid now. You really know how to sell misery, Duke muttered, but he was already parking behind an abandoned loading dock. They moved through the back side of the mill with duffels on their shoulders and weapons low. The building was huge, full of looms gone silent and belts hanging slack as shed snakeskin. Sunlight knifed through broken panes high above, striping the dust in pale gold. Their footfalls rang across concrete. The place smelled of lint, old oil, and the sour edge of fire from somewhere not yet near enough to matter. Duke liked the mill because it offered lines of sight and heavy things to hide behind. Eugene disliked it for all the same reasons. At one point, they passed a row of lockers with family photographs taped inside the doors. Smiling children in baseball uniforms. A wedding in a church fellowship hall. A woman holding up a cat with the patient misery cats reserved for cameras. Eugene paused a beat too long looking at one of the photos. Duke nudged him on. "Nobody in there now but ghosts," he said. Eugene nodded and whispered, "Sometimes that is the same as people." Duke pretended not to hear, because when words got too close to his own thoughts, he developed a sudden interest in practical matters. The first rail rush came at the loading bay. A forklift battery, somehow not yet dead, began beeping when Eugene brushed the controls, and the sound brought a knot of infected shambling from the alley outside. Duke met them in the narrow mouth of the bay, where only one could get through clean at a time. That was the kind of fight he liked. Numbers turned stupid by walls. He broke wrists, crushed throats, and fired exactly when he had to. Blood slicked the concrete. Eugene stood 6 feet back with the revolver and the hatchet, white-faced, but moving when movement was needed. One infected woman made it through Duke's reach and lunged straight for Eugene with a hiss of old hunger. Eugene did not freeze. He buried the hatchet in her collarbone, yanked it free badly, then hit her again in the side of the head until she went slack at his feet. When it was over, he leaned against a pallet of machine parts and laughed once in disbelief. "I had opinions about office ergonomics 2 weeks ago," he said. Duke wiped gore from his forearm and answered, "World really widened your skill set." They reached the fleet yard by crawling under a torn chain link section and cutting through the maintenance garage. Utility maps were still pinned to a corkboard in the break room. Coffee had fossilized in a pot. Someone had left a crossword half done, with ration penciled across 17 down. Eugene found the key cabinet empty, cursed softly, and went to work under the dashboard of a refuse truck the size of a courthouse. Duke kept watch from the garage door and counted movement in the street. More infected were drifting their direction every minute, pulled by distant blasts, by the horn downtown, by instinct, by nothing. That was the ugliest part of the plague. It did not need strategy. Human beings, for all their intelligence, had built every city in the country around assumptions of order. The infected only had to lean on those assumptions until they cracked. "How long?" Duke asked without turning. 5 minutes if the wiring is standard," Eugene said from somewhere under the wheel. 10 if municipal procurement bot from idiots. "Which is more likely?" "Duke." "What?" "Please do not make me defend local government while upside down." Duke almost smiled. It felt dangerous and therefore accurate. He heard the living before he saw them. Boots running. Breath tearing. A woman's voice cursing with enormous specificity. 2 survivors came around the corner of the garage and nearly collided with him. A black woman in a highway department vest carrying a framing nailer like a sidearm, and a broad teenage boy with a blood-soaked bandage around his upper arm and a coil of copper wire over one shoulder. Both stopped dead when they saw Duke, then looked past him at the truck and the garage interior. "You hot-wiring Carla's rig?" the woman demanded. Eugene's head emerged from beneath the dash. "Respectfully," he said, "I am liberating public resources." She stared. Duke liked her instantly because she did not flinch. Behind them, 4 infected lurched into view from the alley. Duke shot the lead one, and the strange alliance was settled in the old way, by immediate shared inconvenience. The woman introduced herself between breaths as Laverne Sykes, fleet supervisor. The boy was her nephew Omar. They had been trying to reach the river after their street collapsed that morning. "Bridge is still open, maybe," Laverne said. "But downtown is a butcher shop." Eugene finally got the refuse truck roaring. The sound brought half the block awake. They did not have time for trust. They had room for utility. Laverne climbed in the passenger side over Eugene's protests about personal space. Omar took the rear step, and Duke rode the left running board with the shotgun, while the refuse truck crashed through the fleet yard gate and into Ashkel's side streets. The vehicle moved like a building with anger problems. Cars shoved aside. Barricades splintered. Infected bounced off the grill and vanished under the wheels. Laverne shouted directions over the engine while Eugene fought the steering like it had insulted his lineage. Duke saw pieces of the city in brutal flashes, a daycare mural streaked black with soot, a mailman's truck on fire, a man in a business suit climbing a lamppost while the dead gathered below, a National Guard checkpoint already reduced to torn sandbags and blood. The horn that had haunted the town finally died as they turned onto Franklin, and the sudden absence of it made everything feel worse. Noise had at least implied resistance. Silence meant surrender had learned the streets. At the corner of Franklin and 3rd, the refuse truck stalled in a crush of abandoned vehicles. An ambulance blocked one lane, a delivery van the other. Beyond them, the courthouse square boiled with infected drawn from every spoke street into one living knot of ruin. Eugene swore and hit the wheel. "Transmission is overheating," he said. Laverne looked out through the windshield and said something so profane Duke almost admired it as art. The bridge tower rose 3 blocks ahead through smoke and drifting ash. It might as well have been another country. "We clear the intersection," Duke said. "By hand?" Omar asked from behind them, voice cracking with youth and blood loss. "By violence," Duke answered. He jumped from the running board before anybody could discuss it. The first infected reached him between 2 parked sedans, mouth working, hands already red with someone else. Duke put the hammer through its face and shoved the body into the next one. Laverne came up on his right with the nailer and drove 6 inches of steel into a dead man's throat at point-blank range. Omar swung the copper coil like a flail. Eugene, to his own visible horror, followed with Nadine's revolver in both hands. The fight spread outward through the street in jerking violent circles. It was not heroic. It was sweaty and clumsy and full of bad footing, broken glass, and the stink of open bowels. Duke loved it in the ugly animal part of himself that had always found clarity in impact. Every problem announced itself by trying to bite him. Every answer was immediate. Yet even he could feel the scale turning against them. There were too many dead feeding into the square. Too many windows to break. Too many alleys. He hacked space around the ambulance while Eugene scrambled to the driver's side and found, by some miracle of municipal neglect, that the keys were still hanging from the ignition. "I can move this one," Eugene shouted. "Then move it," Duke roared back. Laverne and Omar fell toward the van. Duke caught a parking meter from the sidewalk, ripped it half loose from rusted bolts, and used it like a club because the world had always been full of tools pretending to be street furniture. Bodies dropped. More climbed over them. Someone screamed from a second-floor window, a thin, ragged cry that did not stop until abruptly it did. Eugene got the ambulance rolling backward just as 3 infected hauled themselves through the refuse truck's broken passenger window. Laverne dragged one out by the belt and buried the nailer under its jaw. Omar beat another with the copper coil until Duke reached the truck and ended the matter with the hammer. The 3rd had gone for Eugene. Duke saw it through the windshield. Thin woman, hospital bracelet still on her wrist, teeth snapping inches from Eugene's cheek as he fought the gearshift. Duke climbed the hood of a sedan, launched himself onto the ambulance bumper, and shot her through the temple at arm's length. Glass and blood burst inward over the dash. Eugene flinched, but did not lose the wheel. The ambulance slammed free, the refuse truck lurched ahead, and for one brief, impossible second the whole intersection opened. "Go!" Duke bellowed. "Everybody go now." They ran the vehicles in tandem toward the bridge, shoving wrecks, clipping curbs, drawing half the square behind them in a tide of ruined hands. Halfway to the bridge, the street narrowed between a burned pharmacy and a bank with its windows punched out. That bottleneck should have killed them. The dead poured in from both sidewalks. One latched onto Omar's injured arm and went down only after Laverne put the nailer through its eye. Another broke the ambulance rear glass and reached for Eugene over the seat. Duke, running between the 2 vehicles with the hammer slick in his fist, felt the world reduced to a furious bright tunnel. He was laughing now. He could hear himself and did not care. "Come on then," he roared at the street, at the dead, at God, at grief, at every cheap hard thing life had ever set before him. "I'll fight anyone 4 years and up." The words bounced off brick and smoke and broken storefronts. Laverne looked at him once with outright disbelief. Eugene, even in terror, barked a breathless laugh. And somehow the ridiculousness of it cut through their panic just enough to keep them moving. Sometimes survival needed courage. Sometimes it only needed a sentence stupid enough to stand upright under pressure. Chapter 11. 4 years and up. The West Bridge out of Ashkel had been a steel truss over the Washita tributary for almost 70 years, and in that moment it looked ancient, narrow, and entirely too small for the amount of world trying to force itself across. Cars clogged both lanes. Some had been abandoned. Some still held bodies. A city bus sat skewed against the rail halfway out, rear axle twisted, turning the center span into a choke point. On the far side, a handful of living people waved frantically from behind a barricade of county trucks and concrete barriers. Someone had established a checkpoint there, maybe that morning, maybe an hour earlier, because in the new world time curdled quickly. Duke saw rifles, orange construction barrels, and one handmade sign reading "Clean or Die." He admired the honesty, if not the hospitality. Behind them, the tide of infected from downtown kept coming. The bridge, like every human structure worth worrying over, had become a question nobody wanted to answer under exam conditions. Eugene ground the refuse truck to a stop short of the bus wreck. The engine steamed. Laverne looked between the jam ahead and the horde behind and said, "Somebody tell me there's a smart way through this." Duke opened the passenger door before anyone could ask what smart meant. "There is a fast way," he said. He hit the pavement running. Planes of hot pain moved under his ribs from exertion, but anger still had fuel and grief still had nowhere better to go. He climbed the wrecked sedan blocking the left lane, dropped onto the roof of the bus, and started shooting down into the infected packed against its rear corner. Each blast threw bodies sideways into the railing or under tires. Below him, Eugene and Laverne were out of their vehicles, dragging the nearest abandoned compact backward to create a sliver of room. Omar, gray with blood loss but game, crawled under the bus with a tow chain because young men often mistook the presence of motion for immortality. Duke covered them with gunfire until the shotgun clicked empty, then went to the hammer with a joy that would have alarmed a better species. The people behind the far barricade finally understood what was happening and opened fire from their end of the bridge. Bullets cracked overhead, dropping infected in ugly jerks. The dead did not care which direction death came from as long as it left warm meat behind. Duke heard somebody with a bullhorn shout for them to hurry, to identify themselves, to stop bleeding on the clean lane, all the usual stupidities. He ignored it. Eugene managed to wedge the refuse truck against the bus at an angle while Laverne guided Omar back out from under the chassis with the chain clipped to a bent suspension arm. "We can winch it," Eugene yelled. "With what?" Laverne snapped. Duke dropped off the bus roof beside them and pointed at the refuse truck's front PTO winch, half hidden behind the grill. Eugene stared. "I forgot that was there." Duke looked at him. "You forgot the giant cable machine attached to the truck?" Eugene spread his hands helplessly. It has been an eventful morning. Duke might have laughed if 6 more infected had not slammed into the bus behind him. Instead, he met them head-on and bought the others 30 seconds with steel and profanity. The winch screamed as the cable tightened. Metal groaned all across the bridge. The bus shifted an inch, then another. Eugene worked the controls from the refuse truck cab with the kind of desperate focus Duke had come to trust. Laverne and Omar used scavenged tire irons to pry a path between bumpers. Duke fought in the gap like a man trying to hold shut the mouth of hell with hand tools. He took a bite to the shoulder from a teenage corpse in a football jersey, but the dead kid got only denim and blood before Duke split his jaw off with the hammer. He caught a woman by the hair and drove her face against the rail until vertebrae gave. Another grabbed his left wrist, and he answered by breaking its elbow backward, then shooting the thing behind it through the eye with the pistol he had stripped from a corpse 2 blocks back. Everything became motion, recoil, breath, impact. Somewhere in the center of it, he became aware that he was no longer fighting only because he liked fighting. He was fighting because Eugene was on that winch, because Omar was bleeding and still hauling, because Laverne had chosen them on nothing but necessity, and because if all these strangers and almost friends died here, the world would feel emptier than even Duke could bear. The bus broke free with a sound like a building sneezing its foundation loose. It rolled 6 feet, struck the bridge rail, and stopped at an angle that opened a ragged lane just wide enough for 1 vehicle at a time. "Move!" Duke shouted. Eugene did not need telling. He drove the ambulance first because it was lighter and because Omar was in the back now losing too much blood. Laverne rode with him, one hand pressed hard to her nephew's arm. Duke backed toward the refuse truck, firing the last shells from the shotgun into the crowd. The checkpoint survivors on the far side were shouting questions and aiming rifles at everybody equally. Duke got behind the wheel of the refuse truck, stomped the accelerator, and felt the engine answer with a wounded bellow. Infected slapped against both doors as he squeezed through the lane. One clung to the mirror until he clipped the bridge truss and peeled it off. Another came over the hood and clawed at the cracked windshield. Duke steered one-handed long enough to seize the machete Laverne had tossed on the seat and drive it through the glass into the corpse's throat. It hung there twitching as the truck burst out the far side of the bridge into a storm of shouted orders and rifle barrels. The checkpoint almost killed them anyway. Men in fluorescent vests and deputy gear swarmed the road, screaming for inspection, for distancing, for proof of no bites, for some version of order they could still believe in. Duke climbed from the truck with blood down one sleeve and a dead handprint across his chest and watched 3 rifles rise toward him. "You point that at me," he said in a voice calm enough to frighten even himself, "and I will feed you your own badge." The deputy in front, a sunburned man with sergeant stripes and fear shining above his mask, hesitated just long enough for Eugene to lean out of the ambulance and shout, "He's with us. And if you delay us any further, my passenger may bleed to death while your policy manual catches up." Duke would never forget the look that crossed the deputy's face then, the pain of a man realizing bureaucracy had just been outmuscled by gore and grammar together. Duke climbed from the truck with blood down one sleeve and a dead handprint across his chest and watched 3 rifles rise toward him. Laverne kicked the ambulance rear doors open. Omar, half conscious, groaned. The sergeant dropped his rifle muzzle and started yelling for medical supplies. That was all the invitation Duke needed to decide these people were temporarily worth not killing. They spent the night inside a riverside warehouse the checkpoint had turned into a triage post and quarantine pen. Omar received stitches from a veterinary tech who had become a field medic by the simple logic of survival. Laverne sat beside him until he slept, then crossed the room and squeezed Duke's forearm once in silent thanks before finding herself a wall to lean on. Eugene cleaned blood from his glasses with the corner of a blanket and finally let himself shake. Duke found him there after midnight near a stack of grain sacks, staring at his own hands again. Outside, gunfire cracked now and then from the bridge as the checkpoint kept thinning whatever made it across. "You all right?" Duke asked. Eugene laughed softly without humor. "No. I suspect that ship left port somewhere around the storage facility." Duke sat down on an overturned bucket beside him. For a while they listened to warehouse sounds, coughs, murmured pain, the rustle of plastic sheeting, generators muttering outside. Then Eugene said, "When you yelled that thing on the street, I thought for one second you had finally lost your mind." Duke leaned his head back against the wall. "For 1 second?" Eugene smiled tiredly. "Fair point. But it helped. It made the fear seem smaller because it sounded so absurdly like you." Duke considered that. Grandma used to say a man's got to bring something of himself to every fight besides his fists. Guess I brought poor branding. Eugene actually laughed then, a Rayal laugh, brief but clean. It did both of them good. Near dawn they walked out to the loading dock overlooking the river. Fog sat low over the water, turning the far bank into rumor. The bridge behind them was streaked with blood and littered with the machinery of yesterday's panic. Ashkel still smoked in the distance. Somewhere downriver a barge horn sounded, long and lonely, as if the world had not yet received all its notices. Eugene stood with his arms folded against the chill. "What now?" he asked. Duke thought of Miller Road, of Nadine's kitchen, of the toy truck wrapped in a rag under the seat of the refuse hauler, of the way the dead kept coming no matter how many you knocked down. Then he thought of Eugene in the storage lot, all terror in useful hands, and of how the road had already changed shape because there was another set of boot prints beside his. "Now," he said, "we keep moving until the world offers us something worth stopping for. Food, fuel, fewer idiots. One of those ought to exist somewhere." Eugene nodded as if that was enough of a plan for men like them. Maybe it was. Maybe plans were overrated and motion was the only religion left. By the time the sun came up, they had traded the dying refuse truck for an old county utility pickup with intact shocks, a full tool cabinet, and enough diesel vouchers in the glove box to be funny. Laverne chose to stay with Omar at the checkpoint until he could travel. She pressed a folded county map into Eugene's hand and told Duke that if he got her nephew killed later, she would come back from the grave specifically to make his life educational. Duke said that seemed fair. Then he and Eugene drove west with the river at their backs and the ruined town shrinking in the mirror. The road ahead was open for almost a whole mile, which felt luxurious. Eugene fell asleep against the passenger window somewhere around the state line sign, revolver in his lap and mouth slightly open, looking less like a coward than a man whose courage had finally exhausted itself honestly. Duke drove with one hand on the wheel and the other resting near the hammer. The world was gone crooked, full of dead things and hard miles and more trouble than any sane man could ask for. Yet as the morning widened across the fields, he felt the smallest, ugliest kind of certainty settle in his chest. There would be worse days. There would be bloodier towns. But for now he had a truck, a road, and a problem beside him he had chosen not to abandon. In the end, that was almost close enough to purpose to keep driving toward. Chapter 12. The Road West. They made 38 miles before the checkpoint fumes wore off, and simple exhaustion forced them off the highway. The road west had thinned to 2 cracked lanes lined with pawn shops, propane lots, and low-slung businesses built with the confidence that traffic would always exist. Duke turned into the yard of a shuttered farm supply store with a faded mural of prize hogs on the cinderblock wall and parked the county pickup beside a stack of seed pallets wrapped in torn plastic. The place had been hit already. The front glass was gone, shopping carts lay tipped in the weeds, and a hand-painted sign on plywood over the entrance read, "Closed by the will of God," in letters so uneven Duke distrusted both the theology and the carpentry. Still, there was a steel roll-up bay door on the side and a roof that did not appear to leak. In the new world that counted as luxury, Eugene woke with a start when the engine died, hand flying toward the revolver before memory caught up. He blinked at the farm store and then at Duke. "Did I fall asleep?" he asked. Duke killed the lights, hard enough to snore disrespectfully. Eugene rubbed his face. "I do not snore. You did today." Inside, the store smelled of fertilizer, rubber boots, spilled grain, and the sweet, dusty rot of feed gone damp. Duke swept the aisles first while Eugene checked the office and locked the side door behind them. A pair of infected had been trapped in the back room by a fallen shelf and had worn themselves stupider trying to claw through drywall. Duke put them down without ceremony. Afterward, they claimed the manager's office because it had no windows and a couch ugly enough to survive civilization. Eugene dug through cabinets for anything medical, found antiseptic and gauze, and gave Duke a pointed look at the bite torn through his jacket shoulder. "Take the shirt off," he said. Duke stared. "You buying me dinner first?" Eugene sighed. "I am trying to determine whether you were actually bitten or just introduced to teeth through fabric." Duke peeled off the denim work shirt with a hiss. The skin beneath showed a crescent of bruised pressure and 2 shallow grazes, bloody but not punctured deep. Eugene examined it with the clinical detachment of a man who had spent years troubleshooting servers and had now transferred the habit to flesh. "Lucky," he murmured. "I am offensively lucky," Duke said. Eugene glanced up. "No. Gary will be offensively lucky when we meet him someday." This was just friction and stubbornness. Duke let him clean the wound because the sting gave him something uncomplicated to hate. Eugene worked gently, which somehow made it worse. Men like Duke could accept pain easier than tenderness. Tenderness implied witness. It implied somebody had noticed where he had torn and decided it mattered. "You don't have to hover," he muttered. Eugene tied off the bandage and sat back on his heels. "I am not hovering," he said. "I am preventing infection. There is a major difference in motive." Duke grunted. Through the office window, they could see strips of evening light slanting across the ruined store floor, turning dust into gold fog above the seed bags. The quiet there felt earned. Not safe, exactly. Safety had become too large a lie to fit inside any one room. But earned. Eugene capped the antiseptic and said, after a moment, "You know, most people I used to know would have left me on that car roof." Duke pulled the shirt back on with careful irritation. "Most people you knew were probably useless. That is not inaccurate, Eugene admitted. Still, you did not leave. Duke stared out at the aisles. My grandma had this rule. If you were strong enough to help and mean enough not to, then whatever happened after belonged partly to you. I spent a lot of years arguing with that because it was inconvenient to my personality. Eugene smiled faintly. And now I'm too tired to argue as much. They scavenged dinner from the store inventory and the pickup cab. Canned soup, saltines, a jar of pickled okra, and 2 root beers that had gone warm but not flat. Eugene found a camp stove in the outdoor section and coaxed it to life, while Duke dragged dog food sacks against the front windows to cut silhouettes. The routine of small work settled them. It was one of the few mercies left. People could remain human longer if the day still required practical nonsense: boiling soup, sorting batteries, checking hinges, counting shells. When they ate, sitting on overturned buckets in the sporting goods aisle, the conversation wandered in ways it had not before. Eugene talked about Tulsa and the sister he had not called enough, because every call became a referendum on whether he was wasting his life. Duke said families liked referendums because they confused love with management. Eugene laughed and then told him about the near marriage in the photograph from Halverson. Her name had been Melissa. She liked his steadiness, he said, until steadiness turned out to be quieter and less profitable than charisma. Duke listened without mocking, mostly because heartbreak bored him only when it was still fresh enough to brag about. Old heartbreak had some meat on it. She left, he asked. Eugene turned the spoon in his soup. Sort of. She kept waiting for me to become a man who entered rooms more loudly. I kept waiting for that to seem necessary. Eventually, she found someone who sold software and paddle boards with the same smile. Duke nodded. That'll do it. Eugene squinted. That is your wisdom. That is my summary. Night came down full and heavy. They heard distant shots twice, then a chorus of barking dogs somewhere beyond the highway that ended too suddenly for either man's liking. Duke checked the doors one more time, killed the lantern, and settled on a pallet of seed sacks with the hammer beside him. Eugene took the couch in the office but did not lie down. There is something I have been trying not to ask, he said into the dark. Duke closed one eye against a headache building behind it. That sentence is already annoying. Eugene ignored him. What happens if this never stops? Not the outbreak itself. What happens if there is no correction, no government with a better plan, no cavalry, no phase where people become decent because the circumstances demand it? What do you do with a life when the structure around it is just gone? The question hung there longer than Duke liked. He could hear the hum of insects outside, the tiny pop of cooling metal in the pickup engine, the roughness of Eugene's breathing as he waited. Finally, Duke said, You build smaller. Maybe that's all anybody ever really did. You get walls, food, water, a few people worth the trouble. Then you stand there and hit whatever comes for it. Eugene was quiet. Then he asked, Is that enough? Duke looked into the dark where the office doorway cut a deeper black. It has to be, he said. Because fancy answers got eaten first. Sometime after midnight, trouble found them in a way so ordinary it almost felt rude. A pickup rolled into the yard with its lights off and its engine knocking badly. Duke heard it, nudged Eugene awake, and both men froze in the dark office while doors opened outside. Voices, low and male. 2, maybe 3. Not the dead. The dead did not argue about flashlights. Duke moved to the side of the office window and saw shapes sliding along the storefront. One man carried a crowbar. Another had a revolver tucked in the back of his jeans. Looters, Eugene whispered. Duke shook his head. That word makes it sound like a hobby. These are just men. The storefront door rattled once against the dog food barricade. A third voice from outside said, Somebody's in there. I seen the truck. Duke motioned Eugene toward the rear hall. You stay behind me unless I tell you different. Eugene, to his credit, picked up the hatchet instead of the pistol. The front glass finally gave under a series of hard impacts. Boots crunched in the scattered safety glass. Then a flashlight beam knifed down the main aisle, throwing fence posts and seed bags into bars of white and shadow. Duke stepped into the aisle at the exact moment the light crossed him. Store's closed, he said. The first man, broad in a denim vest, startled badly enough to bring the crowbar up like a club. Duke shot him center chest before the weapon reached shoulder height. The blast deafened the room. The second man fired blindly toward the sound and shattered a rack of garden hose. Eugene came around the office wall and buried the hatchet in that man's forearm. He screamed, dropped the revolver, and Duke slammed him to the floor with a boot in the sternum. The third intruder ran for the bay door. Duke let him reach it. Then he said, very clearly, "If you get outside alive, bring back 10 more, and I'll still be here." The man hesitated. That was all the opening Eugene needed to lift the fallen revolver and put a round through the exit sign over the bay instead of the runner himself. Plastic and sparks rained down. The runner bolted into the yard empty-handed and did not look back. Duke stared at Eugene. Eugene lowered the gun and winced. "I was aiming near him," he said. "I gathered that." It did appear dramatic, though. Duke looked at the dead man, the screaming one on the floor, the smoke coiling under the fluorescent fixtures, and then back at Eugene. "You're either learning or getting strange," he said. Eugene's face went gray. "I suspect both." They bound the wounded intruder with baling twine and sat him against a pallet of mineral tubs until he stopped cursing and started bargaining. His name was Travis. He had a wife at a motel east of town, a 6-year-old daughter with asthma, and exactly the kind of hard-luck biography men discovered only after losing a fight. Duke listened with his arms folded while Eugene checked the man's bleeding arm and grudgingly tightened the bandage. "You going to kill me?" Travis asked eventually, eyes darting between them. Duke considered him. Before the end of the world, maybe he would have broken the man's jaw for trying the doors and called that justice enough. Now the stakes moved differently. "No," he said. "You're going to take your truck and leave. If I see you again, I'll know you mistook mercy for confusion." Travis swallowed. "I got a little girl." Duke's expression did not change. "Then go be better at it than you were tonight." When the man stumbled back to the yard an hour later, clutching his wrapped arm, Eugene watched him disappear and said, "That was kinder than I expected." Duke leaned against a pallet jack. "Don't mistake it for kindness. I just don't like cleaning more blood than necessary." Eugene gave him a look. "You are the most emotionally dishonest man I have ever met. And you've met software salesmen." "Exactly my point." Sleep after that came in scraps. Near dawn, Duke woke to find Eugene sitting cross-legged on the office floor with Nadine's revolver disassembled across a towel, cleaning it the way he had cleaned server parts in some past life that now seemed impossible. There was care in the motion, and something like reverence, though Eugene would probably deny it. "You are polishing my dead grandmother's handgun at sunrise," Duke said. Eugene did not look up. "I am maintaining a critical system. Also, your dead grandmother had excellent taste in sidearms." Duke leaned in the doorway a while, arms folded over his chest. Pale light entered the store through holes in the plywood, striping Eugene's hair and the towel on the floor. "You don't have to keep riding with me," Duke said finally. The words came out rougher than intended. Eugene's hands paused. "I know," he answered. "I am doing it anyway." Duke frowned. "Why?" Eugene put the revolver back together piece by piece and then set it gently on the towel. "Because the world ended and most of what I thought mattered was theater. Because you are infuriating and violent and your interpersonal skills are a hate crime. But when things go bad, you move toward them instead of away. Because somewhere between the storage lot and the bridge, I became less interested in surviving alone than in not becoming the sort of person who mistakes isolation for strength." He looked up then, glasses crooked, eyes tired but steady. "Also because you need somebody around who understands wiring diagrams." Duke stared for a beat and then gave a small, helpless snort. That last part almost ruined the speech. Eugene smiled. "I was worried the first part was too vulnerable." They left the farm store under a pale blue morning with pockets of fog clinging low in the ditches. Duke let Eugene drive for the first hour, partly because Eugene had earned it and partly because his own shoulder ached like an insult each time he turned the wheel. Fields unrolled on either side, green and gold and stubbornly beautiful in a country that kept trying to die badly. As the sun rose, Duke reached into the glove compartment for the county map Laverne had given them. Folded inside it, he found a church bulletin somebody had stuffed there months before. On the back, in pen, a child had copied a verse in big, uncertain letters. "Hold fast what is good." Duke looked at the line a long time without saying anything. Then he folded the bulletin smaller and tucked it into his wallet behind Nadine's old grocery list. Eugene glanced over from the driver's seat. "Everything all right?" he asked. Duke settled back against the seat, and watched the road open ahead. "No," he said, "but some of it might be useful." Eugene accepted that with a nod, which was one of the reasons Duke had not yet thrown him out of a moving vehicle. They kept going west, deeper into the ruined country, two men stitched together by bad timing, practical skill, and the beginning of an ugly loyalty that neither one of them would have named aloud. The world ahead was worse than either knew. For the first time since Nadine died, Duke did not meet that fact alone. The Gospel according to Duke. Book 2. No Meat, No Peace. Chapter 1. Bone Hunger. The road west unspooled under a hard white sky, all of it cracked asphalt and roadside weeds, and the lingering impression that the country had been emptied in a hurry and would resent being filled again. Eugene drove with both hands on the wheel, his shoulders high and careful the way they always were when he had not yet decided whether a stretch of quiet meant peace or an ambush still gathering itself. Duke sat in the passenger seat with Nadine's revolver tucked under his thigh, the shotgun between his knees, and an appetite that had gone from ordinary hunger to something meaner over the last few days. It was not just that canned soup and saltines had become the reliable center of a person's diet. It was that every gas station they passed still carried the ghost of what used to be there. He could look at a faded poster of a bacon cheeseburger on the window of a shuttered convenience store and feel his temper begin to climb like he had been personally insulted by the entire meatless future. Around noon, Eugene found a station whose pumps had not been torn apart yet and pulled into the lot to siphon what they could. The canopy rattled in the wind. A row of plastic planters had dried into brittle knots of dirt. On the glass door, someone had written, "We left for Pine Bluff" in blue paint. Then later somebody else had dragged a hand through the word "left," so it looked like the building itself was trying to refuse the idea of departure. Duke went inside first and cleared the store with the steady, practiced violence that had become his version of checking a room. Two infected moved in the back aisle where the chips used to be. He put one down with the hammer and the other with the heel of his boot and the butt of the shotgun, then stood over both a moment, listening. The refrigeration cases had all gone warm. Milk had burst and soured. Lunch meat had liquefied into obscene colors beneath split plastic. He stared at it with a disgust that was almost personal. Eugene came in carrying a hose over one shoulder and took one breath before recoiling. That smell should qualify as a war crime. Duke stood in front of the ruined deli cooler. "That right there," he said, pointing with the shotgun barrel, "is what hell looks like if hell got fluorescent lighting." Eugene peered around him. "I am choosing not to ask why spoiled turkey has made you philosophical. It ain't the turkey. No, I understand that. It is apparently every cow, pig, and chicken represented by this cooler in the abstract." Duke gave him a sharp look. "You think this is funny because your taste buds came out of the factory already disappointed. My taste buds are fine. You drink instant coffee on purpose. That is a separate moral conversation." Duke opened the freezer case on instinct despite the power clearly being dead. Inside were thawed pizzas gone soft in their boxes, 3 bags of French fries, and 6 plastic tubs of ice cream collapsing into sweet dairy soup. No meat. No anything worth the trouble. He shut the lid a little harder than necessary. Something in him had begun to keep score. He did not only miss hot food or better food. He missed a category of living that belonged to a world where a grill could mean a Saturday and not a tactical problem. He missed the old, stupid confidence of a place where hunger could be fixed with smoke, pepper, and a little patience. The radio in the truck still worked when the engine ran, though it spent more time coughing static than delivering news. While Eugene siphoned diesel and muttered with almost religious gratitude at the gauge creeping upward, Duke climbed into the bed and checked their supplies. Beans, canned peaches, crackers, powdered drink mix. One precious box of oatmeal Nadine would have called wallpaper paste and then eaten anyway if winter got bad enough. When Eugene turned the key to test the electricals again, a voice emerged from the dash through a storm of crackle. State Veterinary Board confirms secondary transmission among livestock in 3 additional counties. Residents are instructed not to consume fresh meat unless sourced from sealed federal quarantine stocks. Repeat, do not attempt home slaughter, field dressing, or contact with symptomatic animals. Symptoms include dash. Eugene turned the volume up. Fever, disorientation, aggression, milky eyes, severe tissue necrosis, and failure to respond to pain. Deer populations are now considered suspect vectors. Poultry advisories remain unchanged. Officials remind citizens that panic slaughter will worsen the dash. The signal dissolved into static again. For a few seconds, neither man spoke. The wind pressed trash across the lot in dry scraping sounds. Somewhere beyond the tree line, something cawed with the raw, rusty voice of a bird that had survived too much already. Duke said, "That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my whole life." Eugene kept his eyes on the windshield. "I do not know which part you mean, and that is a problem. The animal part. All of it. The cows were innocent. That is your takeaway. They were just standing around doing cow business. I have no idea what cow business means. It means eating grass and making honest food. It means not trying to bite me after death." Eugene rubbed a hand over his mouth like he was trying not to laugh and knew that laughing would get him hit. "Duke, I need you to hear this before it becomes a personality. If the infection has jumped species, that changes the entire food chain. Ranches become outbreak sites. Processors become outbreak sites. Hunting becomes Russian roulette with antlers. This is not just about your inability to imagine a world without brisket." Duke turned in the seat and stared at him. A world without brisket deserves what it gets. Eugene let the statement hang there because he was smart enough to know when a joke had roots under it. Duke watched the empty road beyond the pumps and felt something old and ugly shift inside him. His grandmother had not been a tender woman in any theatrical sense, but she had believed fiercely in feeding people. A person could tell you what kind of home they came from by how they treated a plate set in front of them. Soup when you were sick, biscuits when you were ashamed, meat when the weather turned cold and work had made your hands ache. Food had never only been fuel in Nadine's house. It had been authority, forgiveness, and the closest thing to prayer either of them performed. The thought of the world spoiling that, too, landed in him harder than he wanted to admit. They left the station after filling every can they had and took the county road north where the map showed a hunting supply warehouse near the river. Eugene's argument, delivered with the dry patience of a man who had once done tech support for dental offices, was that even if fresh meat had become a biological insult, there might still be jerky, shelf-stable rations, or at least useful gear. Duke's argument was that every warehouse in America probably deserved to be searched on principle if any of them might still contain something that tasted like an animal. By the time the road narrowed between pine stands and low, wet ground, both men had talked themselves into believing this was strategy. What they found instead was a deer tangled in a barbed wire fence 50 yards from the loading dock, still moving when it should have been dead for hours. Its hide had sloughed away along one flank. One eye hung cloudy and wrong. When it jerked its head at the sound of the truck, the motion came with the same ruined urgency Duke had come to hate in infected people. It threw itself against the wire hard enough to open new ribbons in its neck, and then kept coming, hooves churning mud, antlers snagging, jaws working with that dry clacking greed the dead all seemed to share. Eugene braked so hard the toolbox slid behind the seat. "No," he said quietly. "Absolutely not." The deer wrenched free of the fence in a spray of broken staples and blood-black mud. Duke had the shotgun out and the door opened before the truck fully stopped. The animal hit the front quarter panel with enough force to dent metal. He fired once through its shoulder and once through the neck. Either shot would have put down a healthy creature. This one stumbled, thrashed, and came again with half its throat open. Duke stepped aside at the last instant and brought the hammer down above the eye so hard he felt the crack travel into his wrist. The deer folded at his boots. Its legs kicked twice. Then it went still in the ordinary way all living things ought to. He stood over it, breathing hard. Eugene came around the hood slowly, face gone a little green. "That is not fair," Eugene said. Duke kept looking at the animal. "No," he answered. "It surely ain't. They searched the warehouse anyway." Inside were split boxes, looted shelves, and a break room with a coffee maker full of something that had once had ambition. They found 2 cases of sports drink, 1 crate of water purification tablets, and a pallet of venison jerky already slid open by somebody who had gotten there first and taken every last bag. Duke stared at the empty pallet like he might interrogate it until it confessed where the jerky had gone. On the office wall hung a mounted base and a calendar turned forever to May, all bright lakes and easier weather. Under it, Somebody had tacked a handwritten note. Check the diner on 64. Old walk-in freezer, still cold last week. Eugene read the note aloud and then looked up. This is probably stale information. Duke was already heading for the door. That is still the most hopeful sentence I have heard in 2 months. By the time they reached the truck again, the sky had gone the color of tin. Rain threatened in the west. Eugene climbed in behind the wheel and glanced once more at the dead deer beside the road. You understand, he said carefully, that if we do find meat in this miraculous diner, we still have to verify it has not been compromised. Duke settled into the passenger seat, slammed the door, and wiped deer blood from his knuckles onto his jeans. You can verify all you want while I start the fire. Eugene sighed with the resignation of a man discovering that friendship could happen to him in the form of a blunt force instrument. The truck rolled back onto the road with the river on one side, storm clouds on the other, and the first real shape of Duke's next obsession rising ahead of them. It was not noble. It was not sensible. It was not even, if a person insisted on being fancy, proportional to the crisis at hand. But hunger had a way of attaching itself to memory, and memory had teeth. By the time the first rain hit the windshield, Duke had already decided he was not dying in a world that expected him to eat beans forever. Chapter 2. The Last Honest Meal. The diner sat outside a town called Bell Crossing, half hidden behind overgrown crepe myrtles and a sign whose red plastic letters had lost 3 vowels to weather and neglect. In better years, it had probably been the kind of place where waitresses knew which men needed another cup of coffee before they admitted it, and where the pie case carried more authority than the mayor. Now the parking lot held 2 abandoned sedans, a sheriff's cruiser with both front doors standing open, and a smell of wet grease trapped in brick. Rain tapped the truck roof as Eugene killed the engine. This feels like a trap built by nostalgia, he said. Duke was already out of the cab. Then we spring it. The front windows were filmed over with rain and old smoke, but the inside still looked mostly intact. Vinyl booths, counter stools, a chalkboard menu advertising smothered pork chops on Thursdays. A rack of little cream pitchers lined up upside down behind the register, as if the place had closed one normal night and expected to open the next morning. Duke crossed the room slowly, each step loud in the hush. The ordinary details got to him in ways violence never did. A coffee cup with lipstick on the rim. A child's placemat folded in half with a maze half completed in blue crayon. A row of ketchup bottles clouded with dried sugar. He had spent his life making fun of places like this for being soft, too churchy, too full of old people and opinions about gravy. Now he would have fought a small war for one warm plate set down by a woman who called him honey while disapproving of his posture. The kitchen door swung inward on its own weight. Behind it, the stainless counters were clean enough to suggest whoever had left last had done so in fear, but not without dignity. Pots still hung over the line. The fryers were empty. The walk-in freezer stood at the back, its industrial latch rimed with a miracle of surviving frost. Duke touched the handle and looked at Eugene. Well, Eugene said, that is either excellent news or one final practical joke from God. When Duke opened the freezer door, cold rolled out over both of them with the almost erotic seriousness of salvation. The unit still hummed on backup power fed by a bank of batteries and a propane generator in the alley. Inside, hanging sides of beef had once occupied the rails. Most were gone now. So were most of the boxes stacked on the floor. But not all. In the metal half-light, they found vacuum-sealed pork loins, cases of burger patties hard as bricks, sacks of sausage links, and a restaurant carton of ribeyes wrapped in white butcher paper and marked prime in red grease pencil. Duke stood there very still. Eugene, who had expected a yell or a speech or perhaps tears that would later be denied under oath, merely watched him. I would like the record to show that we should still inspect every package for breaches. Duke turned slowly. Eugene, yes. I need you to understand that if you ruin this for me, I will haunt you while still alive. I'm not trying to ruin it. I am trying to prevent our deaths by contaminated outre. The first laugh Duke had managed in days came out rough and low. It startled both of them. He stepped into the freezer and picked up one of the ribeye packets with the reverence most men reserved for religious relics. The meat was red and marbled and whole. It looked like an argument against despair. It looked like a promise somebody had forgotten to break. They spent an hour hauling what they could into coolers and determining what had to be left. Eugene checked seals, temperatures, and battery life with the dogged precision of a nervous saint. Duke found the generator out back and fed it the last of the propane from a spare tank so the freezer might keep running a little longer for whoever came after. He did not tell Eugene why he did that. Eugene did not ask. There was decency left in the world, but it usually had to wear practical clothes to get Duke to recognize it. The trouble began when a woman in a yellow raincoat walked in through the back alley carrying a .22 rifle and an expression that suggested she had already buried too much to be impressed by strangers stealing from her freezer. She was maybe 60, though hardship had rubbed the easy guesswork off age. Her hair was braided close to her head. Mud streaked the hem of her coat. She took in the open walk-in, the stacked coolers, Duke's hammer, Eugene's alarmed posture, and said, "I reckon we can do this loud or useful." Duke did not raise the shotgun. "Your place?" "My sister's," she answered. "Mine by inheritance and irritation." Eugene stepped slightly sideways the way he did when trying to become less available as a target. "We can explain. Most men who say that cannot." She looked back at Duke. "You the one that topped off my propane instead of draining it." He shrugged. Generator was dying. That would be why it stopped making the sad sound. She lowered the rifle an inch. "Not much. Name's Vera Colquitt." Duke told her his and Eugene's names because there was no point inventing anything for a woman like that. Vera listened without visible interest, then walked straight past them into the freezer and began checking boxes with the quick hands of somebody who had once run this kitchen and maybe several other things besides. "Take 3 of the ribeyes," she said. "Take the sausage too if your cooler seals are decent. Leave the rest. I got 6 people at the church annex living on canned peaches and self-pity, and if I come back tomorrow to find you emptied me clean, I will follow your tire tracks and discuss the matter in an unfriendly way." Duke leaned against the doorframe. "You trust us a lot for 2 armed strangers." Vera snorted. "I trust appetite." Easier thing to predict than character. They cooked that night in the diner kitchen while rain hammered the roof and turned the parking lot into black water and reflected neon. Vera kept the rifle within arm's reach and bossed both men with the authority of an aunt too tired to explain herself twice. Eugene fixed a loose wire on the generator, then a short in the emergency lights, then the thermostat on the pie case even though nobody had asked. Duke scrubbed a flat top that had already been cleaned because he needed something physical to do while the steaks thawed. The smell when fat first hit hot steel nearly undid him. Pepper, smoke, beef and salt rising together. Vera seared onions in another pan and handed him a spatula with a look that suggested she was granting a temporary license rather than sharing labor. "You know how not to ruin one?" she asked. "I know how to respect one." That answer was arrogant, but acceptable. They ate at the counter under buzzing lights while rain drummed time all around them. Duke cut into his steak and had to stop after the first bite because memory came in harder than expected. Backyard summers. Nadine at the grill in old jeans and a church apron she claimed was already ruined enough to deserve more smoke. The heat of coals against his shins while she slapped his hand away from a platter because resting meat mattered and patience was part of being fed right. He sat there chewing with his eyes lowered and listened to Vera tell Eugene the inventory of the annex, and Eugene tell Vera how to rotate the generator load so her batteries might last another month. Every now and then Vera shot Duke a look that was not quite sympathy and not quite suspicion. It felt close enough to family to hurt. After a while she asked, "Who taught you to make that face over a steak?" Duke swallowed. "My grandma. She dead before or after all this?" "After, but not because of it." Vera nodded like she understood the particular insult of that. Some losses feel ruder than others. He looked at her then. There was no softness in the woman, but there was room. That was different. He told her about Nadine in the sparse practical way he could manage, and Vera met him there without trying to turn the conversation therapeutic. She asked what Nadine had planted each spring, whether she canned tomatoes, whether she believed in salting the grits water before boiling. Real questions. Ground-level questions. Questions that kept grief from getting up on a stage and calling itself wisdom. Eugene listened and contributed where he could, which turned out to be mainly on the subject of freezer maintenance and why grandmothers understood systems better than most engineers. By the time the plate sat empty between them, the diner no longer felt like a tomb with a menu board. It felt like one of those tiny republics built out of weather, necessity, and decent company. The dead ruined it around midnight. It started with the back screen door banging against the alley wall. Then a wet, frantic lowing rolled through the rain, too deep to be human and too wrong to belong to any living thing. Vera was on her feet first, rifle in hand. Duke reached the rear window and looked out into the alley just as a steer stumbled under the security light. Its belly had been opened somewhere along the way and half-stitched itself back together in a rope of blackened tissue. One horn was broken. Mud and blood sheeted its face. Behind it came two more shapes moving with the same pitiless drive. Eugene said, in a very small voice, "Those are cows." "Those are problems," Duke answered. The first infected steer hit the alley gate hard enough to rip a hinge loose. The second followed. By the time Duke got the back door open, they had already forced themselves through and were shouldering toward the generator cage, drawn by heat, sound, or the general human curse of machinery existing where monsters could reach it. Duke fired once, and the buckshot tore a crater into a flank that should have dropped any sensible beast. Instead, the steer swung its head, found him, and charged. He got clear only because Vera yanked the kitchen door wider at exactly the right second, and he fell backward into tile, while 600 pounds of dead rage slammed into the fryer station. Metal screamed. Oil popped. Eugene shouted something unprintable from the line. Duke rolled, came up on one knee, and buried the hammer between the animal's eyes twice before its legs went bad under it. The second steer came through the blown-out service opening above the sink, bringing rain and glass. Vera shot it through the socket. It kept moving. Eugene, cornered against the pie case, grabbed a metal tray rack and drove it into the beast's face like a medieval pike. Duke closed the distance and finished it with the shotgun barrel braced under the jaw. The third one never made it inside. It became entangled in the fallen alley gate and bellowed its dead, impossible bellow while rain streamed off its hide. Vera walked out into the storm and put 3 careful rounds through its skull. The sound of each shot landed flat under the weather. When she came back in, soaked yellow coat and all, she set the rifle on the counter and said, "Well, that seems like new." Nobody argued. They cleaned in silence because mess is easier than fear when both are available. By dawn, the generator still worked, though only because Eugene rebuilt a fuel line with tubing from a milkshake machine and language that would have embarrassed a sailor. Vera packed them a sack of biscuits, onions, and wrapped steaks before they left. At the truck, she caught Duke by the sleeve and said, "Church Annex is east. Your road is west. If you hear folks say the same thing I heard yesterday, pay attention." "What thing?" "There's a cattle operation north of Gannett where they claim the herd stayed clean because the owner shot anything that looked wrong before the government could interfere. Most rumors are born weak and die deserved. This one has lasted 3 days. That makes it stubborn enough to check." Duke looked at the parcel of steaks in his hand, then at the road west shining wet beneath a clearing sky. "You telling me there might still be good beef out there?" Vera's mouth twitched. "I am telling you that men have started killing each other over less hopeful sentences." He almost said something sincere and ruined it by not trusting himself. In the end, he settled for, "You keep that freezer running." She nodded once. "You keep not dying stupid." They drove away through the steaming morning with the cab full of cooked meat, onion, and rain-damp cloth. Duke ate half a biscuit standing still in the moving truck because patience had limits and grief had strange new companions. Outside, the country rolled on toward whatever it meant to become next. Inside, for the first time since the world cracked open, the future smelled almost tolerable. Chapter 3. Market Day at the Fairgrounds. Bell Crossing gave way to wider country, then to low fields and forgotten subdivisions where children's swing sets leaned under vines and the mailboxes had begun to gape like missing teeth. The rumor Vera had given them followed Duke through all of it with the authority of a hymn stuck in a man's head against his will. A clean herd. A ranch untouched. Honest beef living somewhere north of Gannett under the protection of a gun-happy owner and whatever rude mercy the world still occasionally offered. Eugene tried twice to make a case for caution, once on epidemiological grounds, and once on the general principle that rumor and starvation were cousins who often borrowed each other's clothes. Duke listened with the expression of a man pretending to hear weather. By late afternoon, they reached the county fairgrounds outside Gannett and found the place half transformed into a barter camp. The old white fencing still ringed the livestock pens. Pennant flags hung shredded over the midway. Beneath the exhibition hall awnings, survivors had built a temporary economy out of folding tables, tarps, generator noise, and that peculiar forced politeness people adopt when they all know violence is one bad sentence away. A hand-painted sign by the gate read, "No fresh meat trading. Quarantine order." Another underneath it, clearly added later by a different hand, read, "If I see tofu one more time, I will become criminal." Duke respected the second sign more. They rolled in slow with the utility pickup, looking just official enough to discourage immediate theft and just ragged enough to fit. A man with a volunteer badge and a baseball bat waved them toward a patch of gravel near the horse barns. He wore surgical gloves that had gone gray at the fingertips and had the haunted face of somebody who had been put in charge of too many things he did not understand. "No trouble," he said before they had even cut the engine. "No butchering, no open cooking fires after sundown. And if either of you have any recent bites, fevers, seizures, or ideations involving biting others, report to the first aid shed." Duke leaned out the window. "I got ideations involving several things. None of them are contagious." The volunteer blinked. Eugene said quickly, "We are merely passing through for supplies and information." "Good," the man answered, which in this new world clearly meant please go bother somebody else. "Market closes at dusk. Guard whistle means take cover. There have been incidents with deer coming in through the south fence." Duke got out and stretched. The air smelled like dust, diesel, and too many people pretending not to be hungry. Around them moved the new cast of American Survival. Church ladies trading canned pears for batteries, teenage boys carrying water like they had been born into it, a barber giving haircuts under a livestock pavilion because dignity kept trying to survive in ridiculous ways, and men with old police belts still cinched over civilian clothes because authority also refused to die even when it no longer remembered why it was alive. The fairgrounds hit Duke wrong. He had come to county fairs as a kid because Nadine believed children should occasionally be allowed to witness pie contests and bad livestock judgment. She had always insisted the fair told the truth about a place, not the Chamber of Commerce truth, the useful truth. Which families still raised decent stock, which boys had enough patience to stand a steer, which girls could win ribbons without getting a swollen head about it, which churches baked out of pride, and which baked out of actual charity. Looking now at the empty show ring and the quarantine notices nailed over the barn doors, he felt the absence with an almost architectural clarity. It was not just that people were scared. It was that entire systems of ordinary respect had been stripped for parts. They spent an hour trading for what they could. Eugene acquired fuses, radio batteries, a topographic map, and 3 cans of industrial lubricant from a former hardware store manager who wanted diesel vouchers in return. Duke bought salt, black pepper, and a heavy cast-iron skillet from a woman in overalls who said she had no use for cookware since all she did now was boil beans in one pot, and hate the pot for reminding her. When Duke asked, as casually as a man could while very much not being casual, whether anyone had heard about a clean herd north of town, conversations tightened in a way he had come to recognize. Eyes slid away. Mouths made cautious lines. Hope, he was learning, had become both currency and contraband. Eventually, they got the rumor from a butcher named Harmon who had converted his smoked meat trailer into a spice stall because the irony was less painful than hunger. Harmon was barrel-chested, white-haired, and wore an apron that still read Hog Wild Barbecue despite the fact that its owner had not cooked hog in weeks. There was a man called Sutter ran Black Creek Ranch up in the hills, Harmon said, measuring paprika into a paper fold with movements so practiced they looked like prayer. Old cuss. Mean enough to shoot tax men before the world gave permission. Folks say he burned half his north pasture after the first calf turned wrong, and then put down 40 head with his own rifle rather than let state boys seize the rest. Did it work? Duke asked. Harmon pursed his mouth. Depends who's lying. One story says he kept a pocket herd alive and hidden. Another says he lost the lot, and people keep repeating the clean cattle version because a lie tastes better if you put butter on it. You boys heading that way, you watch the road. Plenty of hard men up there who think rumor alone is worth killing for. Eugene glanced at Duke. That was my position, only less colorful. Harmon pointed the paprika scoop at him. Colorful is how old men get hurt. They might have left it there if the whistle had not blown. Every head in the fairgrounds lifted at once. One long blast from the south fence, then two short. The sound rolled over the midway with the ugly authority of practiced fear. The volunteer by the gate began shouting for people to get inside the exhibition hall. Someone overturned a folding table. A woman screamed for her son. Duke looked south just in time to see a buck clear the torn fence in a single terrible leap. Hide slashed open. Antlers hung with strips of orange plastic from whatever barricade it had already broken. Two more deer came behind it. Then a fourth that had once been a doe and now moved with one front leg hanging uselessly by tendon. The camp came apart in all the usual human ways. Some people ran immediately and well. Some froze because disbelief was still trying to drag its boots on. Some did the infinitely dangerous thing where they stood and pointed. Duke was already moving. He shoved a collapsing card table aside, grabbed a fallen fence post from the stock pen, and met the first deer just as it hit the gravel. It moved lighter than the infected steer had, faster too, all tendon and bad hunger. The fence post cracked against its ribs and did nothing worth celebrating. Duke pivoted, took the antlers on his forearm, and drove the animal sideways into a trailer hitch hard enough to fold its neck. Gunshots sounded from the gatehouse. A second deer tore through a knot of people and knocked an old man flat. Eugene, incredibly, sprinted toward the old man instead of away from the deer because panic had not entirely stripped him of the worst parts of his conscience. Duke cursed and went after both. He caught the deer mid-turn and swung the fence post like a bat, feeling vertebrae go under the blow. Someone in the crowd yelled that more were coming. Someone else yelled for everyone to stop yelling. Gravel flew, children cried, generators droned stupidly on because machinery rarely respected drama. By the time the last infected deer went down, the market had gone from tense to ragged. One woman had a broken arm. The old man Eugene dragged clear had a gash to the temple and a complaint about his spectacles. Harmon the butcher stood in the dust with a revolver and an expression of such disgusted vindication that Duke almost admired it. Told them the south fence was nonsense, he muttered. But folks got lazy because there weren't ribbons left to hang on it. The guard whistle gave way to shouted instructions and the frantic return of order. Duke leaned on the fence post, chest heaving, while Eugene cleaned blood from his glasses with the edge of his shirt. You ran toward it, Duke said. Eugene put the glasses back on. I noticed. That was either brave or stupid. Those qualities have been converging for weeks. For a moment, Duke nearly smiled. Then he saw the livestock barns beyond the midway and noticed one of the side doors hanging slightly open. The fair had been a place for animals before it became a place for refugees, and some ugly instinct told him ugly things like to linger where they had once been invited. He started toward the barns. Where are you going? Eugene called. To make sure we ain't surprised twice in one afternoon. The horse barn smelled of old hay, bleach, and the last memory of summer. Stalls stood open and empty. Ribbons from some past show still curled dusty on a bulletin board by the wash racks. Duke moved aisle by aisle with the hammer loose in his right hand. Halfway down he heard it. Not the scrape of infected feet, not a moan, but the tiny sharp intake of breath made by somebody trying very hard not to exist. He stopped. Come on out, he said to the empty-looking stalls. I already fought the deer. I ain't in a mood to do hide-and-seek with a person. Nothing. He advanced another few steps. The sound came again, from the far tack room under the grandstand stairs. Duke eased the door wider with the hammer head and found a nest built from horse blankets, feed sacks, and stolen fair prizes. In the middle of it crouched a girl in a mud-stiff cheerleader skirt and a faded hoodie 3 sizes too big. She could not have been more than 15. Dried blood painted one side of her face. In one hand, she held a boning knife. In the other, for reasons known only to either children or lunatics, she held a blue ribbon she had twisted into a cord around her knuckles. Her eyes were not empty. Empty would have been easier. They were watchful in that flat, wild way animals got after surviving something that taught them every kindness came with an angle. She did not speak. She did not blink much either. She just looked at Duke as if calculating where on him the knife would go first if he made the wrong move. "All right," he said after a moment. "You are alive, which is already inconvenient. You got anybody with you?" She gave the smallest shake of her head. "You bit." The look she gave him could have blistered paint. That was a fair question. Behind him, Eugene appeared in the doorway carrying a first aid kit and too much concern on his face. The girl's knife came up so fast Duke barely saw the motion. "Easy," he said, holding one hand out. "Easy." He startles like that naturally. It's not moral failure. Eugene stared at the girl and lowered the kit. "Hello," he said softly. "We are not here to force anything." Duke glanced over his shoulder. "You hear yourself. I am attempting not to escalate the teenager with the knife." She's already escalated. The girl still had not spoken. She only shifted her weight and made it clear she knew how to use the blade. On the floor around the nest, Duke saw cans, protein bars, horse show programs, and one small spiral notebook filled not with schoolwork but lists. Gate codes, people's names, arrowed maps of the fairgrounds. A page labeled dogs with 4 tally marks under it. Another page labeled men with 5, 2 crossed out. He looked up and met her eyes again. Not feral, then. Not exactly. Organized. Outside, another shout went up from the market. Then a gunshot closer than the others. The girl flinched at the sound before she could stop herself. Duke made the decision in the rough, direct way he made most decisions worth anything. "Get your stuff," he said. "We are leaving before this place remembers it ain't stable." She did not move. He sighed. "Fine. Stay here and get eaten, because principle matters. I am going back for the truck." That got the faintest crack in her stare. Eugene, astonishingly, knelt just enough to be less tall without putting himself in stabbing range. "You do not have to trust us yet," he told her. "I would not, in your position. But the fairgrounds are likely to get worse after dark, and he is exactly the sort of man who will leave angry if you make him leave alone, which means you will then feel guilty in addition to endangered. That is a bad combination." Duke looked back at him. Was any of that helpful? Probably not. The girl's gaze shifted between them, lingering on Duke's bloodied shirt, Eugene's glasses, the first aid kit, and the open notebook beside her knee. Finally, she snatched up the notebook, the knife, and a canvas duffel that looked heavier than she did. She rose in one smooth motion, ribbon still wrapped around her hand, and came forward with the hard wariness of someone who had already buried the idea of childhood and did not appreciate strangers digging at the spot. In the midway outside, the camp had begun to reseat itself on its own bones. Tables were upright again. Blood was being hosed from the gravel. Harmon shouted at volunteers about reinforcing the fence with cattle panels instead of prayer. Duke steered the girl toward the truck without introducing her to anyone because explanations often made situations worse before they made them understandable. When they reached the cab, she stopped and looked west. "Your people out there?" he asked. "Anywhere." She pulled the notebook open, tore out a page, and wrote in block letters with a dull pencil. "No people." Then beneath it, after the smallest pause, she wrote, "Not anymore." Duke read the page and handed it to Eugene because some grief ought to get witnessed twice. He opened the rear door. "Get in," he said. She did, silent as weather. Chapter 4. The Girl Under the Bleachers. They drove only 10 miles before dusk forced them off the road. A county park sign pointed toward a primitive campground by Blackbird Lake, and that seemed as good a place as any to attempt the difficult task of sharing space with a mute teenage knife enthusiast. Eugene chose a campsite beneath sweet gums with decent visibility and a stone fire ring that had not yet collapsed into complete neglect. Duke checked the tree line, the latrines, and a maintenance shed that offered exactly nothing but a family of raccoons with opinions. By the time he came back, Eugene had the camp stove out and the girl sitting on a log with her duffel in her lap and the notebook balanced on one knee. She watched everything. Duke had known men in jail who thought watching made them dangerous. This was different. The girl watched because inattention had probably already cost her more than language could carry. Her eyes tracked Eugene's hands as he built a low blue flame. They tracked Duke's route to the truck and back. They tracked the darkening spaces between the trees where anything might decide to step forward and prove the worst. She never once asked for reassurance, which Duke respected more than he intended to. He held out a bottle of water. "Drink." She took it without touching his hand. Got a name. The bottle paused at her mouth. Then she lowered it, opened the notebook, and wrote, Chloe. Below that she added, as if daring them to make something of it. I can hear. I just don't talk. Eugene glanced up from the stove. That is entirely your right. Duke squinted at the page. Why not? Chloe stared at him a beat, then wrote again. Because I don't want to. He considered this and nodded. That is about the strongest reason a person can have. Eugene, who had chopped onions with absurd care and now slid them into a skillet with slices of sausage from Vera's freezer, looked relieved by the answer in some way Duke did not trust. Eugene liked explanations. Duke had lived most of his life as one long argument against requiring them. Still, it mattered that the girl's silence was chosen and not broken. Chosen meant there was ground under it. Broken meant a hole. People could stand on ground. Dinner was sausage browned with onions, and the last of the biscuits reheated in foil over the skillet. Chloe ate like someone who had trained herself not to display hunger where others might use it against her, small bites, shoulders tight, knife never far. Eugene tried once to ask whether she preferred a blanket or the truck cab for the night, and got only a cool look in response. Duke solved the issue by tossing her one of the better blankets and pointing at the bed of the truck. You sleep where you can see all approaches. That is what I would do. She gave the faintest nod. That tiny sign of agreement irritated him far less than it should have. The night settled close and warm around the lake. Frogs started up in the reeds. Somewhere in the distance a coyote called, and every human in camp instinctively measured the sound against other sounds they had learned to fear more. Duke sat on an overturned bucket cleaning the shotgun while Eugene inventoried supplies in a little ledger he had made from a seed catalog. Chloe drew in the notebook by firelight. Not doodles. Maps. The fairgrounds. Roads. A school. A creek line. Little X marks where she had hidden food or maybe bodies. Duke could not tell which. After a while Eugene said, without looking up, How long were you at the fairgrounds? Chloe wrote 3 fingers across the page, then tapped them and made a circling motion as if to indicate weeks. Since it started? Eugene asked. She shrugged one shoulder. Duke rubbed an oiled rag down the shotgun barrel. Where were your people before that? Chloe held still. Then she wrote, slower this time. MOM worked tickets at the fair. Stepdad did generators. He ran. She didn't. The last sentence sat there in block print mean as a bruise. Eugene closed the ledger softly. Duke looked at the fire a long moment and thought of all the ways a man could leave and still keep breathing afterward. Some of them were legal. None of them were decent. You stayed because you knew the grounds, he said. Chloe nodded. Smart. She looked at him like the word surprised her more than comfort would have. Eugene let silence do what silence occasionally did best. A night bird called from the trees. Grease popped softly in the cooling skillet. The lake reflected a slit of moon between clouds. It was one of those ordinary evenings the world still produced from time to mock the idea that it had ended. Duke hated how much he wanted ordinary things now. A lit stove, company that knew where to sit, somebody else breathing near enough to prove he was not the last witness to his own life. Chloe finally wrote one more line and turned the notebook so both men could see. You two family? Eugene made a surprised sound that was almost a laugh. Duke snorted. Absolutely not, Duke said. He is a wiring diagram with anxiety. Eugene said. And he is a weather event with opinions. Chloe considered that. Then she wrote. That sounds like family. Duke had no reply ready that did not say too much. They set watches without discussion. Duke took first, Eugene second, because giving Chloe third would have been sensible but cruel, and Duke was discovering there were still arrangements he refused to make, however inconvenient, that made his personality. During Eugene's watch the trouble came not from the dead, but from the living. 2 men with fishing poles and bad stealth moved through camp after midnight, making the slow, acquisitive sweep of scavengers who had graduated from theft into burglary because the world had lowered its standards. Eugene spotted them by the ember glow of one cigarette and woke Duke with a whisper that sounded offended by the existence of trespass. Duke came up fast and low, crossed the campsite barefoot, and met the first man near the truck bed. The man turned with a tire iron half raised, saw Duke in the dark, and made the fatal mistake of believing explanation might still matter. It did not. Duke hit him once in the mouth and once in the throat, and took the tire iron away in between. The second scavenger bolted toward the tree line. A knife flashed past his ear and stuck in a sweet gum trunk. Chloe stood in the truck bed, hair loose around her face, another knife already in hand. The man stumbled at the sudden appearance of a silent child in the dark, and that hesitation let Duke catch him by the collar. No one died. Duke was in a good enough mood from the sausage and the relative comfort of camp that he confined himself to bruising, threats, and relieving both men of everything useful, including their boots. He marched them barefoot down the access road with a flashlight beam on their backs and told them if he saw either again, he would let the girl decide what went first. When he came back, Eugene was staring at Chloe with naked astonishment. "She threw that from the truck bed," Eugene said. Duke picked up the knife from the tree, tested the balance, and handed it back to Chloe. "Good throw." She gave a tiny dismissive lift of one shoulder, but satisfaction lived in the corner of her mouth for a second before she remembered not to show it. Morning found them all more tired and more attached than any of them would have admitted. Chloe sat in the passenger seat now, having claimed it by climbing there first and fixing Duke with the same look one might give a dog deciding whether it wished to challenge the fence. Duke took the back without complaint because some battles were beneath him and some were merely unnecessary. Eugene drove. At a crossroads store, they found a map board covered with community notices left by people who still believed information ought to be shared. Among the notes was a page torn from ruled notebook paper. Black Creek Road blocked. Big stock loose. Don't take County 9 after dark. One fat man got lucky at Mattress Depot east of Mabin. He says slaughterhouse still cold. Probably lying. Duke read the note twice. Eugene said, "I hate how much information is embedded in that." Chloe leaned across him, read it, and tapped the line about the slaughterhouse. "You think so too?" Duke asked. She wrote one word on the lower margin of the page before tearing it free. "Maybe." He folded the note and tucked it in his shirt pocket. A slaughterhouse still cold. A fat man at a mattress depot. County 9 blocked by big stock. The world had become ridiculous in a very specific regional way. Duke found that almost comforting. Apocalypse or not, people still gossiped badly. Chapter 5. Names that stick. By noon the next day, Chloe had stolen Eugene's pencil, sharpened it with one of her knives to a perfect wicked point, and used the notebook to establish the first real terms of travel between them. Water before stops. N.O. singing in the cab. Wake me if dogs. Duke, finding himself unreasonably entertained by a legal code issued in block letters by a teenager who barely spoke at all, added one of his own while Eugene refueled from a farm tank. "No biting me." Chloe took the notebook, looked him dead in the eye, and wrote, "No promises." Eugene made a noise halfway between a cough and a laugh. Duke grinned despite himself. "There it is," he said. "That right there. Bitey." Chloe frowned. "You keep making that face," Duke told her, "and the nickname sticks harder." She wrote quickly, "Don't call me that." He nodded once. "That seals it." For the next mile she refused to look at him. By mile 3 she had drawn a crude little sketch in the margin of the map showing Duke getting bitten by a rabbit. By mile 10 the name had become usable enough that even Eugene, after a long visible struggle with propriety, asked from the driver's seat, "Bitey, would you check whether the next road sign says Gannett or Garnet? My glasses are dirty." The victory in Chloe's expression lasted all of half a second before she smothered it, but Duke saw it. Names, he remembered, were one of the first ways a person got folded into the shape of a group. Sometimes you earned them. Sometimes they were forced on you by idiots. Either way, they meant somebody had looked closely enough to decide. The country north of Gannett changed as they climbed. Pastures widened. Creeks cut deeper through oak and cedar. Road shoulders bore the wreckage of rushed departures. Horse trailers jackknifed in ditches. Hay bales broken open like giant rotten loaves. One overturned feed truck with its grain long stolen and its driver long gone. In one low field they saw cattle moving near a pond. Duke straightened. Then the wind shifted, and he saw the wrongness in the herd. One animal dragged half a hindquarter. Another stood chest deep in the pond, not drinking, merely staring with the fixed vacancy of something that had become appetite after first becoming pain. "No," he said quietly. Eugene slowed but did not stop. "We already knew. Knowing ain't the same as seeing." Chloe leaned between the seats, gaze fixed on the field. She touched the scar on her own cheek once, absent and quick, like the sight had woken an old memory, and she needed to remind herself where it ended. They camped that evening in the shell of an orchard house above a ravine. The porch sagged. The windows were mostly out, and the pantry held nothing but a jar of nutmeg and a family Bible swollen by damp. Yet the well still worked if pumped long enough, and the root cellar stayed cool, and the apple trees, though half neglected, had begun to leaf again because the earth remained committed to its habits even while men abandoned theirs. Eugene rigged a trip line with empty cans. Chloe checked the cellar and emerged with 2 jars of peaches and 1 mouse skull. She sat on the porch rail, as if to inform the property it had been inspected. Duke chopped wood from a fallen limb and felt, not for the first time, that survival contained an insulting amount of housekeeping. Dinner was beans improved by sausage grease, and the 2 jars of peaches split 3 ways for dessert. It should not have felt luxurious. It did. After eating, Eugene took the map and spread it over the porch floorboards. If Black Creek Road is blocked, he said, we could try the timber cut west of Mabin and come up from the ridgeline. It adds miles, but avoids County 9. Duke lay back against a porch post, hat over his eyes. The blocked road is probably exactly where the answer is. The blocked road is also exactly where every desperate man with a rifle and a rumor would gather. That is because desperate men hate line management. Chloe wrote on a loose board with her pencil and slid it between them. Big stock equals cows or bulls. Thank you, Eugene said. That narrows the horror. She wrote again. Also men. Duke lifted the hat enough to read that and laughed once through his nose. There she is. They planned anyway, because planning was one of the last civilized things left, and Eugene needed it like some people needed tobacco. He traced roads, circles of elevation, creek crossings. Duke listened in the outwardly bored way he used whenever he was in fact paying close attention. Chloe added what she knew of state parks and school routes, and which roadside churches often had canned food in fellowship hall closets. None of them called what they were doing family, but the shape of it had already begun. 3 people around a map. 3 appetites. 3 separate fears leaning toward the same fire. Later, after Eugene took first watch and Chloe fell asleep in the corner room with a knife under her hand, Duke sat alone on the porch steps and listened to insects work the night. The orchard smelled of damp earth and apple bark. Somewhere below the ravine, a creek moved over stone. Ordinary sounds. Useful sounds. They reminded him of the nights before the end, when he would come home drunk and loud, and find Nadine still awake at the kitchen table with crossword clues and a lamp turned low. She had never asked where he had been if the answer was written clearly enough in his face. She just used to slide a plate toward him and say, "Eat before you become somebody dumber." Eugene came out with 2 tin cups of instant coffee, so weak it deserved medical observation. He handed one over and stood against the porch rail. "You are brooding," Eugene said. "I am sitting. Your posture has themes." Duke sipped and grimaced. "This coffee tastes like it was shown a bean in another room." "I know. It is all I have." They stood in companionable irritation for a while. Then Eugene said, "You are angry about the cattle." Duke did not answer immediately. The night deserved a better start than honesty. In the end, he gave it some anyway. "It ain't just the cattle." "I know. I doubt that." Eugene looked out over the orchard. "Food is memory for you. I am not an idiot, despite the numerous allegations you have filed." Duke let the cup rest on his knee. "My grandma fed every sorry soul that crossed her porch, even ones she hated. Especially them sometimes. Said if a person ate at your table, they had to remember you made them human for at least 1 hour whether they liked it or not. Meat was part of that. Sunday roast. Fried catfish. Burgers after mowing. It was never fancy. It was just. He searched and hated that he had to. It was the thing that said there was enough." Eugene was quiet a long time before answering. "I think," he said finally, "that is what everyone is really grieving. We call it infrastructure or law or supply chains because those sound adult. But most people mean enough. Enough food. Enough medicine. Enough ordinary tomorrow. Once enough goes missing, people become very strange." Duke looked at him sidelong. "You sound like you swallowed a therapist and learned useful fragments." "I had an HR department. Same ecosystem." That got a low laugh out of him. Eugene's voice softened. You know this search is not actually about the steak. It is partly about the steak. Yes, I am granting that part. I am only saying if we find a clean herd tomorrow and somehow roast a cow on a spit, your grandmother will still be dead. The word struck clean because they were not mean. Duke hated them anyway. He stared into the dark orchard and let the hurt move through him like weather over low land. I am aware, he said. Eugene nodded once. All right, and if I do get the cow, I am making you eat 2 portions. I will eat them resentfully, as all true friends must. Duke drank the terrible coffee and decided not to throw the cup at him. For men like them, that nearly counted as tenderness. The attack came at dawn, which was somehow ruder than midnight. The trip line clattered in the orchard. Eugene shouted from inside. Duke was moving before his eyes fully focused. 3 dogs burst through the low trees, or what had once been dogs. Their ribs showed through mangy hides. Their mouths frothed dark. One still wore a red collar. They ran low and silent except for the frantic chuffing breath of infected animals that had forgotten bark in favor of bite. Chloe was already in the hallway, knife in one hand, hatchet in the other, barefoot and furious. The first dog hit the porch steps, and Duke took it with the hammer, snapping its spine sideways. The second went for Eugene's leg. Chloe stepped in and buried the hatchet where shoulder met neck with a clean, brutal economy that made Duke proud in a way he would never phrase politely. The third dog veered when the bodies blocked its path and launched through a broken window into the front room. Eugene, cornered with only the coffee pot in hand, threw the entire steaming contents in its face, and then did something so unlike him Duke almost missed it. He grabbed the iron stove poker from beside the hearth and drove it through the animal's open mouth with both hands. When it was over, dawn poured pale and innocent over the orchard, as if the morning had not just sent rabid death to the porch. Eugene stood shaking, glasses skewed, while coffee dripped from the poker tip onto the warped floorboards. Chloe yanked her hatchet free with both hands and wiped it on the dog's flank. Duke looked between them and said, with sincere admiration, "Y'all are getting complicated." They burned the bodies in the ravine and left before full light. Some places used up all the ordinary they had to offer in a single night. The orchard house had done that. As they climbed back into the truck, Chloe handed Duke a note torn from the notebook. "Fighting wasn't me." He read it, smiled despite himself, and tucked it into his shirt pocket beside the rumor about the slaughterhouse. Chapter 6. Mad Cow County. The road into Mabin County carried the particular emptiness of a place recently stripped. Gates stood open. Feed stores had been looted to the cinder block. At one crossroads, a state livestock trailer sat burned out beside a hand-painted sign reading "This was supposed to help." Duke understood the sign better than he liked. Help had become a word mostly used by men arriving late with clipboards or rifles, and then leaving before the consequences developed a face. By midday, they found Black Creek Road where it crossed a narrow bridge over Cedar Water. The roadblock started 100 yards beyond the bridge and spread with the rough, improvised ugliness of good intentions gone feral. Farm equipment, rolled hay bales, a school bus on its side, wire strung between fence posts. Beyond it rose pastureland burned in strips and pocked with craters where something explosive had been tried by someone optimistic. The smell hit before the full view did. Rot. Wet ash. Barnyard sweetness turned obscene. Eugene slowed to a stop beneath the sycamores. "This," he said, "appears to be the blocked road." Duke studied the barricade. "That is a masterpiece of panic." Chloe pointed toward the ridge west of the bridge, then made a climbing motion with 2 fingers. "Ridge it is," Eugene said immediately. Duke kept staring. Something moved beyond the hay bales. Then another shape, big enough that distance did not help. A bull stepped into view, hide hanging in strips along its flank. One horn burned black at the tip. It lowered its head to the barricade and shoved. The bus shifted on its side with a steel groan. "All right," Eugene said, voice thin now. "I would like to revise my earlier statement. This is not blocked. This is under siege by an undead tractor with feelings." The ridge trail turned out to be an old logging cut, half swallowed by weeds. Eugene cursed the transmission, the grade, and his own former life, while coaxing the pickup upward between pines. Twice they had to get out and move down limbs. Once they found a hunter's blind overturned and painted with handprints. At the crest the land opened, and the whole Black Creek basin lay below them. Duke saw the ranch immediately. White house, long barn, 3 ponds, north pasture burned black in a huge crescent, south field still green in patches. The place might once have been beautiful in a hard practical way. Now it looked like a fort built by a man who had refused help until help arrived, armed and official, and therefore intolerable. They also saw movement around the lower corrals. Not just infected cattle. People. A crew of maybe 7 men moved near the feed sheds with rifles and sacks, darting between cover whenever the herd drifted too close. Scavengers, probably, or treasure hunters come to see whether the rumor of clean stock had left anything worth stealing. Duke studied them through the binoculars Eugene produced from nowhere, because Eugene apparently believed every crisis could be improved by better optics. One of them has a mattress strapped to his truck roof, Eugene said. Duke lowered the binoculars. That seems important for reasons I cannot yet defend. The men below were trying to access the walk-in cooler attached to a processing outbuilding, and the infected cattle circling the yard kept cutting them off. Duke watched a younger scavenger run for the shed door, slip in mud, and only survive because an older man in a feed cap fired twice into a heifer's eye socket from 5 feet away. The herd flowed wrong, clotted and driven more by sound than by any pasture logic still left in them. It made the entire yard look like a broken machine grinding in place. Chloe tapped Duke's arm and pointed farther east. On the tree line lay a body in denim, face down, one arm reaching toward the creek. Beside it stood a black Angus cow behind intact fencing, alive by every visible sign. Head up, breathing, whole. Duke took the binoculars back and focused. Then another animal moved behind the first. Then another, a separate pen, smaller, sheltered by the windbreak. Not many, but enough. Real cattle, uninfected if his eyes still meant anything. There, he said. Eugene looked and swore in honest amazement. That may actually be the pocket herd. Duke felt something fierce and ridiculous rise in him. Not joy exactly. Joy was lighter than this. This was vindication dragged through grief and mud and given a rifle. Vera's rumor had teeth after all. Which means, Eugene continued, ever committed to ruining any pure moment with a logistics overlay. Every armed idiot in the county will eventually notice the same thing. Then we notice it first. He slid down the ridge before either of them could object. Chloe came after him instantly. Eugene followed because by now his survival instincts had been permanently compromised by loyalty. They worked the draw along the creek and reached the tree line behind the processing shed with mud to their knees and sweat under their collars. Up close the ranch smelled even worse. Burned hair, manure, sweet rot. The sounds were bad too. Cattle lowing, fence wire twanging under pressure, men shouting in hoarse bursts, something battering occasionally against the metal door of the cooler. The scavengers saw them before Duke could decide whether to announce himself or simply become a local problem. A broad man with the feed cap swung his rifle around, then checked when he saw Duke was very obviously not one of the infected. You boys with anybody, he demanded. With ourselves, Duke answered. The man squinted, taking in Eugene's glasses, Chloe's knives, Duke's hammer, and whatever unified absurdity they produced as a group. Name's Ren Harmon, he said. Not the butcher, if that helps. We came for generator fuel, and maybe any clean meat still in the locker. Then these bastards, he jerked his chin at the herd dash, decided they owned the yard. Duke looked toward the eastern pen again. You seen the livestock? Ren's eyes narrowed. We seen enough to know men are liable to kill over it. Useful that you're honest. I got no breath left for lying. Another impact sounded from inside the cooler shed. Eugene flinched. Please tell me that is a freezer compressor and not something trapped inside. Ren's expression made the answer plain before he spoke. State inspector got cornered in there yesterday. Or the day before. Tums got loose. We heard him screaming for a while. Terrific, Eugene muttered. I hate every profession equally now. Duke made the decision with the speed that had kept him alive and had ruined many social occasions before the end. We clear the yard. We get to the eastern pen. Then we see who's still arguing. Ren laughed once, amazed and tired. You talk like a man who's never met a reasonable obstacle. Reasonable obstacles mostly move when hit. What followed was less battle than agricultural catastrophe conducted at a sprint. Duke drew the first 3 infected cattle toward the loading ramp by hammering a steel panel with his own hammer until noise overruled whatever dead instinct guided them. Chloe and Ren's youngest man, a freckled kid called Dale, cut behind to open a side gate. Eugene and the others rigged the feed truck parked by the barn with enough battery power to lurch forward when jumped. Duke waited until the nearest bull committed to him fully, then vaulted the ramp rail at the last second, while the animal's ruined momentum carried it into the gate opening. Chloe slammed the chain behind it. One down, though down only geographically. The second and third came harder. Duke got clipped by a shoulder broad as a couch and went skidding through manure so old it had layers. He rolled under the feed truck as hooves hammered past. Eugene, of all people, leaned out the driver's door with a flare gun he must have found in the cab and fired it into a hay bale stack. The bale went up slow but bright, and the sudden light pulled half the herd toward it. For one absurd second, the yard looked like a county fair attraction designed by Satan. "Drive the truck," Duke yelled. "I am in the process of panicking and driving simultaneously," Eugene yelled back. The truck roared, jerked forward, and punched across the yard hard enough to scatter 2 heifers and a stack of feed tubs. Ren and his men used the opening to sprint for the processing shed. Chloe did not follow. She cut east along the fence toward the clean pen, moving low and fast. Duke saw what she was doing and almost shouted. Then he understood. The latch chain on the clean pen had worked loose under the pressure of animals inside. One good hit from an infected bull, and the last unturned cattle on the ranch would be mixed into hell. He went after her. They reached the pen just as a dead cow with half its jaw gone shoved into the fence line. Wire screamed. Chloe grabbed the chain and found it fouled. Duke braced the post with his shoulder while she worked the knot with 2 fingers and a knife tip. The infected cow hit the wire again. Behind it, another shape pushed forward. Across the pasture, the healthy Angus stamped and bawled, eyes wild with the contagious panic of prey that did not know infection but recognized doom. "Hurry," Duke said through his teeth. Chloe shot him a glare suggesting hurry was a concept she had already met. The chain came free. She looped it, cinched it, jammed the pin, and then the dead cow hit the fence a 3rd time. Duke shoved off the post and swung the hammer into the animal's temple with everything the morning had built in him. It staggered. He hit it again. Chloe stepped in from the side and drove a fence staple through the exposed eye with a piece of broken board. The beast collapsed against the wire and stayed there. For a second, both of them leaned on the fence, breathing hard. Then Chloe looked through the rails at the clean cattle and actually smiled, brief and fierce and young in a way that made Duke's chest go strange. Not because she was a child. Because children were not supposed to have to look victorious for merely protecting the existence of a cow. The fight burned itself out in sections after that. Fire and noise pulled the infected herd toward the loading yard. Ren's men got the cooler door open and discovered only 1 dead inspector and a lot of spoiled carcass trim. The feed truck lost a tire and dignity in the same corner. By the time the last infected animal was either pinned, put down, or wandering stunned into the creek bottom, the ranch had become a wreck of broken gates and smoking hay, but it was still standing. More importantly, the east pen still held 8 live cattle. 8. Duke walked the fence line, counting them twice to make sure Hope had not started hallucinating. Ren limped over with a bloody sleeve and a look of exhausted surrender. "So," he said, "now comes the part where men become terrible." Duke rested both hands on the top rail. "That is usually the next chapter, yeah." Ren looked at him for a long moment, then spat in the dirt and surprised them all. "I got 2 boys dead this month, and 1 wife refusing to leave the root cellar because every time she does she hears animals that ought not sound like that. I came for fuel. Maybe for freezer meat if there was any left. I ain't starting a war over breeding stock I can't even feed. But others will." Eugene stepped up beside Duke. "Can the herd be moved?" "Not quick," Ren answered. "Need trailers, feed, and men who know what they're doing." "County's short on all 3. Chloe tapped Duke's arm and pointed toward the road. Dust rose in the distance. More vehicles coming. Ren saw it too and swore. That would be the others. Duke looked at the 8 cattle in the pen, then at the approaching dust, then at his own peep. Eugene, pale and mud-streaked, Chloe holding a knife like punctuation, both of them standing where he stood as if that settled it. "All right," he said. "Then we got work." Chapter 7. Salt, Smoke, and Terms. The others arrived in 3 trucks and 1 horse trailer painted with the name of a livestock auction that no longer existed except in memory and bad bookkeeping. They came armed, dusty, and already arguing among themselves before the engines fully died. Duke had noticed that about groups of men who came to claim things. They always traveled with debate because greed preferred witnesses. Their leader, if leadership could be assigned to the loudest hat and the least patience, introduced himself as Buddy Skiles and tried to establish authority by climbing onto the tailgate and announcing that regional livestock assets now fell under the protection of a coalition of local defenders. "Say that again," Duke called from the fence line, but this time use regular people words. Buddy looked at him, took in the hammer and the blood and the fact that Duke was not asking from a safe distance, and adjusted his tone by half an inch. "Those cattle got to be redistributed. Community need." Ring gave a tired laugh. "Your community spelled with your initials, I reckon." What followed would have become a firefight if not for 2 things. First, the surviving infected bull from the roadblock chose that exact moment to thunder out of the creek bed and hit the horse trailer broadside, reminding everyone that the county's main problem remained animated livestock. Second, Chloe climbed the processing shed roof without anyone noticing and put one of her knives through the brim of Buddy's hat from 30 feet away. The blade pinned the hat to the trailer wall just behind his head. Buddy went very still. Duke, who would treasure the memory forever, called out. That was the child being diplomatic. In the confusion, Wren's men and Eugene got the clean cattle moved from the east pen into the narrower sorting alley behind the barn, where fewer rifles could draw a bead without also risking the animals. Duke and 2 of Buddy's own men put down the bull before it could decide to become a permanent constitutional question. Once everyone's heart rates had adjusted to the renewed reality of death by beef, negotiation became possible in the rough frontier sense of the word. No one trusted anyone. Everyone needed something. The cattle stood between them, breathing hay-scented truth into a county built suddenly on rumor. It was Eugene, naturally, who found the only arrangement capable of surviving an hour. "No one here," he said, standing on an overturned mineral tub because visibility had become necessary, "has the feed, labor, trailer capacity, veterinary knowledge, and perimeter security to move 8 live cattle safely before dark. That is not opinion. That is arithmetic. Therefore, if you insist on stealing them immediately, you will likely lose half to panic, injury, infection exposure, or yourselves. If instead you cooperate like exhausted mammals with frontal lobes, you can secure the ranch for 48 hours, inventory resources, and move them in stages." Buddy stared. "You talk like a radio," Wren said. "That is the smartest thing said here since breakfast." Duke folded his arms. "I hate that he's right, but he is. Maybe it was the bull still twitching in the yard. Maybe it was the very visible fact that the ranch remained full of ways to die that did not care about property disputes. Maybe Buddy simply lacked the appetite for testing whether the small silent girl on the roof could throw twice as well as once. Whatever the reason, they reached terms. Temporary ones. Ugly ones. But terms. Wren's crew would hold the barn and the clean cattle overnight. Buddy's people would take generator fuel and half the bag feed in exchange for leaving the animals where they were until dawn tomorrow. Duke, Eugene, and Chloe, who belonged to no county coalition and therefore somehow became neutral by default, would be allowed 1 steer's worth of future butchering rights if the herd stayed clean through relocation. Eugene called it a memorandum of understanding. Duke called it the first intelligent sentence attached to the apocalypse involving steak. They stayed because leaving would have felt like surrender, and because the ranch, under all its smoke and blood, still contained the shape of a working place. People repairing gates, water hauled to troughs, feed measured, fires lit for practical reasons rather than panic. The tasks steadied everyone. Even Buddy's coalition men became less theatrical once handed fencing pliers and told to prove their concern through labor. Duke spent an hour helping Wren reset corner posts where the infected herd had slammed through. Chloe gathered shell casings, checked roof lines, and at one point silently redistributed knives among accessible surfaces as if preparing the ranch for a particularly violent dinner party. Eugene repaired the backup generator with parts scavenged from the inspector's truck and earned Rin's enduring gratitude by restoring power to the walk-in office fridge, which now held insulin, 2 vials of veterinary antibiotics, and a single lemon pie no one had yet admitted to coveting. At sundown, the ranch quieted enough to let exhaustion through. Rin's wife, Martha, emerged from the root cellar at last. She was a spare woman in mud-caked boots with a shotgun held as naturally as a broom. She studied the assembled men, the repaired fence, the alive cattle, and finally Chloe sitting cross-legged on the porch rail, sharpening a blade. "You people all look temporary," Martha said. Duke liked her immediately. Dinner became a communal pot of beans, onions, canned tomatoes, and the last uncontaminated venison from Rin's freezer, cooked in a black kettle over mesquite coals. It was not steak. It was not even close. But it had smoke and salt and the deep animal note of real meat, and that alone changed the mood around the fire. Men who had spent the afternoon squaring up over ownership now chewed slowly and remembered, against their better judgment, what it felt like to be fed instead of merely stocked. Martha cut slabs of cornbread from a cast-iron pan and handed them around without ceremony. Chloe took hers and sat near Duke instead of apart. Eugene accepted a second portion and then looked mildly ashamed of the fact until Duke told him if he apologized to the stew, he would be made to leave. The talk that followed had the strange intimacy shared work sometimes buys. Buddy admitted his coalition was mostly him, his brother-in-law, and 2 men from a feed mill with more ammo than competence. Rin talked about Sutter, the old ranch owner, who had died of a heart attack the second week after shooting 17 infected calves in a single dawn. Martha said he would have hated becoming a legend for the wrong reason. Eugene explained, with diagrams drawn in dirt, how they might stage trailer movement at first light to minimize noise near the infected pens. Chloe said nothing, yet somehow kept track of every sentence that mattered. Duke watched her do it and recognized in her the same species of listening Nadine had always practiced, the kind that let people embarrass themselves honestly before deciding whether they deserved help. After dark, when the others rotated to watch posts and the stars opened cold over the pasture, Duke sat on the porch step with a tin plate in his lap and felt for the first time in many weeks the dangerous tug of wanting something beyond the next mile. A place, a fence holding, people nearby who understood chores. The sensation angered him on principle. Wanting things made a man available to loss. Still, he sat there listening to cattle breathe in the alley and to Eugene inside the office explaining battery draw to Martha, as if the world might yet be bullied into coherence by enough correct wiring. Chloe came out and sat beside him, plate balanced on her knee. She held the notebook out. "Good stew." He nodded. "Ain't bad." She wrote again. "Not steak." "That is a painful truth." A pause, then. "You were sad about the cows." Duke frowned at the page. "That is an accusation." She shrugged and waited. He looked out over the pasture where fireflies stitched brief green sparks above the grass. "I was mad," he said. "Same thing," she wrote. He almost argued. Then he let out a breath through his nose. "Sometimes." Chloe considered that and scribbled again. "MOM got sad mad. You get punch mad." That may be the most unfair psychology ever put on paper. She drew a small arrow at him and underlined punch. He could have told her she was too young to read people that way. It would have been both false and insulting. Children raised around unstable adults learned weather faster than science. Instead, he took the notebook and wrote beneath her line in his own rough hand. Working on it. When he handed it back, she read the words and did not smile. The absence of a smile was not rejection, though. It was recognition. Some promises could only be treated seriously if no one made them look cute. Before dawn, the infected in the lower pasture began pressing the fences again, drawn by the noise and smell of the healthy cattle. Their lowing rolled over the ranch like industrial grief. Every living person woke at once. Duke, Eugene, Chloe, Rin, Buddy, Martha, and all the rest went to the rails with lanterns, rifles, poles, and sleep still clinging to them. It held. Barely. Enough to remind everyone that agreements made around food remained valid only while danger stood just outside the light. When sunrise finally came over the ridge, the ranch was still theirs collectively and temporarily, which was maybe the best kind of possession left in the world. Chapter 8. The Mattress Prophet. They left Black Creek Ranch after the first trailer run. Rin and Martha would move the cattle in 2 stages to an orchard farm west of the ridge where water, hay, and defensible fencing still existed. Buddy's coalition would escort, which meant mostly being useful under supervision. Duke considered staying longer. The thought alone annoyed him. In the end, they took payment in the form of smoked venison, salt, feed store coffee, 2 boxes of shells, and Rin's solemn word that if one of the cattle ever became a proper steak, he would remember who helped keep the herd breathing. It is not the immediate victory you wanted, Eugene said as they pulled back onto the road. Duke chewed a strip of venison and watched the ranch vanish in the mirror. No. But it is a down payment. Chloe, in the passenger seat again by squatter's rights, lifted the notebook. You like them. Duke read it and clicked his tongue. You are becoming invasive. She drew a tiny cow beside the sentence. The road east toward Mabin dropped through cut timber and low industrial ground where old distribution centers and farm co-ops moldered beside the highway. Around noon, they found the mattress depot from the fairground note. It had once been a regional showroom built in the optimistic years when Americans believed every strip of roadside deserved a warehouse full of branded softness. The front sign, Comfort King Mattress Outlet, still leaned over the lot at a heroic angle. Every display window was broken. A delivery truck sat crooked by the loading dock with 3 mattresses strapped to the roof in a configuration so stupid it almost demanded respect. There, Eugene said. The Fat Man Prophecy. Duke pulled the truck in behind a line of wrecked sedans. The depot looked looted but not empty. Someone had hung a blue tarp across the dock door and painted on it in white letters, "Knock or get shot badly." Underneath, in smaller letters, somebody else had added, "His aim is mixed." Duke knocked with the hammer because subtlety was not the moment's leading feature. The answer came not as a bullet, but as a muffled shout from inside. Use the side door if you ain't dead, and if you are dead, use your manners. They found the side door braced with box springs and opened it into a maze of mattresses stacked like pale urban ruins. The smell was dust, foam, mildew, and stale chips. Somewhere deep in the warehouse, a radio played country music low enough to count as loneliness. Then a man emerged from behind a pyramid of queen sets carrying a crossbow and wearing a ruined brown suit with a mattress company name tag still clipped to the lapel. He was broad in the belly, soft in the jaw, and had the bewildered air of someone who had been repeatedly preserved by chance and had never quite agreed to the arrangement. He saw 3 armed strangers, Chloe's knives, and Duke's expression, and immediately aimed the crossbow at Eugene. "That feels personal," Eugene said. "I panicked clockwise," the man answered. "You were first in the arc." Duke stepped sideways into the line and put his thumb over the crossbow groove. "You the fat man got lucky." The man blinked. "I have been described that way by enemies and cousins." "Name?" "Gary Lammers." "Occupation?" Gary looked around the mattress warehouse as if checking whether irony had become audible. "Former mattress sales professional. Current scavenger, amateur tactician, and survivor by what I consider deeply suspicious margins." Chloe wrote in the notebook and held it up. "Mixed aim." Gary squinted at the page. "That is fair. They might have moved on after trading a few questions, if not for the smell drifting from the back loading corridor. Cold. Metallic. Animal." Duke turned his head. "What's back there?" Gary made a face that told the truth before the words arrived. "Old cold storage annex. Building used to be connected to the slaughterhouse next door when this place was a furniture and meat district, which sounds made up, but is, regrettably, municipal history. Powers intermittent. I do not go in there unless hunger or courage greatly exceed wisdom. They usually do not." Eugene's eyes narrowed. "Intermittent power. From where?" Gary brightened in the unsettling way some men did when technical topics appeared. "Backup solar array and a diesel genset. I have been coaxing like a sick horse. Also, there are occasional things moving in the processing wing which I have chosen to classify as future me's problem." Duke stared at him. "You've been living next to a cold slaughterhouse and didn't think to lead with that." Gary's face went almost offended. "Sir, I led with survival and mixed aim. A man must establish his brand." Outside, wind rattled the broken sign. Inside, the warehouse held its breath around them. Duke looked at Eugene. Eugene looked at the back corridor. Chloe had already moved 2 steps toward it. Notebook tucked away, knife out. Gary swallowed. I take it you people are not the leave well enough alone type. Duke smiled in a manner that had warned many men and encouraged none. Absolutely not. Gary lowered the crossbow by degrees. Well, he said, with the sad resignation of a man realizing the universe had sent him companions rather than rescue. This may be the nicest thing that's happened to me all month, and I hate that about myself. The back annex door stood chained, dented from the far side, and cold enough under Duke's palm to raise hope and caution in equal measure. Somewhere beyond it something scraped metal. Somewhere deeper still a compressor kicked on with a heavy industrial thud that sounded, to Duke's ears, almost like a promise. Meet. Trouble. New people. Another stretch of road deciding what kind of family it meant to make out of accidents. He tightened his grip on the hammer and looked over his shoulder at the little collection of survivors that now, absurdly, included a neurotic mechanic, a silent knife-throwing girl, and a mattress salesman who panicked clockwise. Open it, he said. Chapter 9. Cold Door Country. The chain came off the annex door link by link, each scrape of metal sounding louder than common sense. Gary worked at it with a set of bolt cutters so rusted they looked ceremonial. Eugene held the flashlight low. Chloe stood to one side with her knife out, and the patient, flat look she got whenever danger made other people chatty. Duke planted his boots and kept one hand on the hammer, the other on the shotgun, and stared at the thin seam of black between the door and the frame as if stubbornness alone could force whatever lived beyond it to announce itself by species. You should know, Gary said in a whisper that somehow still carried a salesman's rhythm, that if this goes poorly, I would like future history to record I advocated for not opening the obviously bad door. You did not advocate, Duke said. You trembled with adjectives. I am a man of layered caution. The last link dropped. Duke pulled the chain free, wound it once around his forearm, and shoved the door inward with the barrel. Cold air spilled out, stale and old and threaded with rot that had settled so long in the concrete it had become architecture. Beyond lay a corridor lined with insulated panels gone yellow at the seams. Their flashlight beams caught old safety posters on the walls. Wash hands. Protect the product. Report contamination immediately. Somebody had written beneath one of them in dried marker. Too late. The corridor led to a heavy swinging door with a round porthole window. Frost feathered the edges of the glass. Something moved on the other side. Not fast. Not intelligent. Just a dragging silhouette that swayed, stopped, and pressed forward until a pale shape bumped against the window and left a grease mark. Gary made a small sound in his throat. I would describe that as unencouraging. Duke smiled without warmth. That sounded like fear using office words. Eugene adjusted his glasses with the back of his wrist. We do not actually have to push deeper tonight. We could inspect the power system, secure the warehouse, and return with, for example, a plan less reliant on sudden improvisation and inherited violence. Duke looked at the shadow in the porthole. I got a plan. We go in. If it tries something, I improve it into a lesson. That is not planning, Eugene said. That is planning with results. Chloe tapped Duke's elbow and handed him the notebook. She had already written in block letters. Loud is bad here. He read it, looked past the swinging door into the cold, and grudgingly nodded. Fine. Quiet first. Violence second. Gary stared. I cannot believe the child is the strategist. That is because you still believe in rankings, Eugene said. They moved by flashlight in memory of floor plans Gary had drawn with a grease pencil on a scrap of cardboard. The annex had once served as intake and temporary cold storage for the slaughterhouse next door. The meat plant itself sprawled beyond this corridor through fire doors and rail rooms and the processing floor. According to Gary, the solar panels on the warehouse roof kept the annex office lights alive during the day and fed enough charge to start the diesel generator when he begged it properly. According to the smell, some part of the slaughterhouse had never entirely stopped remembering what it was. At the first office, they found old clipboards, a dead-wall clock, and a half-drunk bottle of ginger ale gone syrupy with age. Eugene crouched by the breaker cabinet, while Gary talked too much from nerves and Duke listened to sounds down the hall. There were more than one set of feet dragging in irregular circles. Something metal knocked softly every few moments, like a rail hook swinging after a long-forgotten shove. "Your generator setup," Eugene said. "Walk me through it from the panels forward." Slowly this time, with nouns that belong to electricity. Gary brightened. Fear and technical explanation lived side by side in him without ever meeting. Panels on the warehouse roof route to charge controllers in the old receiving office. From there I split battery storage because the original bank was cooked beyond theology. I salvaged 3 marine batteries from campers, a forklift battery, and something I believe used to power an amateur radio station. Then I run the genset only when I need freezer draw or when my courage spikes. Your courage spikes. It happens in weather fronts and nutritional delusion. Eugene rubbed the bridge of his nose. I need to see all of it before anything shorts and turns this building into a memorial. While they talked, Duke drifted farther down the corridor to the porthole door. The thing beyond it had lost interest and moved away. Through the glass he could make out the edge of a receiving room. Plastic curtains hung in strips. A pallet jack lay on its side. One fluorescent tube still flickered at intervals, each pulse briefly sketching a room full of abandoned equipment and old stains. He had been in feed stores, barns, machine sheds, and deer camps all his life, but Slaughterhouse Dark was different. It felt worked on. It held the memory of repetition. Kill, clean, cut, pack. 1,000 acts done in the same order until even the walls seemed to expect one more. His stomach tightened, and not from fear. From what? Somewhere in this place, his mind insisted, there had once been more meat than a man could dream of. Hams on hooks, ribs and chillers, sausage ground in batches so large they had to move by rail. The idea struck him with almost religious cruelty. He had survived dead people, dead dogs, dead social order, and a country that kept inventing fresh reasons to rot, only to arrive here and stand separated from the old world's abundance by one ugly swinging door. Eugene came up beside him. "You are glaring at the building. I'm negotiating. With concrete. With destiny." That sentence should not make sense, yet somehow it does. Duke kept his eyes on the porthole. "You ever think about what you missed till it turned spiteful?" Eugene leaned one shoulder against the wall. "All the time. Air conditioning without generator math. Hot water that did not feel stolen. The ability to go a full day without calculating exits." He paused. "My mother's Sunday roast." Duke cut his gaze toward him. "You had roast. I grew up in Ohio, not on the moon." Huh. It sounded small, but Eugene heard the whole thing inside it. Respect born not from sentiment, but from a suddenly shared category of loss. The old Eugene would have explained, elaborated, apologized for his own memory. The new Eugene let it stand. Gary returned with a ring of keys and an expression suggesting he had regrets in bulk. "There is, regrettably, another route. The side receiving room opens into the livestock chute corridor. I blocked it a week ago after hearing what I can only describe as pig-related theology." "Pig what?" Duke said. "You heard me. Open that route too," Duke said. Gary looked toward Chloe for rescue and found none. She was studying the floor. A line of muddy prints crossed the concrete from the deeper corridor toward the office and stopped where a dried smear suggested something had been dragged back. Human boots. Recent enough to hold shape. She pointed. Eugene crouched. "Not ours. Sole pattern is different." Gary swallowed. "I have not had visitors." Duke's whole body changed. Hunger stayed, but another instinct moved above it, older and meaner. "Then somebody's using this place." They followed the prints to a steel door half hidden behind hanging aprons stiff with age. Duke eased it open and found a stairwell leading down. The air below was colder and cleaner, touched with diesel and freezer coolant instead of straight rot. At the bottom, a lantern glowed in a caged niche beside stacked crates. Someone had made camp here recently. There were blankets, a camp stove, a coffee tin full of cigarette butts, and 2 butcher's maps spread across a folding table with notes in the margin. "Pin access, blind corners, freezer lock jammed. Do not use east catwalk." Gary stared at the table like it had insulted him personally. "I would like to reiterate that this was not here yesterday." Duke picked up one of the maps. The handwriting was tight and practical. He did not like practical strangers near food. "How many you think?" "Impossible to say," Eugene murmured. "1 scout. 3. More. Chloe had already moved to the back wall. She crouched and touched the ash in the stove, then held up 2 fingers. 2 hours, maybe less. Duke nodded. So we got company in my meat church. Eugene exhaled hard. That is an appalling phrase. It is still accurate. A sound rolled through the lower level then, so deep it came less as noise than pressure. Metal slammed somewhere beyond the inner doors. Another impact followed. Then a wet chorus of snorts and hoarse, animal screams rose from the bowels of the slaughterhouse and turned the air itself feral. Gary closed his eyes briefly. That, he said, would be the pig theology. Duke grinned in spite of the timing. Now we're talking. The inner door bulged once from the far side. The locking bar held. A second blow rattled dust from the frame. Duke stepped back, raised the shotgun, and for one long second every person in the stairwell found a place to put their fear. Eugene grabbed the lantern and the maps. Chloe slid between Duke and the table, already protecting the useful things as if she had lived with them forever. Gary, to his credit, did not run first. He only made the face of a man pre-mourning his obituary. The door buckled inward a fraction. Through the gap came rank heat and the glimpse of a blunt pink snout crusted black around the eyes. Infected hog, Eugene said, voice thin. Big one, Duke answered, almost appreciative. A second snout jammed beside the first. The bar shrieked. Back upstairs, Eugene snapped. Now, we know enough for tonight. Duke did not move until the bar tore one bolt halfway free. Then even he accepted arithmetic. They retreated up the stairs in a rough order of necessity, Duke last, backing up one step at a time with the shotgun trained on the opening. At the landing he fired once through the widening gap. The blast deafened the stairwell and flung red spray across the far wall. The scream that followed was furious rather than dying, which told him more than he wanted to know. Quiet first, Eugene shouted over the ringing in his ears. Violence second. We had an agreement. Duke slammed the upper door and dropped the chain through its staple. Agreement got revised. Something heavy hit the stairwell door from below. Then again, the chain jumped but held. They stumbled back into the warehouse side, breathing hard and grinning in the ugly, involuntary way people did when fear had not yet decided whether to turn into laughter or a fight. Gary leaned against a stack of mattresses and said, with solemn outrage, "You have made my home dramatically worse." Duke pumped the shotgun. Good news is we found pigs. That is not good news in the form it arrived. Chloe wrote fast and held up the page. And people. The humor died. Duke looked back at the chain door and then at the map in Eugene's hand. Somewhere in the cold machinery ahead, strangers were moving through a building full of infected livestock and spoiled history, and some part of Duke already hated them simply for getting there first. Fine, he said. We secure the warehouse. We sleep in shifts. In the morning we go hunting for pigs, people, and anything in a freezer that still believes in God. Gary stared at him. You say things that make a man doubt language itself. Get used to us, Duke said. The warehouse lights buzzed weakly to life as the solar charge caught the timing relay, bathing rows of plastic-wrapped mattresses in a pale industrial glow that made them look like giant loaves waiting for a flood. Outside, evening settled over the lot. Inside, the 4 of them began dragging display frames and steel racks into rough barricades, making camp in a kingdom built for sleep while the slaughterhouse next door remembered how to hunger. Chapter 10. The Shape of Luck. They made camp in the premium pillow top section because Gary insisted the clearance aisle was drafty and because, in the apocalypse, expertise should occasionally be allowed to defend absurd priorities. He set a battery lantern on a king-size display bed still draped in a faded showroom comforter and called it headquarters. Duke thought that was foolish until he sat down and felt the mattress swallow 3 weeks of truck seat violence out of his spine. He did not tell Gary this. Some dignities had to remain theoretical. Eugene took first watch by the annex door with the shotgun across his lap. Chloe disappeared for 10 minutes and returned carrying 2 armfuls of blankets that smelled only mostly like warehouse. Gary assembled a dinner from canned peaches, smoked venison, crackers, and instant coffee he brewed in a dented electric kettle wired by methods Eugene found blasphemous but effective. Duke ate 3 helpings standing up, then prowled the perimeter of the showroom floor while the others settled. The mattress warehouse at night had a church hush if churches sold financing options. Moonlight filtered through broken front windows and made silver slabs of the tiled floor. Cardboard cutouts of smiling couples still advertised back support and cooling technology from an age that had expected tomorrow to involve pillows instead of ammunition. Duke stopped in front of one life-size sign where a cheerful blonde woman pointed at a mattress labeled the Regent Supreme. Someone had drawn blood around her smile months ago. "You look like you'd snitch," he told the sign. "Talking to cardboard is usually a sign of strain," Eugene called from the dark. "I am profiling the dead. That is somehow worse." Duke came back to headquarters and dropped into a recliner with a rip in one arm. Chloe sat cross-legged on the mattress nearby, writing in her notebook under the lantern. Gary had produced a deck of cards from his suit pocket and was shuffling with the grave concentration of a riverboat gambler guarding his final religion. Eugene watched the annex door and listened to the chain rattle every time something heavy tested it below. "What are the cards for?" Duke asked. Gary looked offended. "For civilization. We already lost that. Then for morale, which is civilization's cheaper cousin." He dealt with a flourish. Eugene refused at first on the grounds that watch duty and card games should not overlap. 10 minutes later, he was in because Gary claimed he could teach a better version of rummy involving salvage tokens and ethical bluffing. Duke distrusted any game requiring ethics, but joined anyway when Chloe began quietly winning without once changing expression. For a while, the four of them existed in a pocket of almost normal built from bad coffee, cards with softened corners, and the strange intimacy of surviving people who did not yet know enough to leave each other. It was the kind of scene that would have looked ordinary from a distance and impossible if heard clearly. Eugene argued about rules in the same voice he used for wiring diagrams. Gary narrated his own bad luck as if reading weather reports. Chloe played like a pit boss in a child's body, ruthless and silent. Duke lost 3 hands, accused the deck of liberal tendencies, and won the 4th by pure spite. At midnight, the pounding below stopped. The silence after it felt worse. Gary cleared the cards. "This is the portion of evening where I become philosophical against my will." "That sounds like a condition," Eugene said. "It is a side effect of fear." Gary hesitated, then looked around the warehouse, at the mattresses and lantern light, and the people who had arrived at his bad little kingdom with guns and appetite. "Truth is, I was not supposed to make it this far. Before all this, I sold mattresses to couples trying to save marriages with lumbar support. I had a condo, a saltwater fish tank, and a fiancé who believed my best quality was kindness." "What happened to her?" Eugene asked. Gary laughed once, quiet and not cheerful. "She left 6 months before the meteor. Said I confused being agreeable with being present. Which, in hindsight, was rude because she was correct, and I hate accuracy from departing parties." He rubbed his jaw. Then the world ended in stages. Customers stopped showing. Supply trucks stopped. People started trying to rob the place for foam and sleep. I came here because I knew the alarms, the blind corners, and which office had the best lock. Then I stayed because leaving became a more theoretical exercise each week. Duke leaned back in the recliner and studied him. Soft hands, ruined suit, thick face gone thinner than it used to be. Not a fighter, not a hunter, not a man Duke would have picked for anything involving tomorrow. Yet the warehouse still stood, and Gary still breathed, and his generator had kept enough of the annex alive to matter. The apocalypse had made a habit of promoting unlikely qualifications. "You're here," Duke said finally. "That counts." Gary looked surprised by the simplicity of it. "That is both the nicest and most threatening encouragement I have ever received. It is all I got." Eugene stared at the lantern a while before speaking. "I used to think competence would protect me. Certifications, plans, savings, passwords. I had spreadsheets for emergencies, food rotation charts, backup drives. Then my bunker failed because the contractor stole half the filtration budget, and everybody at the Homeowners Association was too cheap to read the paperwork." He let out a breath that sounded like old humiliation finally finding oxygen. "Turns out I had prepared for inconvenience, not collapse." Gary gave a slow nod. "Preparedness is mostly fantasy sold with waterproof labels. You say that like a man who sold mattresses." Gary placed a hand over his chest. "Comfort is adjacent to preparedness. We are cousins in commerce. Chloe tapped the notebook against her knee until all three men looked at her. She had written carefully, letters darker where she pressed harder. Prepared people still die. Unprepared people too. Good people too. Duke read the lines twice. There was no arguing with them. There were children who became old in a week and adults who never managed the trick. Chloe set the notebook down, folded one blanket under her head, and lay back on the mattress as if she had settled the conversation to her satisfaction. Gary glanced after her. How old is she? Old enough to throw a knife through your hand if you get weird, Duke said. That answer implied more than it clarified. Eugene softened it. 15, we think. Gary went still. Christ, do not say it like the world still owes surprise, Duke murmured. Nobody slept much. Each time wind worried the front windows or the chain below gave a dry metallic twitch, everyone's eyes opened again. Just before dawn, Duke traded watch with Eugene and walked the dark aisle between memory foam displays while the others drifted into brief, ugly naps. He found Chloe awake anyway, sitting by the dock door with her notebook closed and her knees drawn up. Gray light edged her face. In it she looked younger than she ever allowed herself to seem. You should sleep, he said. She shrugged. Helpful answer. She pulled the notebook open and wrote with the blunt pencil she kept tucked in the spiral. When she handed it over, the words surprised him. Gary talks too much, but he is scared honest. Yeah, Duke said. Eugene is scared thinking. Also, yeah, you are scared mad. He looked down the aisle toward the chained annex door. That one you already said. She waited. He handed the notebook back. Fine. I'm scared hungry too. That earned the faintest curve at one corner of her mouth. She wrote again. Not just food. The line sat between them longer than he liked. Duke had never had a gift for talking around truths once they showed up in work boots. People leave, he said at last. Food goes bad. Fences fail. Folks promise and then they don't. So if something matters, I'd rather hit it till it admits that out loud. Chloe read that over his shoulder as he spoke, not because she needed the words, but because reading let hard things take shape outside the body. She tapped the pencil to the page, then wrote beneath his sentence. We stayed. He looked at the words until they blurred a little around the edges. Not from tears. He would have fought a man for suggesting that. From tiredness, maybe. From the fact that she was correct in the cruel, simple way children often were. Yeah, he said again, quieter. You did. Morning found them less rested, but more certain. Eugene and Gary spent an hour on the roof among cracked solar panels, checking charge and cursing each other into competence. Duke and Chloe searched the connected office block and found a locked records room full of employee files, tax forms, and an ancient vending machine Gary had somehow overlooked. It still held 8 bags of barbecue chips and 2 sleeves of peanut crackers. Duke declared the discovery proof of providence. Chloe took the chips and wrote "not meat" across the top in marker before handing them over. By noon they had a workable understanding of the place. The warehouse could be defended. The annex could be powered in controlled bursts. The stairwell camp belonged to strangers who knew the plant well enough to mark safe routes. The infected hogs below were strong enough to batter steel doors and stupid enough to keep doing it. None of this improved Duke's appetite for caution. He spread the butcher's map on a mattress and stabbed the page with a calloused finger. We go in through the livestock chute hall here. Catwalk over the kill floor. Down to the chilled rail rooms. Then the deep freezer. Gary looked pale already. That path contains every noun I dislike. Eugene adjusted the map. If the strangers are using the same routes, they may have trapped them. Then we don't step on the traps. You say that, Gary replied. Like the floor will issue footnotes. Chloe tapped the east catwalk warning and wrote in the margin. They wrote do not use. So use west. Eugene nodded. Exactly. Duke rolled his shoulders. Then we do it before dark. Gary opened his mouth to object, caught Chloe's stare, and thought better of it. I hate being outvoted by literacy. Welcome to the team, Duke said. Was I drafted? You were acquired. There was no ceremony to it, no handshake and no speech. Yet the fact settled over them anyway. By the time they packed shells, ropes, flashlights, a pry bar, and Gary's emergency supply of hard candy for blood sugar and morale, the quartet had become something more binding than convenience. Not family yet. Duke would have rejected the word on principle. but they moved around one another with the rough accuracy of people beginning to count each other in the math. Chapter 11. Hanging Rail Gospel. They entered the slaughterhouse from the livestock chute hall at 3 in the afternoon, when the light outside was still strong enough to make retreat possible and weak enough inside to remind every person of old teeth. The hall had once been built to move animals in a single obedient direction. Narrow concrete lanes ran between steel rails bent smooth by thousands of hides. Spray nozzles hung dead from overhead pipes. The smell was old manure, iron, bleach, and the bottom note of rot that never entirely left buildings designed around blood. Gary stopped dead at the threshold. I need everyone to appreciate that this is my personal version of hell, and that hell apparently has drainage. Duke looked over his shoulder. You're still coming. I know. I hate growth. They went single file. Duke first, Chloe second because she moved quiet and saw corners strange adults forgot. Eugene behind her with the larger flashlight and the coil of rope. Gary last with the crossbow, muttering location-specific prayers that seemed to involve both God and product warranty law. At the end of the chute hall, they found the first sign the strangers were not idiots. A wire had been strung knee-high across the dark, nearly invisible except where the beam struck it. Attached to the line was a cluster of hanging cleavers rigged to swing loose if tripped. Eugene crouched. Clever. Duke snorted. Coward clever. Alive clever, Gary said. Chloe pointed to the wall. Chalk marks. 2 vertical lines and a slash. Not decoration. Count. Somebody tallying movement or kills, or maybe days. Beneath them, in smaller print, hogs move when lights kick. Eugene photographed the warning with his mind the way some men took notes without paper. Generator tied to motion somewhere, or sound response to electrical load. Gary blinked. I understood some of those words individually. They edged past the cleaver trap and through the wash corridor into the catwalk room. Here the plant opened up and showed them its size. Below stretched the kill floor, a cavern of drains, tables, conveyor belts, and hanging rails disappearing into cold rooms at the far end. Overhead the rail system still held dozens of hooks. Most were empty. Some were not. Duke made himself look anyway. The shapes hanging on 3 of the distant hooks had once been men in aprons. Time and scavengers and infection had turned them into ruin with boots. One twitched slowly where it dangled. Another lacked a lower jaw and made a soft clacking noise every few seconds as the rail vibrated. Gary whispered, "That is the most upsetting mobile in America." Duke checked the shotgun safety. "I have seen worse." "Of course you have." The west catwalk hugged the outer wall and seemed intact. The east catwalk, the one marked "Do Not Use," sagged in the middle over a tangle of snapped chain and torn grating. They moved west. Each step rang softly through the steel. Beneath them something shifted among the processing tables. Then another thing. Human infected in stained coveralls wandering old routes by blind instinct. One slammed into a stainless workstation, turned, and kept going. A second stood with both hands on a conveyor, as if still waiting for an order. Eugene kept his voice barely above breath. The freezer rooms are beyond the chilling tunnel. If that compressor system is partly live, there may still be sub-zero pockets. That means meat, Duke said. It means maybe. Do not marry the fantasy yet. Duke did not answer. He was staring at the far wall where a red sign read USDA, inspection station, in peeling letters. Under it the metal service door stood open a hand's width, warm yellow light showing at the seam. People. Chloe saw it too and touched Duke's shoulder twice. He crouched. She pointed, then made a circling motion with one finger. Around them. She thought strangers were ahead and maybe below. Duke nodded. Halfway across the catwalk, the first shot cracked from beneath them. It missed everyone and punched through the handrail inches from Gary's elbow. He made a sound like a vacuum cleaner dying and dropped flat. Duke spun toward the source and saw a muzzle flash from the inspection office under the catwalk. 2 men moved in the doorway, both in butcher aprons hardened with old stains, both armed. Not workers. Scavengers. One yelled, "Back off. Freezer's ours." Duke answered with buckshot against the wall above their heads, close enough to shower them in paint and sparks. "Then come say that up here." The men ducked back. A second later, one of them kicked over a portable work light on the floor below. It shattered. The room plunged deeper into murk. Then the hogs woke. From behind the lower receiving gates came a frenzy of squeals and body blows. A chain-link barrier buckled. Eugene's face went white in the flashlight glare. "Move," he said, all debate gone. Right now. They ran the catwalk. Another shot rang out, wild in the dark. Chloe turned while moving and threw her knife one-handed. Someone below screamed and fell. Gary stared at her with pure theological alarm and nearly stepped into nothing where the catwalk narrowed. Duke caught the back of his ruined suit and hauled him upright without slowing. At the far end, they burst through the chilling tunnel door and slammed it behind them. Heavy impacts echoed from the main floor as animals hit rails and tables and whatever stood in their path. The tunnel beyond was lined with insulated walls and overhead hooks spaced like punctuation. Their breath smoked in the air. The temperature dropped fast enough to hurt. Gary bent double with his hands on his knees. "I would like," he wheezed, "for someone to formally acknowledge that I kept up despite my build, my trauma, and my total opposition to this outing." "You wind fast," Duke said. "That helps." The tunnel opened into the rail rooms, and there at last the dream confronted them in all its warped promise. 3 long chilled chambers stretched side by side, each with hooks, rails, and freezer curtains. Most carcasses had long since been removed, scavenged, or spoiled. But in the center room, behind a half-closed rolling gate, stood 6 hanging sides of beef silvered with frost, hard as carved stone. For one stunned second nobody spoke. Duke stepped forward as if approaching a miracle that might bolt. His gloved hand reached out and touched the frozen flank of the nearest quarter. It was real, dense, cold enough to burn. The old smell under the frost was still clean. "Oh," Gary breathed. "That is catastrophically emotional." Eugene stared at the frost line and then at the compressor housing overhead. If the power held intermittently, if the room never fully thawed. He shook his head. "I do not know if it is safe. I truly do not." Duke rested his forehead against the frozen beef for one brief, private moment and laughed under his breath like a man losing a fight with joy. "Look at you," he whispered to the meat itself. "Still trying." Chloe touched the carcass too, then looked at Duke with something close to concern. She wrote on the notebook and held it up. "Don't name it." "I wasn't gonna." She tilted her head. "I was thinking about it." The moment ended when voices rose beyond the tunnel. The scavengers had found another route. Worse, the pounding from the kill floor was getting closer, a whole mechanical storm of enraged animal force moving through gates and corridors. Eugene snapped back into motion. "We cannot butcher this here. We take samples, inspect, test what we can, and if it is viable we come back with transport." Duke's expression turned dangerous. "I am not leaving all of it. You are if the choice is between that and dying with your face on a rib section." Gary pointed to a maintenance alcove. "There are handsaws, meat wraps, also a freight dolly that may or may not have one functional wheel." Chloe had already vanished into the alcove. She returned with a boning knife, a hacksaw, and a small clipboard on which someone had once recorded temperatures. The last entry was 9 months old. Eugene swore softly. "That tells us nothing." Duke set his jaw. "Then we test with our mouths like ancestors." "That is not how contamination science works. It is how eating works." Before Eugene could answer, a shot cracked from the far tunnel mouth. The scavengers had reached the rail rooms. One voice shouted, "Leave the beef, and maybe we let you walk." Duke drew Nadine's revolver and fired twice through the hanging quarters, the bullets punching frozen meat with heavy dull smacks before sparking off steel. "Counteroffer," he roared. "Come get educated." The reply was another shot, and the sound of something larger than men entering the tunnel behind it. Squeals, hooves on concrete, a wet rush of breath. Gary looked from the strangers to the beef to the tunnel and said, with admirable clarity, "This is no longer a food issue. This is a mathematics issue." Eugene grabbed Duke's sleeve. "One section. Small. We go." Duke hesitated only because desire had become a physical force in him. Then Chloe slapped a roll of butcher paper against his chest and pointed to the saw. "That broke it." He hacked free a manageable slab from the edge of one quarter while Eugene held the paper and Gary kept watch with the crossbow. The saw screamed through bone and frozen tissue, showering them with white crystals and old red dust. It felt sacramental and obscene. Duke wrapped the prize like stolen gold. Then the first infected hog hit the far curtains hard enough to rip them from the track. It came through wearing chains around its neck and one broken inspection tag flapping from an ear. Its hide was gray-pink under frost. One eye had burst long ago. The other gleamed with dumb ruin. Behind it came two more, smaller but faster, each with shoulders like battering rams. Gary fired first, and somehow put a bolt directly through the lead hog's good eye. The beast skidded, crashed into the rail supports, and kept trying to move with the bolt buried to the fletching. Duke looked at him. Mixed aim my ass. Gary reloaded in panic. My gift only appears when every other option is humiliating. The rail room erupted. Duke met the first hog with the shotgun at arm's length, firing into the skull and taking the impact through both shoulders anyway. Chloe went low beneath a swinging carcass and slashed the hamstring of the second animal before springing clear. Eugene used the dolly as a shield to ram the third into the wall, then screamed at everyone to move because the scavengers were flanking. They retreated with the wrapped meat, because even in terror Duke would not drop it. The freezing air filled with screams, shots, and the metallic shriek of rails taking too much weight all at once. One of the hanging beef sides tore loose and crashed down between them and the tunnel, buying a breath and a barrier. Run, Eugene shouted again. This time nobody argued. They plunged deeper into the service corridor beyond the rail rooms, the package of possible salvation clutched in Duke's arms while the slaughterhouse, behind them, finally surrendered its full attention. Chapter 12. Test Fire. The service corridor dumped them into an employee break room lined with dented lockers and a mural of smiling cartoon cows promoting workplace safety. Duke kicked the door shut, shoved a vending machine in front of it with Gary's help, and stood there panting with the wrapped beef against his chest like a rescued infant. The absurdity of it almost made Eugene laugh. Almost. Then the door jumped under impact, and comedy gave way again to labor. Vent route, Gary said, wiping sweat off his face. There is a maintenance hall behind the lockers that reconnects to the warehouse loading dock. Eugene inspected the ceiling. You know an alarming amount about this building for a man who claims to spend his time panicking. Panic is just architecture plus urgency. Chloe had already pried open the maintenance hatch with the boning knife and a length of copper pipe. Duke shoved the parcel into her arms first, with a seriousness that might have embarrassed him under any calmer sky. She accepted it without comment and crawled through. Gary followed with a groan. Eugene went next. Duke stayed long enough to empty 2 rounds through the door when it bowed inward, and a scavenger's hand came through the gap with a pistol. "Keep your filthy scavenger fingers off my supper," Duke yelled. The hand vanished. A second later, someone on the other side shouted a string of threats involving property rights and ammunition. Duke laughed, ducked into the maintenance hall, and kicked the hatch shut behind him just as the break room door gave way. The hall was barely wide enough for a man in a winter coat. Pipe insulation brushed their shoulders. Dust rose with every movement. At intervals, old maintenance signs glowed in the flashlight beam. Compressed air. Coolant return. Authorized personnel only. Ahead, Chloe moved fast for someone carrying 10 pounds of frozen hope. They emerged beside the loading dock in the mattress warehouse with daylight turning copper through the broken windows. For a full half-minute nobody spoke. They just breathed and listened to their own hearts slow enough to rejoin the body. Then Gary said, "I would like to submit that stealing a parcel of experimental apocalypse beef from armed lunatics and diseased hogs qualifies as an above-average afternoon." Duke took the wrapped slab back from Chloe with reverence. "Worth it." Eugene bent with both hands on his thighs. "We do not know that. We know enough. No. We know it was frozen. We know it looked intact. We do not know whether intermittent power protected it. We do not know whether contamination could occur without obvious tissue changes. We do not know whether you are about to poison us for a symbolic meal." Duke laid the package on the display mattress headquarters as gently as a jeweler handling diamonds. "Then you don't eat none." Eugene stared at him. "You truly believe my objections are merely optional?" "Usually." Gary, surprisingly, stepped in before the argument could harden. "Gentlemen, I say this as a man whose central contributions are luck and inventory management. There may be a path between romance and science." He lifted both palms. "We cook a tiny sample. We observe texture, smell, and color. Then perhaps, and I emphasize perhaps, the smallest possible taste by the person most emotionally compromised, and therefore most likely to ignore reason anyway. All eyes turned to Duke. That is a rude medical protocol, Duke said. It is an accurate one. Chloe opened the notebook. Dumb but fair. Duke read the words, grumbled, and went to find the camp stove. They set up on the loading dock with the big door cracked for ventilation and weapons within reach. Twilight spread across the parking lot. Somewhere beyond the connected wall, the slaughterhouse still groaned and shrieked as the infected reorganized their appetites. Eugene shaved a sliver from the outer edge of the beef with the boning knife and inspected the exposed grain. The interior stayed dark ruby under the frost, no gray bloom, no sweet rotten smell. Structurally, he admitted, it looks better than I expected. That is the most romantic thing I have ever heard you say, Gary murmured. Duke lit the stove himself. The little blue flame looked pathetic under the weight of what he wanted from it. He set a cast-iron skillet on top, added a touch of rendered venison fat from one of their jars, and waited while the metal warmed. No one talked much. Even Chloe watched with the grave attention of a person witnessing ritual. When the pan finally hissed, Duke laid the sliver in. The sound that rose was small compared to memory, but it was enough. Sizzle. Fat waking. Protein tightening. A smell hit the air so sudden and human and old that all four of them closed their eyes for a heartbeat. Not canned, not smoked, not powdered, not imagined. Beef. Honest and immediate. Duke felt it like a blow behind the ribs. Gary sat down hard on a stack of bed frames. I might cry, and I need that entered into no record. Eugene watched the color change, then the smoke, then the pan. Keep cooking. Thoroughly. If there is any pathogen left alive in that sample, heat is our only prayer. Duke cooked it till the edges crisped and the middle lost its red. Then he slid the piece onto a clean tin lid and stared at it. Tiny, barely a bite, yet it held enough meaning to destabilize a person. Chloe wrote, smells like before. No one had to ask before what meant. Duke cut the piece in half anyway, because some instinct bigger than greed made the act necessary. He handed one half to Eugene. Eugene blinked. Why me? Because your mama made roast. Because you talked all that science and still came in there with me. Because if I eat alone and die, it will annoy me. That moved through Eugene's face like light finding a window not often opened. He took the piece without another word. They ate at the same time. Duke chewed once, twice, and the world rearranged itself around salt and browned fat and iron. The flavor was not transcendent because nothing cooked on a camp stove in a loading dock could be. It was better. It was ordinary. It tasted like a day that expected to continue. Eugene closed his eyes halfway and let the bite sit on his tongue before swallowing. Gary watched them with the expression of a man waiting on a jury. Well, Gary whispered. Duke opened his eyes. I hate how much that mattered. Eugene swallowed. Same. They waited. 5 minutes. 10. No convulsions. No sudden fever. No black veins. Only memory turning itself over inside their chests like a wounded animal not yet willing to die. Gary inhaled shakily. I request a ceremonial crumb. No, Eugene and Duke said together. That made Gary laugh until tears did appear, to his evident embarrassment. He wiped his face with his sleeve and pretended it was dust. Chloe took the notebook and wrote one line after another while the silence held. We can have nice things. For about a minute. Duke snorted. That's the whole apocalypse. The good minute ended when a rifle cracked from the slaughterhouse side and a bullet punched through the loading dock frame. Everyone moved at once. Duke kicked out the stove. Eugene grabbed the wrapped beef. Gary dove behind a tower of twin mattresses with surprising grace. Chloe vanished completely and reappeared on the dock roof ladder before any of them tracked how. A voice shouted from beyond the connected wall. You stole from us. We know you're in there. Duke crouched by the door with the shotgun up. You ain't using it right if you can't hold on to it. The scavenger answered with 3 more shots, all wild. Gary, peeking from cover, said, I dislike their persistence. They know we got the meat, Duke replied. Eugene looked at the wrapped slab in his hands and made a fast decision. Then they are not getting all of it. The next hour belonged to labor rather than battle. Under Eugene's direction and Gary's increasingly impressive facility with salvage, They converted the warehouse stockroom into a temporary cold room using insulation sheets, freezer curtains cut from the annex, dry ice from a half-functioning chest unit, and 2 fans wired to the solar batteries. It was not elegant. It was barely sane. Yet by full dark the slab of beef rested in a little chamber of humming cold that might buy them a day or two. Gary stared at the setup with reluctant pride. This is the sort of thing a desperate man calls engineering and a licensed man calls criminal. Eugene tightened the final wire. Do not touch anything metal while wet. I appreciate that your instructions always sound like a challenge coin from death. Duke watched them work and understood something that had been building slowly since Book 1 and had now taken harder shape. Eugene could pull electricity out of junk and make it obey. Chloe could see a room, a route, a person, and understand where the weak points lived. Gary could survive buildings and, under sufficient pressure, turn luck into logistics. None of them looked like what the old world would have called useful from 20 feet away. Yet he had gone from one truck and a temper to something approaching a team. He hated how much comfort the thought brought. Later, while the scavengers occasionally shouted from cover and the slaughterhouse answered with distant animal impacts, Duke and Chloe took first roof watch. The night wind carried cool spring dirt and the ghost smell of cooked beef from the loading dock. Chloe passed him the notebook. You shared it. Didn't have a choice, he said. Lie. He looked across the moonlit lot. Maybe not. She wrote again. That means it mattered. Duke rested the shotgun across his knees. Most things matter less if you don't say it out loud. She considered that, then wrote one more line. That also sounds like a lie. For the second time that day, a 15-year-old dismantled his defenses with handwriting. Duke took the notebook, stared at the page, and then handed it back without argument. Below them, Eugene and Gary argued softly over battery draw. Beyond the wall, strangers cursed in the dark over stolen meat. Beneath all of it, in the improvised cold room, a single slab of beef waited like proof that the dead world still had secrets worth bleeding for. Chapter 13. The Men with Claims. The scavengers called themselves the Sutter Boys, though only one of them looked young enough to deserve the title. Gary knew the name by rumor. Rural cousins from a hog operation north of the county line. Mean before the fall, better armed after it, and convinced every surviving resource inside 30 miles belonged to whoever could threaten hardest around it. By dawn there were at least 5 of them in cover around the slaughterhouse side yard and the old service lane between buildings. How many actual brothers? Eugene asked while peering through a crack in the dock wall. Gary shrugged. In rural crime families, brother is often a fluid term. Useful answer. It is the truest kind. The Sutter boys shouted terms every half hour. Leave the meat, and they would let the warehouse stand. Give back their freezer maps, and nobody had to bleed. One particularly nasal voice proposed trading shotgun shells for a fair stake share, which offended Duke on grounds both practical and moral. You don't negotiate beef under gunpoint, he said. That sentence implies there are circumstances where one does negotiate beef, Eugene replied. There are civilized ones. Remarkable. I am thrilled civilization survives in this narrow category. By mid-morning the standoff had settled into a rhythm bad enough to become dangerous. Men got stupid when tension lasted longer than their attention span. Eugene wanted to break contact and leave before the warehouse turned into a siege site. Duke wanted to leave only after taking enough from the slaughterhouse to count the trip as victory. Gary wanted peace, invisibility, and perhaps a legal affidavit from the universe stating he had suffered plenty. Chloe wanted movement. She kept circling the building in silent scouting loops, returning with notes that got sharper as the day warmed. 1 in office window. 2 by diesel tank. Dog cage in alley. Empty. That last line bothered Duke most. Men who trapped dogs usually graduated to worse. They used the daylight to prepare. Eugene rigged a battery trigger on the side service door so the next person who yanked it would get a non-lethal but memorable shock. Gary found a pallet of boxed bed rails and converted them into anti-vehicle obstacles around the truck. Chloe climbed to the warehouse sign and used a box cutter to free the last bolts holding the leaning Comfort King panel. It now waited overhead with beautiful spitefulness. What exactly is the plan? Gary asked after watching her work. Duke looked up. Depends how dumb they get. Gary pressed fingers to his temple. That answer has a smell. The Sutters finally made their move at 2 in the afternoon. One truck rolled down the side lane toward the dock, a rust-eaten feed hauler with welded grating over the windshield. 2 men fired from the bed while another drove. Simultaneously, someone in the slaughterhouse office window began putting rounds into the loading bay to keep their heads down. Now, Duke said. Chloe cut the final support line from the roof. The Comfort King sign sheared loose, tilted once in majestic slow motion, and dropped directly across the lane. It crushed the truck hood, caved the windshield grating, and folded the engine block into a smoking, unbelieving geometry. The gunfire from the bed ended under a rain of shattered metal and plastic letters. Gary stared through the window gap. I would like to note that retail infrastructure has joined our side. Duke was already moving. He and Eugene hit the side fire door together and came out flanking the wreck. The driver staggered free with blood in his eyes and a revolver in his hand. Eugene shot him in the thigh, which surprised both of them. Duke finished the matter with the hammer before the man understood who had reached him first. On the roof, Chloe threw down into the alley, forcing the office window shooter to withdraw or lose an ear. Gary, from somewhere Duke had not expected him to occupy, loosed a crossbow bolt that punched clean through the wrist of a man trying to reach the diesel tank. The man screamed and fell onto the battery-rigged service door at exactly the wrong moment. The shock launched him backward into a puddle with comic finality. Mixed aim, Gary called, sounding as shocked as anyone. Shut up and reload, Duke shouted. The brief fight should have broken the Sutter boys, but greed has a way of misreading casualties. Instead, 2 of them ran for the slaughterhouse interior, trying to loop through the chill rooms and seize the beef that way. Eugene saw the move first. They are going through the plant. Duke wiped the hammer on a dead man's shirt. Then we meet them in there. Gary looked offended by destiny itself. I have only just survived one excursion. Congratulations, Duke said. You live here now. The second push into the slaughterhouse went worse because everyone knew more. The Sutters knew the corners and were angry now. Duke's people knew the routes and were angrier. They entered from the livestock chute hall again, fast and loud this time. No pretense of stealth left. The infected responded like thunder waking in a canyon. On the catwalk above the kill floor, they caught up to one Sutter by the USDA office. He turned too slowly, and Duke hit him with enough force to send him over the rail. The man dropped screaming into the dark among the processing tables, where 2 human infected and something hog-shaped answered his landing at once. Duke did not wait to see how the argument resolved. The second Sutter had more sense and reached the rail rooms ahead of them. When they burst in, he had already cut open one hanging quarter and was sawing strips into a feed sack, frantic as a man looting a church while it burned. That is disrespectful, Duke said. The Sutter spun and fired. The shot clipped the hanging carcass beside Duke's head. Chloe moved before the echo died, crossing the slick floor in 3 silent steps and driving her shoulder into the man's knees. He crashed backward. The pistol skated away. Eugene kicked it clear. Gary, perhaps infected by proximity to lunatics, jumped on the man's wrist and held it down with both hands while shouting, "This is the most physical I have been in years." The Sutter bucked under him. Duke planted a boot on the man's chest and lowered the shotgun to his face. Who else? 3 outside. The man spat, blood at the corner of his mouth. Maybe more if Jeb made radio. Where's your camp? Go to hell. Duke cocked the gun. Eugene put a hand on the barrel and pushed it slightly aside. No, fast is better. He turned to Gary. Pockets. Gary blinked. I beg your pardon. Check him. Gary complied with visible revulsion and found keys, 2 shells, a pack of damp cigarettes, and a folded county road map marked with a farmhouse northeast of Mabin. Eugene held the map up. Good enough. The Sutter spat at him. Chloe drove the boning knife into the floor half an inch from the man's ear, and he froze at last. They left him tied to a rail support with the infected closing in from the tunnel, which Duke considered a fair educational outcome. Then they turned to the matter of the beef. The hanging sides were still there, minus the hacked section and the ragged cuts the Sutter had made. Duke touched the frost again and felt the old pull. Enough food for weeks, maybe more, if they could safely process and transport it. Eugene saw the look and answered it before Duke spoke. No, not all of it. Not with armed scavengers still outside, limited ice, and every infected animal in the county trying to break into this building. Then what? Then we take what we can carry and use, and we stop pretending the apocalypse owes us a miracle just because it briefly flirted with one. Duke wanted to be angry at that. Instead, he found himself exhausted by the scale of wanting. The old world had trained people to believe abundance was a birthright if they drove far enough, or paid enough, or knew the right aisle. The new world turned every good thing into a siege. Maybe Eugene understood before he did that a man could ruin himself trying to drag an entire freezer room into a truck bed. Fine, Duke said roughly. What's the smart amount? Gary, still catching his breath, lifted the feed sack the Sutter had started filling. An answer modest enough to fit in this deeply undignified bag. They cut what they could, not greed. Triage, roasts, wrapped sections, dense pieces that would keep longest in the improvised cold room or could be smoked if they found the right setup. Chloe worked clean and efficient beside Duke, passing paper, holding weight, keeping count in the notebook. Eugene marked each parcel with dates and questions like a man fighting chaos with handwriting. Gary stood lookout at the tunnel and announced sounds with dreadful accuracy. Human steps, he whispered once. No, wait. That is a hog. I regret being able to tell. The retreat came just before everything collapsed again. As they pushed the loaded dolly through the chill tunnel, a crash rang from the kill floor, and one entire section of catwalk dropped into the machinery below. The plant was literally coming apart under accumulated damage, rot, and repeated violence. The rail lights flickered once, twice, then went out. Duke grabbed the dolly and ran blind for the service hall. Behind them came squeals, shots, and men screaming each other's names. One Sutter bellowed for Jeb. Another shrieked after something bit him. The slaughterhouse took every noise and ground it into one long industrial animal. They made the warehouse with 3 sacks of meat, bruises up and down their shins, and a collective understanding that nothing in the plant was stable anymore. Eugene barred every connection door. Gary reinforced the stockroom cold room until the little fans whined like insects. Chloe climbed to the roof with binoculars taken off a dead Sutter and watched the side lane through the evening. What is the ruling? Gary asked at last, sitting on a boxed headboard and staring at the sacks. Duke looked around at the warehouse, the truck, the people, and the door that led back to too much frozen possibility. Ruling is this place is cursed. That, Gary said, is the first sensible thing you have said all week. But sensible did not mean finished. Outside, somewhere past the sign wreck in the side yard, one surviving Sutter had started a truck and driven off. Retreat or reinforcements, nobody knew. Inside the connected wall, the infected were still moving in ever more complicated patterns. The plant had more to give and more to take. Duke could feel both truths pulling at him like hooks from opposite directions. He did not sleep that night either. Chapter 14. Smoke, Salt, and Decision. The rain came after midnight and drummed on the warehouse roof hard enough to blur all outside sound into one continuous hiss. For the first time since arriving, the building felt briefly cut off from the rest of the world rather than besieged by it. Eugene claimed the weather bought them 6 hours before any sensible attacker would move again. Duke said there were no sensible attackers left anywhere. Gary said both statements could be true and brewed coffee strong enough to wake dead federal inspectors. They ate late by lantern in the stockroom beside their improvised cold room, because guarding food while consuming less important food had become the group's current profession. Gary found a jar of dill pickles in his private stash and presented it like dowry wealth. Eugene measured dry ice loss and fan temperature. Chloe sharpened blades on a whetstone with the steady patience of someone calming herself through repetition. Duke sliced thin strips off a lesser cut they had trimmed from the stolen beef and hung them over a rack above a careful smoke pan Gary assembled from a showroom grill and cedar scraps. It is a grotesque use of premium retail property, Gary said. It is a righteous one. The little strips cooked slowly while rain washed the lot outside. Their smell filled the stockroom with a hunger that was not desperate this time, but anticipatory, almost tender. The difference mattered. Desperation made people stupid. Anticipation made them quiet. Suppose, Gary said after a while, that the miracle freezer is real enough to keep yielding. What then? Do we become beef barons? Do we establish a republic? Do I go back to wearing a tie and conning families into firm mattresses? No, Eugene said. We become dead if we stay here too long. Gary pointed at him with a pickle spear. You are an unromantic man. I am a realistic one. Duke turned a strip on the grill and let the grease hiss. Could do both. Take what we got. Burn what we can't. Eugene stared. Burn the rest of the meat. Better than Sutter's, get it. Gary looked pained. I cannot believe I understand your ethics and still find them exhausting. Chloe wrote in the notebook and set it beside the smoking rack. Take people food. Break bad people food. Leave. Duke read it and grunted. Eugene looked relieved that the proposal had come from her and not him. Gary squinted at the page. That is disturbingly coherent doctrine. It is doctrine because it is correct, Eugene said. The strips finished near 2 in the morning. They shared them 4 ways, standing close to the lantern while rain and wind worked the walls. The smoked beef was tougher than memory and a little sharp from the cedar, but it held. It held enough to make the future feel less abstract. Duke chewed slowly, no theatrics this time, and watched the others eat. Eugene allowed himself actual pleasure without apology. Gary closed his eyes and did, briefly, appear to pray. Chloe took tiny bites and looked at nobody. This, Gary said softly, is the sort of meal that makes a man miss table manners and emotionally stable lighting. Duke swallowed. This is the sort that makes a man willing to kill 6 more idiots tomorrow. Same spirit, Gary replied. Different phrasing. The conversation drifted after that into the kind people had only when they believed, for a short hour, that they might see another week. Gary talked about the fish tank he had once kept in his condo, and how the quiet of it had felt expensive in a way money usually failed to. Eugene confessed he used to bake bread on Sundays because yeast obeyed rules and made the apartment smell inhabited. Duke admitted Nadine had taught him to smoke pork shoulder by making him tend a pit all night when he was 14 and too cocky to understand patience. Chloe listened, wrote nothing, and kept eating. Did your grandmother ever like anyone? Eugene asked. Duke laughed under his breath. She liked dogs, rain after drought, and men who left fast. Tolerated me because I was kin and because somebody had to carry feed. That sounds almost affectionate, Gary said. It was the version she had. Rain softened toward dawn. With it came a harder conversation. Eugene spread the county map on a mattress and circled the Sutter farmhouse Gary had found in the scavenger's pocket. If the survivor who drove off goes there, they may return with more men by morning. We can leave now with what we have and still reach open county before full light. Or we can gamble on one more run into the plant. Duke looked at the map, then at the cold room, then at the door. Every part of him pulled a different way. Hunger said go back. Pride said do not be chased off by men who could not hold a freezer. Memory said one room full of hanging beef could feed people who had not tasted normal in months. The newer thing in him, the thing that had arrived disguised as responsibility, looked at the faces around the lantern and asked what the cost of wanting would be if paid by all 4. Gary unexpectedly broke the tie. I vote leave after one final daylight operation with hard limits, which is not the coward's compromise it appears to be. We know the routes. We know the threats. We take the best cuts we can in one fast run, then we make the place useless to anyone following. That way everyone loses enough to call it justice. Eugene leaned back and actually considered it. One operation. 90 minutes. No heroics. Duke looked at him. No excessive heroics. Eugene pinched the bridge of his nose. You are a problem that grammar cannot solve. Chloe wrote under Gary's suggestion. One run. No chasing dream cows. Duke barked a laugh despite himself. Fine. They tried to sleep in shifts before dawn. Duke lay on a luxury mattress under a warehouse blanket and listened to rainwater drip through a cracked skylight into a display hot tub that had somehow been left in the rear showroom for cross-merchandising. Somewhere nearby, Gary snored in nervous little bursts. Eugene turned pages in the dark, pretending to reread the map rather than rest. Chloe slept curled against a stack of unopened pillows with the notebook under one hand. Duke stared at the steel beams overhead until the shape of the plan steadied in his mind. One run. Best cuts only. No fantasy. Then cripple the plant and leave. It was the kind of compromise adulthood probably demanded from better men all the time. He resented the discovery. At first light, the rain broke. Mist hung over the lot and turned the wrecked sign, the wrecked truck, and the weed-filled ditches into a gray, soft-edged world that looked almost gentle if you ignored history. They packed fast. Rope, sacks, 2 coolers lined with insulation panels, gasoline siphoned from the Sutter truck. Eugene took the map and the batteries. Gary loaded extra bolts and a pry bar. Chloe tucked the notebook in her back pocket and painted one last message on the loading dock wall in white showroom marker before they left. No meat for thieves. Gary read it and sighed with admiration. The child understands branding. Then the 4 of them went back into the slaughterhouse one last time. Chapter 15. The kill floor at dawn. Morning light entered the plant in broken strips through high dirty windows, enough to reveal ruin without making any of it less haunted. Water dripped from the catwalk rails where rain had found seams in the roof. The kill floor below looked as if a storm had gone through carrying teeth. Tables lay overturned. Conveyor belts were tangled with cable and old plastic wrap. One hog carcass, long infected and newly dead again, had wedged itself under a hoist with all 4 legs rigid in the air. The place no longer resembled industry. It resembled a machine dying in pieces. They moved faster now because there was no illusion left. The west catwalk remained usable, though every 5th step flexed more than Duke liked. The inspection office had been torn open in the night. Blood slicked the threshold. No bodies, just drag marks leading down toward the pens. The building had settled some of its own disputes. Happy to see management resolved itself, Gary muttered. At the chill rooms they split by task without discussion. Duke and Chloe cut and wrapped. Eugene and Gary loaded and marked. The remaining hanging beef sides gave up their best portions reluctantly under the saw, frost breaking away in white chips that stuck to gloves and sleeves. Each parcel went into a cooler, each cooler onto the dolly, every movement timed against the sounds in the tunnels. On the 3rd haul, Chloe froze and lifted 2 fingers. Footsteps. Not infected. 2 measured. Duke killed the flashlight. Across the far room, beyond the dangling rails, a man moved between curtains with a rifle at his shoulder. Older than the others. Beard gone iron gray. One of the actual Sutter brothers, maybe. He saw the cooler first, then Duke, and his face hardened with the blank offense of a man discovering somebody else had disobeyed his sense of ownership. That meat's ours, he said. Duke kept the saw in one hand and the shotgun in the other. You people keep saying stupid things with confidence. The man fired before the sentence finished. The round ripped through butcher paper and punched into the quarter hanging behind Duke. Chloe's knife answered at once, flashing through cold air and burying itself in the man's forearm. He cursed and dropped the rifle. Eugene lunged from behind a carcass and kicked the weapon away, but the sound had already done its work. From the shoot hall came a thunder of impacts. Gary went pale. We have reactivated the pig choir. The Sutter's older brother yanked Chloe's knife free and reached for his sidearm. Duke shot him through the chest at 7 feet. The blast echoed through the room, so hard the rails sang. The man dropped backward into a curtain and disappeared in a wash of frost and plastic. Coolers, Eugene barked. They moved. No speeches. No second looks. Dolly wheels screamed as Gary manhandled the load toward the service corridor. Duke took the rear with the shotgun. Chloe snatched up the dropped rifle and worked the action with quick, competent hands that meant someone awful had once taught her well. The pounding in the chute hall grew into actual structural damage. Gates failed one by one with metallic booms. At the tunnel mouth, the first infected bull appeared. Not a hog, not a steer. A breeding bull from some farm intake gone wrong. Massive even after decay. One horn snapped halfway off, and the other crusted dark to the tip. Infection had pulled the lips back from yellow teeth and clouded the eyes white, but size stayed size. It hit the opening at speed and ripped the freezer curtains from the track like paper. For the first time that morning, Duke understood in a clean, practical way that a person could die over wanting steak. Move, he said, every joke burned out of the word. The bull came into the rail room broadside, slipping on blood and correcting with furious muscle. Chloe fired the rifle. The round struck shoulder and changed nothing. Eugene and Gary hauled the dolly into the corridor while Duke stepped toward the bull, because someone had to hold the impossible still for 3 seconds, and because that role kept finding him. He fired both barrels of the shotgun into its face. The bull staggered, not down but sideways, smashing a rail support and taking 2 hanging quarters with it. Frost and meat and steel crashed around them. Duke dodged left too late and caught the edge of a swinging carcass across the back hard enough to drop him to one knee. The bull lowered what remained of its head and drove. Chloe hit it next, not with gunfire, but with the pry bar swung into the ruined eye socket. It was an absurd attack. It worked because absurdity sometimes bought fractions of a second. The bull turned toward her. Duke rolled under the rail, grabbed the fallen sutter's rifle, and jammed the barrel up beneath the jaw where bone met ruined flesh. He emptied the magazine. The animal crashed into the wall so hard the insulated panel split. Then it slid down, legs kicking once, twice, and was still. Gary stared from the corridor. "I would like to resign." "You're carrying the cooler," Duke shouted back, hauling himself up. No resignation. The chase to the warehouse felt less like retreat than being spat through a machine. Hogs flooded the lower pens. Human infected wandered into their path and were bowled aside. Somewhere behind, the catwalk finally failed completely with a shriek like a ship dying. Duke caught up to the others in the service hall with blood down one sleeve and a bruise spreading black across his back. Eugene looked him over in one sweeping glance and chose, wisely, to postpone commentary. The warehouse loading dock burst open before them in white-gray daylight, and there waited the last 2 Sutter men, both armed, both having guessed the route. "Drop the coolers," one shouted. Gary did the opposite and kept rolling. That, more than courage, won the next 10 seconds. The Sutter expected compliance or panic. He got a mattress salesman barreling a loaded dolly straight at his knees. Gary hit him with the force of stored resentment and cheap wheels. The man went down under 40 pounds of insulated beef and very expensive indignity. The second Sutter fired toward the dock. Chloe shot him first with the stolen rifle. Duke did not see exactly where the bullet hit because he was already on the man with the hammer, ending further questions. Then the infected arrived at the far end of the lane, drawn by sound and blood and whatever hateful weather moved through their damaged heads. 3 hogs burst from the side service door. Behind them came 2 human infected in butcher whites and the beginning of more shapes in the dark. Eugene looked from the lane to the gas can stacked beside the stockroom wall. Duke. He did not need to finish. The plan that had been half-sketched over midnight coffee took full shape at once. Take the food. Break the rest. Leave. Duke and Gary dragged the gas cans to the connection corridor while Eugene kicked open every inner fire door leading back toward the chill rooms. Chloe went to the roof with shells and the last can of fuel. Their coolers were already in the truck bed. The improvised cold room held what small reserve they had kept. Nothing else in the warehouse mattered more. The first hog hit the threshold as Duke splashed gasoline down the corridor and over stacks of old foam pallets. The stuff spread fast along dust and old fat residues. Duke threw the empty can at the animal's head and ran. Eugene was already at the truck. Gary was half in the cab praying at operational volume. Chloe fired once from above to burst the can she had dropped into the lane, creating a glittering pool across the route from slaughterhouse to warehouse. Duke lit the road flare on the second strike and hurled it back through the open dock. Fire does not hesitate. It simply decides. The corridor went up in a rushing bloom. Gasoline flashed along the floor, climbed the foam, caught the hanging insulation strips, and ran toward the slaughterhouse connection as if the building had been thirsty all along. The hog in the doorway disappeared in orange. Heat punched out into the lot. Chloe leapt from the lower awning into the truck bed, landed among the coolers, and slammed her palm on the roof. "Go," Eugene yelled. Gary did, because panic and timing were cousins in him. The truck fishtailed out of the lot as flames licked from the dock and thick smoke began pumping from the service hall windows. In the mirror, Duke saw the last standing Comfort King letters silhouetted against fire while infected shapes blundered through heat they did not understand. He also saw one brief, impossible image through the crack of the opening corridor, hanging beef sides behind a wall of flame, still white with frost, vanishing into black smoke. He sat back hard on the bench seat and let out a breath that might have been grief if he were built for cleaner emotions. Eugene glanced at him while clinging to the dash. "You saved enough." Duke kept watching the fire shrink in the mirror as distance took it. "Wasn't about enough." "I know." That was the mercy of Eugene. He knew without demanding the man say it prettier. Chapter 16. No meat, no peace. They drove until the fire was only a dirty stripe in the rear view, and the county road turned from industrial gravel to fields gone spring green under a washed blue sky. No one talked for the first 30 miles. Adrenaline had emptied them out. Gary kept both hands clenched around the wheel and muttered route decisions like spells. Eugene monitored the coolers as if they were patients with uncertain odds. Chloe sat in the truck bed among the wrapped cuts with the rifle across her knees, queen of a kingdom won from frost and stupidity. Duke watched fence lines slide past and felt his body begin to report its damages one bruise at a time. They stopped at an abandoned church camp outside a pine stand near the river, a place with cabins, a hand pump, and a smoking pavilion built of cinder block. Eugene chose it because it had defensible sightlines. Gary approved because one cabin still had actual bunks. Duke approved because the pavilion chimney could take a lot of smoke without advertising details. The work of staying alive resumed immediately because that was the one routine collapse had not managed to break. They unloaded. Eugene checked every parcel, rejecting 2 with bullet damage and blood contamination he considered suspicious. Duke argued until Eugene asked whether a dramatic bowel death over compromised brisket was truly the hill he wanted. Gary cleaned the pavilion grills and found a stack of old hymnals in a closet, which he did not burn only because Chloe gave him a look suggesting some symbols were not hers to disrespect. Chloe set perimeter alarms with fishing line and tin cups she scavenged from the camp kitchen. By evening they had a smoking rack going, a wash line stretched between 2 pines, and one cabin turned into cold storage using river water, insulation, and every scrap of shaded airflow Eugene could bully into cooperation. The place began, with shocking speed, to resemble a camp rather than a flight path. Gary stood in the pavilion doorway with smoke drifting around his suit and said, "I have accidentally joined a highly dysfunctional but effective catering company." Duke fed cedar and oak into the firebox. "You talk too much to die? That's your gift." Gary considered this. That is either the nicest thing you have said or a highly specific threat. Eugene came in carrying the notebook Chloe had left on the table. "She wants us to inventory," he said. "That sounds unlike her," Gary replied. Eugene turned the notebook around. Chloe had written across a whole page. "Not a list for fun. A list so we do not eat stupid." Duke laughed once. "Fair enough." The inventory took the rest of the light. Cuts sorted by type. What to smoke first. What to cook tomorrow. What to trade never. Eugene created categories. Gary suggested names for the categories that made Chloe underline "no" next to each one. Duke hauled wood and pretended not to notice how close the scene felt to family labor from a version of America that had not died yet. At sunset, they cooked the first proper meal from the haul. Not much. Thin slices from a roast Eugene finally deemed trustworthy after trimming and overcooking. Beans on the side. Camp biscuits made from scavenged mix and too much river water. Coffee black enough to classify as punishment. They ate at a picnic table outside the pavilion while tree frogs started up by the river and the sky went lavender behind the pines. No speeches came. None were needed. The meat was real. The table was level enough. No bullets passed through the trees. For several minutes, they existed inside an evening that might have belonged to any old road trip in any old country, if one ignored the guns leaning against the bench and the notebook messages weighted down by a box of shells. Gary chewed, closed his eyes, and whispered, "This is indecently good." "It is a medium roast at best," Eugene said. "I am complimenting reality, not your technique." Duke looked at Chloe. She was eating slowly, one small bite at a time, gaze moving between the others whenever they spoke as if memorizing not words but the shape of people safe enough to loosen around food. He understood then that the meal was doing to her some version of what it had done to him on the loading dock. Not feeding only the body, restoring a category of expectation. "You all right?" he asked. She nodded once, then wrote before he could regret asking. "This feels like people." Duke looked at the line and then out toward the dark trees because the answer, whatever it was, sat too close to his throat. Gary, perhaps for once recognizing a moment larger than himself, kept quiet. Eugene did not. He never did when truth needed a bridge. "It does," Eugene said softly. That is why we keep trying. The words settled over the table with the smoke. Duke cut another piece of meat and ate it rather than reply. Some men talked best through continued existence. Later that night, after the food was put away and the first smoked cuts hung from the rafters, Duke found Eugene by the hand pump washing blood from the saw. Moonlight silvered the yard. The camp cabins stood around them like polite ghosts. "You were right," Duke said. Eugene did not look up immediately. "About which item?" "My victories are often under-celebrated." Leaving when we left. Water rattled into the bucket. Eugene scrubbed the saw teeth with an old toothbrush and sighed. "I know." Duke waited, because the man deserved the full sentence. "If we had stayed for all of it," Eugene went on, "we would have died there with enough meat hanging over our heads to make the irony unbearable." Duke leaned on the pump handle. "Still pisses me off." "It should. Anger is not always irrational. Sometimes it is just grief refusing better tailoring." Duke looked at him a long moment. "You've been saving that line. I have been waiting for you to stop pretending you were only hungry." The honesty landed clean. No insult in it. No pity either, which mattered more. Duke watched the moonlight catch the bucket rim and thought of Nadine's smokehouse, of road signs advertising burgers to a dead audience, of frozen quarters hanging in a burning room. Then he thought of Gary snoring in cabin 2, of Chloe's notebook under her pillow, of Eugene rinsing tools like tomorrow required order. "Guess that's the problem," he said. "No meat, no peace." Eugene gave a small tired smile. "That is, against my preferences, an excellent summary." The next morning proved the line true in 3 separate ways. First, Gary discovered one of the smoked strips missing and followed greasy footprints to a raccoon large enough to merit citizenship. Second, a pair of hungry travelers came down the camp road drawn by smoke and offered ammunition for food with the desperate politeness of people who had forgotten how to ask normally. Third, Duke woke before dawn from dreams of the slaughterhouse freezer still intact somewhere inside the fire, as if plenty had survived just long enough to mock him personally. Peace, then, remained a temporary arrangement negotiated meal to meal. They fed the travelers after disarming them. "Nothing free," Eugene insisted. They traded. The raccoon escaped with part of a sirloin tip and most of Gary's dignity. Chloe drew a cartoon of it in the notebook wearing Gary's tie and labeled it Thief. Gary declared the art unkind and accurate. Duke spent the afternoon reinforcing the smokehouse and pretending the dreams did not itch at him. By the second evening, the quartet had settled into a shape not one of them would have chosen on paper, and all of them would now have defended with embarrassing violence. Eugene kept systems alive. Chloe watched edges. Gary made improbable survival look like a retail specialty. Duke held the middle through force, appetite, and a loyalty he still preferred to call practical. That night they ate again under the pavilion. Better this time. A thicker steak, grilled over real coals, sliced to share. Gary produced a bottle of steak sauce from some criminal cache in the truck and nearly cried when Duke did not object. Eugene even laughed at one of Duke's worst insults, which was how exhaustion announced affection in educated men. Chloe wrote less because she no longer had to explain every thought before it could live among them. When the meal ended, Duke sat back and listened to the insects in the pines and the small, ordinary noises of his people cleaning up. The world beyond the trees still held infected herds, starving roads, scavenger clans, and every species of fool. Tomorrow would ask for movement again. More food, more fuel, more luck than decent people should need. But for one clear minute he looked at the smokehouse, the truck, the weapons stacked by the door, and the 3 survivors who had become his by accumulation rather than ceremony. They had not gotten the steak in the form he had imagined when this whole deranged crusade began. They had gotten something messier, and therefore more real. Meat enough to matter. Proof that the old world had not surrendered every good thing. And a crew strange enough to drag him back from every bad idea by force, sarcasm, or handwriting. Gary raised his mug from across the table. To mixed victories. Eugene lifted his own. To not dying over symbolic groceries. Chloe wrote one line and turned the notebook outward. To eating before the world does. Duke looked at all of them and felt the crooked shape of contentment try to form where rage usually lived. He raised his coffee. "To my weird damn crew," he said. Nobody made fun of him for it. That was how he knew the words had landed true. Out beyond the camp, somewhere past the river and the black fields and the roads still full of bad decisions, the apocalypse went on chewing. Inside the pavilion, under smoke and cedar and the last light of another survived day, Duke took a bite of beef, chewed, and decided that peace was never going to be a permanent state. That did not mean it could not be hunted. The Gospel according to Duke. Book 3, Bunker Mentality. Chapter 1. Concrete Promises. The morning after the last of the slaughterhouse beef had been smoked and wrapped, the camp woke under a sky the color of dishwater and wood ash. The cedar boards of the pavilion still held last night's warmth if a hand knew where to look for it, and the smokehouse gave off the deep savory perfume of victory delayed rather than victory secured. Duke sat on the top step with a tin cup of coffee balanced on one knee and watched the mist lift from the dark line of pines beyond the clearing. He had slept hard, dreamed badly, and come awake with the same stubborn fact lodged behind his ribs that had lived there for months now. The world had ended rude and hungry, and hunger had turned out to be a better historian than any man alive. It kept count of what had been taken. It remembered exactly what normal used to taste like. Behind him the camp creaked into motion. Gary coughed in cabin 2 with theatrical delicacy, as if even his lungs believed they had once sold mattresses in a showroom with soft lighting and had simply never adjusted to a world where mornings smelled like wet earth, gun oil, and smoked sirloin. Eugene emerged from the opposite cabin, buttoning a flannel shirt over a thermal undershirt, his glasses fogging in the cool air. Chloe came last, silent as usual, wearing the same red sheer skirt under an oversized army jacket and carrying her notebook under one arm like it was part of her skeleton now. Eugene took one look at Duke's face and stopped beside the steps. "You appear to be contemplating either philosophy or homicide. Those ain't separate categories. Sometimes with you, I know." Gary shuffled over with his own cup and sat 2 steps lower, careful not to crowd Duke, but not so careful that it became obvious. Their little unit had settled into that balance during the long road miles of Book 2's miseries. Nobody trusted peace fully. They only learned how to sit near it. Chloe opened the notebook, wrote one line, and angled it toward the 3 men. "He's thinking about steak again." Duke looked over the rim of his cup. "I have a broad interior life." Gary read the page and snorted. "Your interior life is 90% blunt force trauma and 10% barbecue sauce. Still more depth than you got." Gary took the insult with the worn resignation of a man who had learned Duke's affection often arrived disguised as workplace harassment. He blew on his coffee. "For what it is worth, I was thinking about eggs." That got Duke's attention. "Don't talk stupid before breakfast. I am serious. Eggs. Scrambled. Fried. A whole plate of them. Maybe biscuits. Maybe sausage." Eugene closed his eyes briefly. "Now I am angry at both of you. They ate oatmeal thick enough to shame mortar and bacon thin enough to remind them the smokehouse's supply was not infinite." Duke tried not to look toward the hooks inside. He had wanted abundance and instead gotten arithmetic. Every slice consumed became a conversation about what came next. He hated that. Food ought to mean satisfaction. In the new world, it had become scheduling. The radio on the pavilion shelf hissed as Eugene adjusted the antenna made from stripped wire and stubbornness. Most mornings it offered nothing but ghost stations and preachers who had survived by confusing stubbornness with prophecy. This morning, after a burst of static that sounded like gravel poured down a chute, a woman's voice emerged sharp enough to stop all 4 of them. "Continuity shelters remain under federal authority," she said. "Unauthorized approach to secured agricultural annexes is prohibited. Repeat, federal continuity shelters and agricultural annexes remain under federal authority. Reports of black market livestock auctions are false. Citizens are advised that protected breeding stock and viable poultry reserves are being relocated to subterranean facilities pending regional stabilization." Duke lowered his spoon. The voice continued through the crackle. "Priority entry remains restricted to credentialed personnel, critical skilled workers, designated families, and continuity-listed civilians. Do not gather at access points. Aid depots will continue to serve displaced persons at approved surface camps. Any rumors of specialty food distribution dash." The signal dissolved in static. Nobody spoke for a second. Then Duke said, "Did she say poultry?" Eugene rubbed a hand across his mouth. I would argue the more socially important part of that announcement was the existence of subterranean continuity shelters. She said poultry. Gary stared into the middle distance with the look of a man seeing the gates of heaven open just wide enough to reveal breakfast. Eggs. Chloe wrote again. Protected chickens. This country has become a joke told by God. Duke stood up, so suddenly the step creaked under him. Subterranean means bunker. Yes, Eugene said carefully. With chickens. With bureaucrats too. Duke looked at him as if Eugene had just named an unfortunate but manageable side effect of a miracle. You can live with bugs under a log if there's enough meat in the yard. Eugene folded his arms against the cold. Duke, the entire phrase priority entry exists specifically to exclude people like us. People like me, Duke corrected. You got glasses and vocabulary. Gary can lie with his whole body. Chloe can glare holes in a wall. We're halfway to respectable already. Gary looked startled by the compliment, or whatever near relative of a compliment that was. I appreciate the sentiment, but I feel I should mention that official facilities traditionally react poorly to my face. Only because your face looks guilty even when you're asleep, Duke said. The idea lodged and grew over breakfast the way bad plans always did around him, putting down roots before any decent person could pull them up. By mid-morning, he had Eugene mapping every scrap of highway memory against the fragments from the radio. Gary inventoried fuel. Chloe cleaned blades and watched Duke with the bright, dangerous patience she saved for him when she could tell he was about to drag them towards something catastrophic. It was not distrust. It was recognition. Around noon, two travelers came down the camp road from the east. A woman in a sheriff's jacket with the patches torn off, and a teenage boy pushing a bicycle with one bent wheel. Duke met them at the edge of the clearing with the shotgun visible and the coffee still in him enough to keep his tone from becoming immediately hostile. We're not here to take, the woman said before he could ask. Her voice carried the sanded-down roughness of someone who had been speaking too little and sleeping worse. We saw smoke. Thought maybe you'd trade water. We can trade, Eugene called from the pavilion. The woman's eyes flicked to the cabins, the truck, the stacked firewood, the little signs of competence that in the new world glowed brighter than any welcome sign. You folks staying? For a minute, Gary said. The boy looked maybe 16 and should have looked younger. The apocalypse aged people in all the cheap corners first. He had a rash at the base of his throat and the flat, tired stare of someone who had learned the difference between a camp and a home and had not been offered either for some time. Chloe came forward with a canteen and handed it over without a word. The boy hesitated, then drank. He did not gulp. His mother had taught him manners before the world fell apart, and somehow that made the sight harder. They traded water and 2 strips of smoked beef for information. The woman's name was Renee. She and her son, Micah, had come from the direction of an old limestone processing plant 20 miles south where a federal bunker had been carved into the ridge beneath the factory before the collapse ever had a name. Everyone within 3 counties knew about it now. Everyone had also learned there was a difference between knowing a door existed and being welcome on the inside of it. They got fences above ground and concrete gates below, Renee said, standing with her cup in both hands for warmth she was too proud to ask for. They screen at the outer perimeter and pretend it means something. Mostly it means if your name ain't on a list, you get told to move along before somebody with a badge remembers he still enjoys acting important. Eugene leaned on the pavilion post. What about skilled workers? The broadcast mentioned them. Renee laughed without humor. You know what counts as skilled when rich people are scared? Surgeons, engineers, data people, security contractors, maybe a mechanic if they're desperate and you know how to say the right words. But mostly it's family names, government names, donor names. Folks who spend a lifetime building fences and now want to pretend fences are civilization. Micah wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. They got generators that don't cut out. We heard music from inside the ridge one night. Real music, not just a radio catching ghosts. Gary's face did something painfully hopeful. Music, Micah nodded, and lights in the vents. Warm ones. Duke hated the boy a little for how much that image did to him. Renee set the cup down. There's a surface camp east of the ridge where they dump the people they don't take. Aid crates if the trucks arrive. Fights if they don't. We left when the dogs got loose. Infected? Duke asked. Regular dogs first. Then infected after they bit what they could. Didn't seem worth being around to learn the difference. She looked at the smokehouse, then at Duke's face. You're thinking of going. Duke did not bother denying it. Renee studied him another second and read whatever lived under his expression with the practiced speed of a former law officer. Then hear me plain. Men at those gates like rules more than they like mercy. If you get in their line, don't expect them to act like neighbors. Expect them to act like accountants deciding which lives fit on the page. Duke's mouth tightened. I ain't never liked accountants. Then you'll love continuity government. After they left, silence hung over the camp in a way that was not peaceful. It was crowded with calculations. Duke walked out to the smokehouse and stood with one hand on the door latch. He could smell wood, salt, rendered fat, and the temporary nature of every victory his crew had won on the road. Enough meat to matter, he had told himself. Enough to breathe, not enough to stay still forever. Eugene came to stand beside him. You already decided, he said. Thinking ain't deciding. True. With you, deciding often happens first. Duke pulled the door open. Inside, strips of smoked beef hung in the dimness like a church service for men with bad priorities. How long we got if we stay? Eugene looked at the hooks, did the arithmetic he never enjoyed but never dodged. If we ration. If nothing spoils. If nobody steals from us, and we do not take on strays, which apparently we are emotionally incapable of not doing. A couple of weeks before the food question becomes ugly again. Duke grunted. That was roughly what he had known already. He just hated hearing truth in full sentences. Eugene rested a shoulder against the doorframe. The bunker is probably a terrible idea. Every idea worth a damn has been terrible lately. That is not the reassuring philosophy you think it is. Duke looked out past the clearing to the trees. I ain't staying here till the world squeezes us dry one strip at a time. Eugene's answer took a moment. Neither am I. That was the real thing between them by then. Not agreement. Not comfort. Just a growing habit of standing on the same side of the bad news. By sunset the truck was packed. Smokehouse stores wrapped in cloth and wax paper. Ammunition counted. Water drums secured. Gary tied the camp tools down with solemn precision, as if neat knots could keep misfortune from noticing them. Chloe disappeared into cabin 2 and came out with the little raccoon cartoon she had drawn after the thief incident. She tacked it to a post in the pavilion with her knife. Beneath the drawing, she added 4 words. Not dead. Gone hunting better. Gary laughed when he saw it, and then, unexpectedly, got quiet. You think we'll come back? Chloe lifted one shoulder. Duke looked at the cabins, the smokehouse, the steps where he had sat that morning imagining eggs like a man with religion leaking in around the edges. The camp had been good by end-of-the-world standards. It had also already started to feel like a place someone else might steal the moment his back turned. Maybe, he said. It was the kindest lie the new world allowed. They rolled out at dusk, the truck's tires whispering over the dirt road. Smoke from the chimney thinned behind them and disappeared into the trees. The pines closed in for a while, then opened onto county blacktops split by weeds and old skid marks. Duke sat in the passenger seat with the shotgun across his lap and watched the last of the light flatten across abandoned fields. Somewhere under a ridge of government concrete and donor panic, chickens clucked in filtered air. Somewhere men with lists decided who counted as the future. Duke spat tobacco juice out the cracked window and smiled with no humor in it at all. Drive faster, he said. I suddenly hate rich people more than usual. Chapter 2. Men with lanyards. They made 15 miles before night took the road away from them and forced a stop at an abandoned tractor dealership outside a town too small to deserve its own tragedy. The building had been stripped of anything portable long before they arrived, but the service base still held a hydraulic lift, a cage of rusted chains, and enough intact walls to make sleeping there feel more like strategy than surrender. Eugene backed the truck in. Chloe checked corners. Gary found a box of stale vending machine crackers in an office drawer and held it up like proof that Providence sometimes traveled in deeply humiliating forms. The next morning came with a low wind and the iron smell of weather turning. Eugene wanted to head south by county roads and avoid the interstate until they knew how the bunker perimeter handled traffic. Duke wanted speed. Gary wanted not to die on any surface, paved or unpaved. Chloe wrote, "I want a shower," and underlined it twice, which ended the debate more effectively than any map could have. They cut southeast through farmland gone feral. By late morning, the land changed. Fewer occupied houses, more tire ruts crossing pastures, smoke columns in the distance where people still believed fire solved uncertainty. They passed the skeleton of a roadside produce market, every crate smashed, the hand-painted sign still promising sweet corn, as if optimism itself had been left to rot under the awning. Duke watched fence lines slip by and thought about animal infection the way a man thought about betrayal by blood. Human infected were ugly enough. There had been a shape to that disaster, a logic if not a morality. But cattle and pigs and chickens turning had poisoned something older. It made the land feel hostile to memory. Eugene drummed his fingers on the wheel. Assuming the bunker has preserved livestock, they will almost certainly have layered security around the agricultural sector. Duke glanced over. "You say a lot of words when jealous." "I am not jealous of poultry. I am worried you are going to get us killed trying to flirt with a hen house." "Not flirting. Courting." Gary stretched awkwardly in the back seat with an arm through a duffel strap so he would not be thrown around too badly, groaned. "I need both of you to know this conversation would have sounded insane even before the apocalypse." Chloe tapped Duke's shoulder from the truck bed and pointed ahead. A bus lay jackknifed across the road where it had clipped the ditch and folded into a drainage culvert. 3 government SUVs sat behind it at bad angles, doors open. 2 with the insignia half scraped off in the way official property often was once men realized uniforms made them targets. The whole scene had the stillness of violence after the shouting stops. Papers blew in the weeds. One taillight blinked lazily on dying battery. No movement. Eugene slowed. "This is either useful or a nightmare." "Usually both," Duke said. They stopped 100 yards back. The routine came easy now, which would have depressed Duke if he had ever felt sentimental about innocence. Chloe and Duke moved first, opposite shoulders of the road. Eugene stayed near the truck with the rifle. Gary crouched behind the engine block and whispered what sounded suspiciously like a prayer for the continued efficacy of sheet metal. The dead told the story quickly once Duke got close enough to read it. The bus had not been carrying civilians. It held storage cases, utility lockers, crates of shelf-stable food, and the sort of plastic-wrap gear that came from warehouses where money was theoretical and everything else was labeled. 3 bodies in civilian slacks and expensive field jackets lay near the middle SUV. 2 private security men had made it to the ditch before something tore them down. The something in question lurched out from under the bus just then with a length of seatbelt hanging from one arm. Duke met it with the hammer before it found its balance. The infected had once been broad-shouldered, maybe one of the contractors. Now he moved in quick, ugly jerks, mouth working around broken teeth. Duke hit him once in the temple and once at the base of the neck and listened for the soft collapse inside the skull that meant the work was done. A second infected came through the broken rear door of the bus in a torn polo shirt and conference lanyard, still wearing a badge that identified him as Region 6 Procurement. Duke caught the wrist, twisted until bone cracked, and shoved the man back against the frame hard enough to buckle it before driving the shotgun stock into his face. On the other side of the wreck, Chloe's blade flashed low and clean. One infected woman went down with her carotid opened in a bright spray that hit the bus paneling. Another stumbled after her and got a hatchet in the eye for its trouble. Chloe never wasted movement. Watching her fight remained unsettling in the way all effective things unsettled people who still remembered what childhood was supposed to mean. "Clear on the rear," Eugene called. Duke wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist and checked the bus. No more movement. Mostly dead officials and ruined cargo. He stepped over a body and looked at the badge clipped to the polo shirt. The plastic card had survived better than the man. Name, photograph, barcode, red stripe, Federal Continuity Acquisition Office. He stared at it. Then he started searching pockets with religious seriousness. Eugene joined him a minute later and found Duke kneeling in the aisle surrounded by corpses like a child around Christmas wrapping paper. "I would like to object preemptively," Eugene said, "but I need to know what crime we are considering first." Duke held up 3 badges. "Look at these." Eugene took one and adjusted his glasses. The cardstock was thick. Embedded chip on the corner. Magnetic strip. Photo. Access designation. Not a toy. Gary climbed into the bus behind them with all the courage of a man who knew good luck usually expected him to stand in the worst possible place before it rewarded him. Please tell me we are not looting corpses for office supplies. We are doing better than that, Duke said. We are becoming office supplies. Gary stared. That sentence has made my skin attempt to leave my body. Eugene crouched by a dead woman in a navy windbreaker and opened the tablet case chained to her wrist. The screen was cracked but still responsive when he found a power pack in the bus storage. Columns of names loaded against a federal seal. Delivery schedules. Provisional intake transfers. Agricultural maintenance rotations. He inhaled sharply, which for Eugene counted as a yell. This is not a supply run, he said. This was a continuity transfer convoy. They were moving critical personnel and credential packets between regional access points. Duke smiled. So talk pretty and tell me that means what I think it means. It means, Eugene said slowly. If these credentials are still active, then at least one of them could get us past the first screening layer. Maybe deeper. The problem is that these people were heading somewhere with an expected arrival window. Once they do not check in, somebody may flag the badges. Gary looked from Eugene to the dead officials to the badges in Duke's fist. How much time? Unknown. That is not a number. No, Eugene said. It is a lifestyle. Chloe had found a hard case under one of the seats. She kicked it toward them. Inside lay folded uniforms, 2 tablets, a binder labeled Agricultural Continuity Asset Handoff, and a slim silver pistol Duke immediately dismissed as a rich man's apology for a firearm. The binder mattered more. Eugene opened it on the least bloodied seat and turned pages with rising disbelief. Maps. Access protocols. Logistics diagrams. Lists of authorized sectors in a facility called Ash Ridge Continuity Center, built under the limestone plant Renee had mentioned. Agricultural annex. Housing ring. Administration spine. Power plant. Filtration. Medbay. Upper residency. Duke did not need to understand everything to know he was looking at the floor plan of a place someone else had spent billions making untouchable. Gary peered over Eugene's shoulder. Upper residency sounds expensive. Upper residency sounds punchable, Duke said. Eugene kept reading. This convoy had 2 new agricultural liaisons, 1 logistics coordinator, and 1 contracted network specialist assigned to Ash Ridge for 7 days. Their photos are on the manifest. Duke leaned in. Which one looks most like a person who deserves to be replaced by me? Absolutely none of them. Then we lower our standards. Gary found the photos and made a sound somewhere between panic and insult. I do not resemble a federal logistics coordinator. I resemble a man who got locked out of a furniture liquidation sale. That can work, Duke said. Government loves guys who look tired and dishonest. It absolutely does not. Eugene tapped the name beside one of the photos. The network specialist is Eugene Miller. All 3 of them turned to him. Eugene blinked. That is not funny. Duke looked at the badge, then at Eugene's face, then back at the badge. It was not a perfect match, but apocalypse travel had taught every survivor that faces blurred under exhaustion, weight loss, bad lighting, and the universal human desire not to stare too long at bureaucracy. Same glasses shape, same narrow jaw, same exhausted intelligence. Close enough for a frightened guard who wanted the line moving. Gary pointed. That one actually is you if somebody drew you from memory after hearing bad news. It is not me, Eugene said. Duke slapped the badge against Eugene's chest. Congratulations. You finally made partner. Absolutely not. Absolutely yes. Eugene stared at the card with the horror of a law-abiding child asked to counterfeit his own birth certificate. Duke understood the feeling in theory. It also annoyed him. You want in that bunker or not? I want not to be executed by a continuity officer who notices I am a fake. Then act real. I am real. Exactly. That's half the job. Chloe opened her notebook. You literally have the right name. The universe is helping. Gary grimaced. I hate when she is correct in block capitals. The rest of the afternoon turned into scavenging with purpose. They stripped the convoy of everything useful and buried what they could not carry under brush. The old American tradition of leaving a mess while pretending it was temporary. Eugene charged the tablets off the truck inverter and copied every file he could onto a portable drive. Gary found a set of access bracelets in a locked case after tripping over a dead security man's arm and accidentally hitting the release latch with his knee. Duke called that luck. Gary called it a prolonged public humiliation by God. Chloe took the cleanest field jacket and stitched the ripped elbow with fishing line while the others worked. By sundown, they had names, cover stories, and a plan that would have embarrassed better people. Eugene would be Eugene Miller, contracted network specialist, arriving late after convoy disruption. Gary would be Graham Ellis, logistics coordinator, which Duke immediately shortened to suit. Duke would wear one of the private security jackets and become a hired escort attached to the transfer. Chloe, after much argument, would be listed as a trauma-dependent relative under temporary humanitarian review because no version of official paperwork had ever imagined her accurately enough to lie with. "I object to this entire fiction," Eugene said as they sat in the dealership office with the binder spread over an old parts counter. "But I object especially to the part where a traumatized miner with a hatchet is our most believable detail." Duke checked the magazine in a confiscated sidearm. "That's because the government knows how to make broken kids. They just don't know what to do when one survives." Silence followed that. Not awkward, just the kind of silence truth dragged in behind it. Gary cleared his throat. "I would like to request a less philosophical atmosphere while I practice being Graham." "Fine," Duke said. "Say Graham words." Gary straightened, smoothed the front of his borrowed windbreaker, and tried on a voice half an octave more confident than his own. "Good evening. I am with Supply Reconciliation." Duke stared. "You sound like you steal toner." "That might be what a logistics coordinator sounds like." Eugene pinched the bridge of his nose. "Try not to sound like you know the phrase Supply Reconciliation." Gary tried again. "Sorry we are late. We ran into roadway issues and vehicle loss." "Roadway issues," Duke repeated. "You mean infected ate your convoy?" Gary sagged. "I am not made for official deception." Chloe wrote a line and showed it to him. "Look more annoyed." Every paperwork man looks annoyed. Gary squinted at the page. "That is rude and potentially useful." They practiced until the light went flat and yellow through the dusty office windows. Duke hated rehearsing. It felt too close to caring what people thought. Still, he listened. He learned the names on the badges, the facility sectors on the map, the order of the screening questions listed in the binder. He could not fake refinement, but he could fake certainty. Men in uniforms often mistook that for authority. When the others settled down for the night, Duke stayed awake by the service bay door with the shotgun on his lap and the map open beside him. The line drawing of Ash Ridge showed rings and corridors and access locks all nested under a mountain the way a tick nested under skin. He traced the route to the agricultural annex with a thick finger. Protected breeding stock. Viable poultry reserves. Federal authority. Chloe came and sat next to him without asking. In the wash of moonlight through the bay windows, her face looked younger and older at the same time, which was true of all the kids the apocalypse had touched hard. She held out the notebook. "You're not thinking about shelter." He read, then gave the page back. "I'm thinking about both." She wrote again, slower this time. "You get weird when you want something too much." Duke leaned back against the concrete wall. "Everybody gets weird." "No. Gary gets sweaty. Eugene gets quiet. You get like a dog staring through a screen door." He looked at her. "That a criticism?" She considered, then wrote, "Only if you forget we're coming with you." The words hit harder than they should have. Duke looked away first, because sometimes tenderness felt too much like standing unarmed in a doorway. "I don't forget what's mine," he said. Chloe read his face for another second, tore the page off, and tucked it into his jacket pocket like an order he had no right to refuse. Then she got up and padded back toward the blanket nest she had made beside the office wall. Duke stayed up another hour staring at the map until the lines blurred into possibility and threat. Somewhere under concrete, men with clean fingernails had locked away generators, medicine, beds, filters, and birds that still produced breakfast. Duke had lived too long at the mercy of other people's gates. He had no intention of remaining on the wrong side of this one just because some dead bureaucrat had forgotten to arrive. Chapter 3. The Price of Clean Air. The road to Ash Ridge narrowed from state blacktop to Patch County asphalt, and then to a private industrial route lined with chain-link fencing that had once belonged to the limestone plant. Trucks had chewed the shoulders into pale dust. The plant itself appeared first as a silhouette against the afternoon haze, a spread of conveyors, silos, and rusted catwalks on top of a low ridge that would have looked ordinary if Duke had not known now that all the important parts were hidden under it. Smoke from burned pits drifted across the valley. Somewhere deeper in the complex, a generator throbbed with the steady confidence of money converted into preparedness before the rest of the country knew it should be afraid. They did not drive straight in. Eugene insisted on recon first, which Duke called a coward's phrase for using your eyes before your fists. Even Duke had to admit the wisdom of it when they crested a wooded rise east of the plant and saw the full shape of the outer perimeter. Ash Ridge was not just a bunker. It was a system. The surface level held 3 concentric rings of control: the industrial yard at the ridge top, an outer screened camp to the east, and a secured vehicle approach descending toward a pair of buried blast doors beneath the processing plant. Floodlights crowned poles every 100 yards. Sandbag guard posts watched the approach road. A line of temporary shelters sprawled in the mud outside the eastern fence where the rejected gathered, improvised out of tarps, campaign signs, gutted campers, and the sort of optimism people built only when the alternative was lying down to die. Smoke rose from trash fires. Children moved between tents carrying buckets. Armed perimeter guards walked the fence with the bored posture of men who had performed cruelty long enough to classify it as procedure. Gary lay on his stomach in the pine needles beside Duke with the binoculars pressed to his eyes. That is a lot of concrete for a place I am increasingly unsure wants us. Everything wants us less than we want it, Duke said. That is not comforting. Eugene took the glasses next. He studied the road, the checkpoints, the rhythm of vehicles entering the inner lane. They are still accepting screened arrivals from official convoys. See the pause at the second barrier. Credentials first, visual inspection after. The outer camp is separate. Good. That means if we get treated like camp traffic, we are finished. Chloe watched the camp instead of the gate. Through Eugene's field glasses, the place resolved into the small, unglamorous misery of people waiting to be told they still did not matter. A woman scrubbing diapers in a plastic tote. An old man mending a tarp seam with copper wire. 2 teenage boys carrying a man between them on a door used as a stretcher. Not chaos. Worse. Adaptation. They waited until dusk to circle lower through a tree line south of the camp. Duke wanted another look before committing the truck. He told himself it was tactical. Mostly it was because the sight of that fence had awakened a hatred in him too old to be simple. He had spent half his life around institutions that acted like they were protecting order when what they meant was controlling who got humiliated first. The end of the world had only improved their lighting. A water point stood 50 yards from the camp fence where a tanker truck dribbled chlorinated water into barrels while a volunteer with a clipboard pretended the line moved according to justice instead of impatience. Duke sent Gary and Chloe to watch the truck. He and Eugene walked the edge of the camp like traitors. No one stopped them. People in camps learned fast that strangers with weapons either meant trouble or opportunity, and often both. The first person to speak to them was a man warming canned beans over a sterno flame beneath a billboard skin stretched into a lean-to. He wore hospital scrub pants under a hunting jacket and had one of the white paper wristbands the outer checkpoint must have issued to screened rejects. Approved camp aid recipient. The text read in cheerful blueprint. Don't waste your gas lining up at the gate after dark, he said without looking up. Voss hates paperwork at night. Eugene paused. Voss. Security chief. The man stirred the beans with a plastic spoon softened half to death by heat. Likes everybody equally less than they deserve. He finally looked up at them. You two not from here. No, Eugene said. Then here's the tour. That fence means maybe. Those blast doors mean no. Aid comes Tuesdays if the road's clear. Medical comes when somebody important on the inside wants to remember the outside exists. Dogs get put down if they bark too much. Children get first ration till the councils argue. Grown men get to learn humility. Duke crouched near the fire. How long you been here? 16 days. Name's Russell. I was ICU respiratory before the hospitals turned into meat grinders. That counted as useful enough to screen, not useful enough to house. He smiled like the act cost him almost nothing because almost nothing remained. Apparently, I did not go to the right donor dinners. Eugene's mouth tightened. They really sort by family names. Russell shrugged. They sort by whatever story lets them sleep. Family names. Campaign bundlers. Critical continuity positions. Certified specialists. Spouses of specialists. Children of spouses of specialists. People who know how to smile through security briefings. There is always a story. A child started coughing somewhere down the lane. Not a dramatic sound. Just a rough, persistent hitch that made everyone who had survived contagion listen whether they wanted to or not. Duke turned his head. A girl maybe 8 sat on an upside-down milk crate outside a tarp shelter while her father rubbed circles between her shoulders. The cough had that dry, lung-deep scrape of sickness that needed medicine before it needed comfort. Eugene heard it too. Do they have a clinic here? Russell laughed softly. Outside the fence. No. Inside the ridge. I assume so. Hard to build a bunker for senators without making room for blood pressure pills. Duke looked at the girl again. Her father met his eyes, saw the weapons, and then quickly looked away. Not fear. Shame. The new world had taught men how to apologize with their posture for needing things. Come on, Duke said. Eugene followed him to the shelter. The father stood, thin and braced like he expected insult as the price of attention. Duke hated that look too. She got fever? Eugene asked. Comes and goes, the man said. Started after the rain 2 nights ago. She keeps breathing fine mostly. Then it gets bad when she lays down. Eugene crouched and listened to the girl breathe, while Duke stood useless and angry. He knew hammers. He knew fencing pliers, truck chains, and all the basic instruments of persuading bad things to stop moving. A little girl with hot skin and lungs full of winter was a different kind of enemy. We have amoxicillin left, Eugene said quietly after a minute. Not enough for every camp cough. Enough for this one maybe, if it is what I think. The father's face changed in stages. Suspicion, hope, distrust of hope, and then the old reflex to bargain. I can trade. Duke looked around the shelter. Blankets. 2 plastic bins. A coffee tin of nails. With what? The man swallowed. Labor. Information. I work the East Quarry Road. I know the drainage runs and the service paths. Duke glanced at Eugene. Eugene answered the look. That seems relevant to our interests. The man's name was Mateo. He had driven aggregate trucks for the limestone company before the collapse and later hauled bodies for the county when nobody else would keep count. He had never been allowed beyond the first surface checkpoint at Ash Ridge, but he knew the old industrial routes around the ridge in which maintenance culverts fed stormwater away from the buried lower level. His daughter, Anna, clutched Chloe's sleeve while Eugene dosed her with the first antibiotic and explained how to finish the course. Chloe, who usually preferred her compassion at knife distance, sat beside the girl on the dirt and drew a chicken in the notebook. Anna smiled weakly and whispered something Duke could not hear. Chloe added a second chicken wearing a crown. Mateo led Duke and Eugene to the edge of the camp after dark and pointed out the ridgeline lights through the trees. There's an old service ramp on the west side used for generators and ventilation hardware before the federal contracts turned everything into Fort Knox. Most of it's fenced now. But trucks still use the lower service road when the front approach jams. How often? Eugene asked. Whenever bad news stacks up at the front gate. Mateo looked at Duke. You ain't going there to ask politely. No. Good. Polite don't get through concrete. When they got back to the truck, Gary was sitting on the tailgate eating cold beans from the can with a wrench tucked into his belt like a talisman. I have learned 2 things in your absence, he announced. 1. People in the camp will trade almost anything for batteries. 2. Everyone hates the same guard captain, which means he is either efficient or a son of a bitch. Likely both, Eugene said. Gary eyed them. How bad? Bad enough, Duke said. That night they parked in a dry wash beneath scrub oak and kept the lights off. The ridge hummed faintly in the distance. Every once in a while a truck moved on the approach road, and the trees took turns reflecting its headlights. Duke cleaned weapons on a tarp while Eugene cross-referenced Mateo's directions with the convoy map. Gary tried to sleep and failed in several dramatic positions. Chloe sat on the truck bed with Anna's crowned chicken drawn again in the margin of her notebook, this time alongside a ridge line, a fence, and 4 small figures moving toward it. Eugene finally set the tablet down. There is still time to decide that the outer camp is safer than forcing our way into an armed continuity center. Duke looked up from the shotgun parts. You seem safer. No. Eugene's honesty had sharpened over the months. But I have seen less catastrophic. Gary rolled onto one elbow. I would like the record to reflect that a catastrophic plan can still be preferable to a hopeless one. Thank you, Suit, Duke said. Your courage remains ugly but appreciated. Gary settled back. I was trying to be sincere. It feels bad on my face. Silence spread between them, thinned only by the sound of metal in Duke's hands and the occasional tick of the cooling engine. Then Eugene said, Renee was right, you know. Places like this invent stories to justify doors. They call it continuity because survival sounds nobler when you pretend it belongs to a civilization instead of a guest list. Duke fed a patch through the barrel and pulled it clean. You surprised? No. Angry. Eugene looked toward the ridge. I spent my entire adult life believing systems could be made fair if the right people maintained them. Then the world ended, and somehow the spreadsheet survived. Duke smirked. There's the problem. You trusted men with tucked-in shirts. It is deeply annoying when you make sense. Duke set the shotgun aside. People like that fence. Makes them feel like the rot stops on the other side if they say the right words. Truth is rot just gets manners. Gary stared up at the stars. That may be the bleakest sentence anyone has ever spoken while I am trying to digest beans. Chloe tore out a page and handed it to Eugene. In careful block letters she had written, If they get to keep clean air, we get to steal some. Eugene read it and laughed before he could stop himself. There is the revolutionary ethic, I suppose. Duke tucked the page into the binder with the maps. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we find out how much a dead man's badge is worth. He lay under the truck later with his jacket rolled beneath his head and watched the lights on the ridge blink through the branches. Clean air, hot water, beds, medicine, chickens under electric sun, maybe even music in the vents like the boy had said. He wanted all of it with the hot, simple hatred of a man who had spent too much of his life being told to wait outside while lesser men called themselves responsible. He also wanted it for the three breathing shapes around him and hated that truth because it made his hunger harder to laugh off. He could pretend he was chasing eggs. Harder to pretend he was not also chasing a locked door he wanted open for his people before winter taught them the cost of pride. He drifted off with the ridge still glowing through the trees like buried treasure for the well-connected and woke before dawn already angry enough to go claim it. Chapter 4. The First Door. Ash Ridge woke ugly and efficient. Even from the tree line at dawn, they could see traffic stacking at the front approach, flatbeds loaded with drums, a fuel truck, 2 vans marked medical relief, 1 armored SUV, and a pair of civilian pickups whose drivers had clearly spent the night gambling that proximity to authority might soften it. Guards directed vehicles into separate lanes with red paddles and the weary contempt of men who believed order was whatever they could bark loudest. The rejected got pushed toward the camp road. The accepted rolled downhill toward the buried checkpoint beneath the plant. Eugene adjusted the collar of his borrowed jacket for the 6th time. I need everyone to understand that if this fails, I reserve the right to be unbearable in retrospect. You're unbearable in advance, Duke said. Gary sat in the passenger-side rear seat wearing the windbreaker with Graham Ellis clipped to the chest. The badge made him look like a man trying to infiltrate his own life. I would also like to register my discomfort with my alias. Graham sounds like he writes emails about toner abuse. That's why it works, Duke said. Chloe sat beside him in a clean hoodie pulled low over her hair, notebook in pocket, face scrubbed of blood and road dust until she looked almost like what the paperwork claimed, a traumatized dependent under review. It was the strangest costume in the truck. Violence had always fit her better than innocence. Still, when she lifted her eyes and let them go flat and distant, the effect could sour a room. Bureaucracies understood damaged children as long as they stayed convenient. Duke wore the private security jacket unzipped over his usual shirt, a sidearm on his hip, and contempt in every line of his body. He could not act deferential, so Eugene had wisely reframed him as hired muscle from the convoy, the kind of man officials kept around specifically because nobody expected courtesy from him. Review the story, Eugene said. Gary sighed. Convoy suffered roadway disruption southeast of Ganton. Vehicles lost. Personnel casualties. We salvaged credentials and critical handoff documents. We diverted to avoid animal concentrations and reached the facility independently. I am very tired and somewhat offended by logistics. That last part was not in the script, Eugene said. It is in my heart. Chloe wrote one line and showed it to them. If they ask questions, look insulted, they asked. Duke nodded approvingly. Kid gets government. They rolled onto the approach road at 7:12 according to the dashboard clock, joining the tail of the accepted lane behind the fuel truck. The guards at the first barrier wore tan tactical uniforms with ASH Ridge security patches and mirrored glasses that made every conversation feel pre-accused. One of them waved the pickups out of line toward the camp road while barely glancing at the pleading driver. The man shouted. Another guard lifted a rifle without hurry. The driver shut up and turned away. Duke felt something hot and familiar move behind his ribs. He kept his face still. When their turn came, the barrier guard leaned into Eugene's open window and looked at the badges first, people second. Facility designation. Eugene handed over the packet with controlled irritation. Continuity transfer. Network specialist reroute from disrupted convoy. Agricultural handoff compromised. We were instructed to report direct. The guard scanned the badge. The handheld reader chirped yellow, which apparently meant not clear and not dead. He frowned. You're late. Yes, Eugene said, managing to sound like lateness had happened to him personally and offensively. We noticed the ambush while the contractors were being eaten. The guard looked at Duke. Security. Duke gave him the expression he used for broken furniture. That's what the jacket says. The guard did not enjoy that. Good. He scanned Duke's badge next, then Gary's, then looked at Chloe. Dependent. Temporary humanitarian attachment, Eugene said. Documented in the convoy manifest after casualty consolidation. Gary made an impatient little sound from the back seat and held up the folder before anyone could ask him to speak too much. If you want a full chain of custody argument at the gate, I can give you one. But if these AG packets were due last night, I assume someone inside is already making my problem your problem. The guard paused. Gary almost glowed with terror beneath the surface, but the line had landed exactly as it should. Officialdom loved being threatened with inconvenience more than with violence. The scanner chirped yellow again. The guard swore under his breath and gestured them through to the second barrier. Hold at vehicle inspection. They rolled downhill beneath the conveyors and through a concrete cut in the ridge where the temperature dropped sharply. The plant above swallowed the morning noise until only engines, boots, and the clank of metal remained. Ahead, the second checkpoint stood under an overhead blast canopy with retractable barriers and a line of armed personnel behind ballistic glass. This was where good lies went to die. A lieutenant with a red tab on his vest approached as two guards circled the truck. Lieutenant Mercer Voss, he said, which meant he expected the name to matter. He was taller than Duke had imagined, shaved head, weather-colored skin, eyes like two nails set close together. No wasted motion. No visible vanity beyond immaculate gear. He scanned the truck the way other men scanned ledgers. Eugene repeated the story. Voss listened without interrupting. When Eugene finished, he held out a hand for the packet. He opened the folder, flipped through the manifest, then stopped at the dead network specialist's photo. His gaze rose to Eugene and stayed there a beat too long. This photo is cleaner than you are. We got rained on, Eugene said. And shot at. Eaten at, Gary muttered. Voss's attention snapped to him. Excuse me. Gary swallowed. Duke felt panic start to climb off him like steam. Then Gary, either out of courage or lack of oxygen, leaned into the windbreaker roll and scowled. I said the after-action report will contain the full casualty details if someone would like to stop interrogating the only surviving logistics officer before he has had coffee. Duke nearly smiled. Eugene did not dare. Voss stared at Gary long enough to measure whether entitlement and exhaustion were genuine. The tragedy of class was that Gary, under enough stress, could approximate rich annoyance with beautiful accidental accuracy. Voss gave a tiny nod as if recognizing a species rather than a man. Then the alarms began. Not one alarm. 3. A klaxon from the upper yard, a siren from the eastern fence line, and the rapid metallic pulse of the facility breach signal echoing through the concrete cut. Everyone moved at once. A guard shouted into a radio. Another sprinted for the glass station. Above them on the ridge, automatic shutters slammed over intake vents. Voss turned, hand on his earpiece, and barked, "Report." Static. Then a voice. "Animal breach, east service fence." Repeat, "Animal breach. 2 bulls, multiple strays. Camp line collapse. We got civilians in the lane." Duke had time to think of infected cattle, and then no time for anything. One of the bulls burst through the upper gate 40 yards away, a slab of infected muscle and mud with half its face peeled back from bone and a length of chain still whipping from its neck. It hit a concrete barrier hard enough to shift it, came up bellowing black foam, and drove straight toward the descending vehicle line. Behind it poured 6 human infected from the campsite, drawn by panic, plus what had once been 2 dogs, and was now something faster and less loyal to pain. Guards opened fire. The first volley cut 1 dog in half and barely slowed the bull. Civilians screamed somewhere above. The fuel truck driver in front of them tried to reverse and jackknife it into the barrier. Voss shouted for the lane to seal. The retractable barricade jammed halfway. Duke was already out of the truck. He did not think. Thinking was for maps and lies. This was impact. He cleared the bull's first charge by half a step and swung the crowbar salvage from the dealership into the exposed orbit of its ruined eye. The bar bit deep and slid. The animal's head snapped sideways. It kept coming. Duke felt its shoulder slam him in the hip and throw him into the retaining wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. Pain flashed white. He laughed because his body had once again mistaken catastrophe for a personal challenge. Chloe was on the infected dogs before the guards could find a clean line. One she dropped with the hatchet buried to the haft at the base of the skull. The other got past her and launched for a technician scrambling up the stairs to the glass booth. Gary, in the least believable act of bravery Duke had seen from him all week, yanked open the truck door at the exact wrong and therefore perfect moment. The door caught the dog mid-leap and spun it sideways into the wheel well. Chloe finished it with 1 downward stab and a look that said she was offended it had made her hurry. Eugene dove under the fuel truck, came up at the emergency maintenance panel for the jam barrier, and started ripping the cover off with a screwdriver he had apparently been keeping in his sleeve or possibly his soul. Bullets ricocheted in the cut. A guard went down screaming with his thigh opened by one of the human infected. Voss shot 2 of them center mass and missed the one coming from his blind side. Duke saw it. He hit the infected man with the crowbar, so hard the body folded over the rail, then planted 1 boot on the fallen bull's neck and drove the confiscated sidearm muzzle into the soft place behind the ear. The shot thundered under the canopy. The animal spasmed and collapsed. "Barrier," Eugene yelled. Gary had somehow ended up at the maintenance control box with him. "I am touching government property in a criminal way. Pull the red lever." There are 3 red levers. The one labeled manual override. That is the only red lever not red. Gary grabbed something anyway. The retractable barricade slammed down full force just as a second infected bull burst into the lane above. The animal hit the steel teeth, lost its footing, and tumbled sideways into the concrete runoff ditch, where guards finally found their aim and stitched it until it stopped moving. Then, because good luck hated subtlety, the fuel truck's brake line failed and the whole vehicle began to roll backward toward the half-opened blast canopy. Eugene cursed like a man discovering hidden dimensions of himself. Duke sprinted, hauled the driver out through the window by his collar, and yelled for Gary to chock the wheels. Gary threw the first thing in reach, which happened to be a steel toolbox. It skidded, lodged under the rear axle, and held just long enough for Voss and 2 guards to ram additional blocks into place. And then, like weather changing, it was over. The surviving infected twitched on the concrete. Smoke from gunfire drifted beneath the canopy. Blood, black foam, and hydraulic fluid ran together in the drainage channels. The guards stood panting with weapons up, trying to remember whether the danger had ended or merely changed shape. Voss looked at Duke first, then at Eugene under the control box, then at Gary still gripping a non-red lever with both hands, then at Chloe wiping her hatchet on a dead dog's flank. "Inside," he said. Eugene blinked. "Excuse me. You heard me." Voss's stare moved over them once more, recalculating. "Whatever else you are now useful. We can process credentials after Deccan." Duke picked up his crowbar. "That a welcome?" It is not an invitation to test me, Voss said. Duke stepped closer, close enough to smell the gunpowder on the man's vest. You keep those gates shut, and your people still almost got flattened by a deadbolt and a bad brake line. Maybe test yourself first. Every guard in the lane stiffened. Voss held Duke's gaze. Something passed there, not respect exactly, but a revised estimate. If you were anyone but essential in the last 10 minutes, I'd put you in the ditch with the rest. Duke bared his teeth. If I was anyone else, your ditch would be fuller. Eugene physically inserted himself between them before Duke could make the conversation structurally unsound. Gentlemen, it would be tremendously helpful if we could continue this power struggle after a shower. Voss looked at Eugene another beat, then made a sharp gesture toward the inner security door. Move. The first door of Ash Ridge was not the blast door. It was the decontamination corridor beyond it, a narrow white tunnel with drainage grates underfoot and nozzles in the ceiling that blasted them with warm chemical mist until Duke felt like a seasoned roast about to disappoint someone. Clean-suited attendants bagged their outer clothing, scanned them for bites, took blood, retinal images, fingerprints, and every scrap of dignity bureaucracy traditionally claimed in the name of public safety. Beyond that came the blast door itself. It rose with hydraulic patience, thicker than any vault Duke had seen, a curved slab of steel and concrete that disappeared into the ceiling while filtered air sighed from hidden vents. Behind it stretched a descending corridor lit by recessed lamps and lined with smooth-poured walls the color of old bone. No dust, no rust, no weeds, no weather. The floor shone. Gary actually whispered, "My God." Chloe did not whisper. She wrote one sentence while walking and held it up without breaking stride. This place smells like rich people hiding in a hospital. Duke read it and laughed once, dark and delighted. It echoed down the corridor toward the buried city below. He stepped through the blast door with his bruised hip, his confiscated rage, and his 3 people close behind him, and felt the world change temperature around them. The ridge had let them in. That only meant there were new things to break. Chapter 5. Soy Kingdom. Ash Ridge did not feel like a shelter. It felt like a grudge made architectural. The main intake corridor curved downward in a wide spiral ramp designed for carts, wheelchairs, and expensive confidence. Glass observation panels looked into rooms where technicians in pale scrubs watched monitors the size of diner menus. Stainless doors opened and closed without slamming. Every 50 feet, a printed placard reminded residents that calm preserved continuity, that waste threatened all, that cooperation was civilization. Duke wanted to tear them down on principle. The signs had the same smug tone as men who never carried their own water. Their escort took them first to intake processing and then to provisional housing while background checks continued, which was a clean way of saying nobody believed them fully, but nobody wanted to lose men who could handle a breach either. Voss himself walked the first half of the route, never hurrying, his boots clicking evenly on the polished floor. He pointed out nothing and answered only questions he considered necessary. This made Duke immediately certain the man had once enjoyed hall monitoring in school. Ash Ridge unfolded in sectors around a central spine. There were residential rings, mechanical levels, storage decks, a med bay, a cafeteria called the Commons by someone who deserved a slap, and an administrative core sealed behind smoked glass and card readers. Residents moved through it all in fresh clothes and clean shoes, carrying trays, tablets, coffee cups, and the practiced faces of people trying to behave like this arrangement had always been inevitable. Some wore old wealth visibly: watches, posture, dental work, the inability to move out of another person's way. Others looked like technical staff and lower administrators who had been pulled along because society's best parasites still needed maintainers to keep the lights warm. Everyone stared at Duke's crew. It was not merely the grime they had failed to scrub away in Deccan or the bruises from the gate fight. It was the road itself, still visible in how they stood. Gary hunched defensively around clean surfaces as if expecting them to accuse him. Chloe moved with a feral stillness no hallway could civilize. Eugene looked like a tired man pressed into an audition. Duke looked exactly like the kind of problem civilized spaces designed doors to exclude. Provisional quarters, Voss said at last, stopping outside a gray door with a number stenciled in black. Shared room. For bunks. Showers at the end of the hall. Commons hours posted by the lifts. Restricted sectors are restricted for a reason. You will remain available for credential review and incident debrief. Duke looked past him down the corridor where an older woman in pearls and tennis shoes was complaining to a younger man carrying her grocery tote. What reason's that? Scared I'll breathe on the wallpaper. Voss did not glance back. Scared you'll make me file a report. Duke almost liked him for that. Almost. Inside. The room held 4 bunks built into the walls, lockable storage drawers, a table, 2 molded chairs, and air that smelled faintly of detergent. On one shelf sat a folded set of facility clothes for each of them. Plain shirts, pants, socks, undergarments. Gary touched the nearest stack like a pilgrim at a relic. These are clean, he said softly. They are also folded by someone who had no hatred in his heart when he did it. Eugene dropped onto the lower bunk and laughed into his hands, the sound carrying the wobble of a man who had run too tight for too long. I realize this may be undignified, but I could sleep for 14 hours and wake up willing to cooperate with certain forms of oppression. Duke opened the storage drawer and found neatly rolled towels. That's how they get you. First it's towels. Then you're thanking the government for mashed soy. He was right about the soy. The Commons occupied a huge barrel-vaulted hall on the residential level, softened by fake wood paneling and hanging lights meant to suggest warmth without risking flame. One end held buffet lines under heated lamps. The other opened into clustered tables, potted plants, and a children's corner so aggressively cheerful it bordered on hostile. Somebody had piped instrumental jazz through hidden speakers at a volume just high enough to imply culture and just low enough to avoid strong feeling. The food line smelled like cumin, yeast, and compromise. A woman in a hairnet handed Duke a tray containing lentil loaf, steamed greens, rice pilaf, and a roll that looked decent until he learned it was made with chickpea flour. Gary got a baked sweet potato and stared at it, as if it had arrived on a personal vendetta. Eugene, to his own shame, inhaled 2 bowls of vegetable stew before he remembered to criticize the regime. Chloe tasted everything carefully, then pushed the lentils into a corner of the tray and wrote on a napkin with a borrowed pen, "Prison for Vegans." Duke sat under a sign that read, "Thank you for sharing this meal in community," and ate with the expression of a man suing God. Around them, the residents talked in hushed professional tones about generator loads, school schedules, insulin distribution, surface intel, and whose nephew had finally been approved from the Nashville Annex. None of them laughed properly. None of them sounded hungry enough. Duke hated them for that, too. At the neighboring table, a silver-haired man in a golf pullover kept glancing over with open irritation. Finally, he addressed Eugene, not Duke, the way men like him always did when they wanted to pretend conflict could remain tasteful. "Is your friend expected to wear weapons at supper?" Duke answered before Eugene could. "Only when the company's risky." The man stiffened. His wife put a hand on his arm without looking up from her soup, which somehow made the whole marriage seem older than the apocalypse. "Security protocols are posted," the man said. "So are table numbers. I ain't seen you get precious about those." Eugene stepped on Duke's boot under the table. Duke ignored him. Gary found intense interest in his sweet potato. Chloe looked delighted in a way that should have frightened everybody present. A voice from behind Duke said, "Mr. Langley, if your appetite is being disturbed, you are free to eat somewhere less public." The room altered around that voice. Small straightening of spines. A hush not loud enough to admit itself. Duke turned. The woman standing there wore facility charcoal instead of tactical or resident clothes, sleeves rolled, dark hair braided back, a tablet tucked under one arm. Mid-50s maybe. Sharp face gone severe from long practice. Not pretty. Competent. The sort of woman who looked like she could audit a grain inventory and bury a body with equal efficiency, if weather required both. "Dr. Graves," Langley said, offended and eager at once. "I merely asked whether dash. I heard what you asked." She shifted her attention to Duke's tray, where the lentil loaf had been mauled with theatrical contempt. "And I see that our new arrivals have met our menu." Duke leaned back. "If this is what continuity tastes like, maybe let the zombies vote." Dr. Graves considered him with an expression neither shocked nor amused. "That depends. Are the zombies willing to maintain hydroponic nitrogen balance and poultry viability?" There it was. Poultry. The word struck Duke like a church bell. You got birds. We have assets, she said. You got chickens. Among other protected lines. Duke put down his fork. Where? Eugene closed his eyes. Gary looked like he wanted to dive under the table and stay there until human civilization completed its course. Dr. Graves, however, only took in Duke's hunger and translated it with terrifying speed. Agricultural sectors are restricted. That wasn't an answer. It was the only answer you were getting at supper. She moved on without waiting for permission, stopping twice to speak to staff and once to correct a serving temperature posted on a warmer. Duke watched her go. Gary finally breathed. Good news. I have found someone in this bunker capable of handling you. Bad news. She is guarding the chickens. She called them assets, Duke said. Please stop sounding offended by terminology and obsessed with eggs in the same breath, Eugene muttered. After supper, they showered in tiled stalls down the hall from provisional housing. Hot water hit Duke's shoulders, and for one humiliating second, he understood every weak decision ever made in the name of comfort. Road grime ran black into the drain. Bruises emerged purple. Clean fabric felt strange after so many weeks of smoke and grease and old blood. Gary came out of the shower wrapped in a towel and nearly reverent. I feel, he announced, like I owe someone taxes. Chloe, hair wet and hanging dark down her back, wrote on the mirror fog with a fingertip. Don't start believing in this place. Duke read it while toweling off and knew she was right. You could feel the arrangement in Ash Ridge if you paid attention. Not just comfort. Sorting. The upper residential lifts required different credentials than the provisional hall. The best coffee moved on trays toward the administration core, not the commons. Children in clean sweaters ran toward family classrooms, while maintenance workers in gray pushed waste bins to service levels and kept their eyes lowered when council members passed. Civilization, Duke thought, had survived after all. It was still petty, layered, and very sure of itself. He found Eugene later in the system's alcove off the residential spine, where a young technician had begged for help with a network fault nobody on duty could solve. Eugene was happiest when machinery behaved badly in ways he could diagnose. He stood in front of an open relay cabinet with his sleeves rolled and his face finally lit by something besides dread. This is antique brilliance, Eugene said as Duke leaned on the doorway. Half-hardened federal infrastructure, half last-minute improvisation. They built redundancy on top of redundancy and then let 3 committees rename everything until no one could find the right switch. You flirting with a wall. I am admiring competent wiring. Same sickness. Eugene smiled faintly and went back to work. For what it is worth, they need me. That buys us time. Everything in here costs time. Eugene tightened a connector. Yes. But for the first time in a while, maybe we can afford some. Duke looked through the little window at the corridor beyond. A pair of children chased each other past a notice board advertising school hours and community choir. A nurse walked by carrying antibiotic trays. Somewhere overhead vents hummed, with filtered air clean enough to make the road feel imaginary. He should have liked this more than he did. Instead, the place made him restless. Too smooth. Too many corners already claimed. What? Eugene said without turning. Is that look? What look? The one where you are about to undertake something morally ruinous. Duke crossed his arms. I'm going to find the chickens. Eugene sagged against the cabinet. Of course you are. Need to know what we're dealing with. You mean you need to stand near the possibility of omelets? That too. Eugene pointed a screwdriver at him. Do not antagonize the agricultural director. She appears to be held together by discipline, resentment, and spreadsheets. Those women are immortal. Your type. My type would not survive me in this bunker. Duke grinned despite himself. It lasted only a second, but it surprised both of them enough to make the silence afterward easier. That night in the bunk room, Gary slept like a man concussed by linen. Chloe stayed awake on the upper bunk, notebook open against her knees. Duke sat at the table with one of the purloined facility maps spread before him while the vent above the sink whispered recycled air. After a while, Chloe dropped lightly to the floor and held out the notebook. I heard them talking in the hall. Who? Men with clean shoes. They said provisionals eat too much. Duke's jaw tightened. She wrote more. They laughed when they said camp people can smell hot food from the vents. For a moment, the room lost its softness and returned to being what it actually was. a bunker full of supplies guarded by people who thought comfort proved character. Duke looked at the bunks. At Gary asleep with one hand still curled around the blanket like it might get repossessed. At Eugene, finally snoring from exhaustion after wrestling with the network. At Chloe standing barefoot on polished concrete, with fury neat and legible in black ink. "Get some sleep," he said. She watched him. "I know that look too." Duke folded the map. "Yeah." She nodded once, satisfied that they understood each other, and climbed back to her bunk. Long after the lights dimmed to night cycle, Duke lay awake listening to the bunker breathe around him. Somewhere in the hidden sectors, birds he had not seen yet settled on clean roosts under electric dawns. Somewhere in the upper levels, people who had never once expected exclusion complained about lentils and line lengths. Somewhere outside, a camp full of rejected survivors stared at the same ridge and learned what clean air cost. Duke closed his eyes and made himself a promise. He would not let this place teach his people gratitude before it taught fear. Chapter 6. Rules for the Undeserving. By the third day, Ash Ridge had begun making the mistake of treating them like furniture. That was how bunkers died, Duke suspected. Not from shortages first, or breaches first, or bad wiring first, though all of those could help. They died because people living behind protected doors started believing the doors had solved human nature. After that, they quit paying the right kind of attention. Routine settled over the facility with such force it almost qualified as doctrine. Wake tone at 6. Breakfast rotation by housing ring. School blocks for resident children. Maintenance assignments. Council briefings. Medical checks. 2 daily security sweeps. Quiet hours. Water use notices. Exercise periods in the rec room. Advisory lectures about emotional resilience delivered by a former corporate therapist who spoke like trauma could be managed with stationery. The place wanted badly to become normal by schedule alone. Duke refused on instinct. He learned the routes instead. Who took which lift? Which guards half-slept on the overnight service corridor? Where the camera blind spots open near the storage cages because some technician had aimed for efficiency and produced opportunity. He found the laundry level, the mechanical ring, and the vent service passage that overlooked part of the commons through a decorative grate meant to circulate air rather than gossip. Chloe learned them faster. She disappeared for an hour at a time and returned with information the way other children returned with bruised knees. Gary discovered the card tables in the rec room and somehow became useful by losing on purpose to men who loved hearing themselves talk. Eugene, to nobody's surprise, became quietly indispensable. Ash Ridge's network had been designed by excellent minds and maintained by people who increasingly mistook access for competence. Eugene fixed a sensor cascade in hydroponics before lunch on the first full day. By dinner, he had stabilized a cooling loop in the server room. By the second morning, he was being addressed by name by technicians who still had not asked where he had come from and did not entirely want to know. Men inside systems often preferred mystery if the cables behaved afterward. "Your talent for becoming necessary is depressing," Duke told him when they crossed paths in the maintenance corridor. Eugene balanced a tablet on one arm and a coil of fiber on the other. "Some of us contribute to civilization with transferable skills. Some of us contribute by hitting bulls in the skull. And somehow the bunker needs both." That much, unfortunately, was true. Duke got his first look at the agricultural annex by pretending to help unload nutrient solution drums from a freight lift. The annex sat 2 levels below main residence behind a double-card access cage and an air curtain that smelled faintly of warm feed and disinfectant. Beyond the observation glass stretched rows of hydroponic greens undergrow lights, tanks for water recycling, climate-controlled seed vaults, and, at the far end under a low ceiling of lamps, a run of enclosed poultry habitats so beautiful they almost made him religious. Chickens. Real ones. White and red varieties, clean-feathered and indignant, scratching in engineered bedding under filtered heat. Roost bars. Nesting boxes. Feed dispensers with digital monitors. A man could have fallen to his knees. Duke stood at the glass with the nutrient drum still on the cart and forgot, briefly, to breathe. Dr. Graves appeared beside him without sound. "If you fog that panel with your longing, I will send you back upstairs," she said. Duke kept looking. "Those are the prettiest birds I ever seen." They are disease-free breeding stock selected from 5 separate resilient lines and preserved through 6 months of catastrophic stupidity, she said. Pretty is a side effect. Pretty's enough. She studied him in profile. You are not the first hungry man to stare at them like revelation. I'm the first one you should let in. No. Duke finally looked at her. You ever eat one? Her expression did not change. I oversee survival infrastructure. I am not paid in omelets. Paid in what? Smugness. In work. She glanced back through the glass. These birds are not a feast, Mr. Duke. They are a future. Hatch rates. Breeding schedules. Protein continuity. If one frightened man with an appetite gets his way, then 500 people lose something larger than supper. The words landed. Duke did not like that they landed. He looked back at the birds, at the heat lamps, the clean water nipples, the tiny ordered life of the annex. Future always sounds like a rich man's way of saying not for you yet. Dr. Graves folded her arms. An appetite sounds like a poor man's way of justifying theft. The truth, irritatingly, is that both can be correct at the same time. For a second, he almost respected her enough not to argue. Then she ruined it by adding, try not to bang on the glass. He grinned slow and mean. Thought you said I wasn't getting in. She left him there with that, and 2 guards pretending not to laugh. The next insult arrived at lunch. The Commons had divided itself the way all institutions did when left alone. Council members and top staff preferred the tables under the hanging plants near the front windows painted with fake daylight. Technical workers gathered near the charging stations. Provisional residents and maintenance staff drifted to the far side by the dish return, where the acoustics were worse and the coffee ran out sooner. No one had announced these rules, which made them even more contemptible. Duke noticed because the menu that day included egg salad. Not for everyone. For upper administration and medical priority residents only, dispensed from a separate cart by badge color. He watched a council aide spoon pale yellow mounds onto toasted bread for a line of manicured hands, while the general meal line got barley soup and roasted carrots. The smell hit him like betrayal. Gary saw his face and lowered his spoon. I need you to know I am already against whatever this becomes. Eugene followed Duke's gaze and muttered something foul in a language Duke did not know but appreciated on tone alone. There are separate egg rations. Separate egg people, Duke said. Chloe wrote 2 words on the table paper. Bad choices. A maintenance woman from the lower service deck passed the admin cart carrying a tray of soup and looked away quickly when one of the council wives complained that the egg portion seemed smaller than yesterday. Duke stood before he knew he had decided to. Sit down, Eugene said immediately. No. Duke. No. He crossed the commons in 10 long strides and stopped beside the separate cart. The aide with the scoop looked at him the way a person looked at a spill moving toward their shoes. You lost, she said. No. Duke pointed at the egg bowl. You did. Several conversations died at once. A man with a council badge rose from the nearest table, thin, inexpensive, in a quarter-zip sweater that had never known outdoor labor. This line is restricted. Duke looked at the man, then at the eggs. You sure? The aide drew the bowl back. Badge authorization only. Duke smiled without humor. Funny thing about eggs. Chickens don't ask for a badge before they lay them. The councilman moved closer. Security. Go ahead, Duke said. Call the boys I saved at the gate and tell them I'd like a sandwich. Eugene had reached his side by then, breathing hard, trying to solve the problem with facial expressions alone. We apologize. He is still adjusting to institutional nuance. I ain't adjusting to theft with table manners. The councilman flushed. Priority nutrition is based on medical and administrative dash. Administrative ain't a disease. That got a laugh from somewhere in the back. One laugh, quickly buried, but enough. The councilman heard it and made the classic mistake of becoming more interested in authority than in wisdom. He grabbed Duke's forearm. Duke looked down at the hand, then up, then, very gently, said, You got one chance to stop touching me like I owe you paperwork. The man tightened his grip. You people are alive because this facility still has order. Duke moved. Later Eugene would describe it as less a punch than a correction. Duke twisted, peeled the hand off, and sent the man sprawling over the polished concrete with one short shove to the chest that turned expensive outrage into undignified physics. The aide yelped. Soup splashed. 3 guards came running. Chloe did not rise, but she set her spoon down with the serene anticipation of a spectator at good theater. The first guard reached for Duke's shoulder. Duke stepped aside, and the man grabbed empty air. The second guard actually drew a baton, which Duke found insulting. He caught the wrist, redirected the swing into the cart, and egg salad went airborne in one glorious yellow arc across the front of the commons. Someone screamed because it got on a cardigan. Gary covered his face with both hands. Eugene swore. The third guard stopped short, reconsidering every career choice that had led him to this patch of floor. Voss arrived before the scene could become a full riot. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Enough. The word hit like a door slamming. Everyone froze, including Duke, who recognized command when it was not pretending. Voss took in the tableau. The toppled council man on the floor. The smeared eggs. The guards. Duke standing at the center of it all with his hands open and his expression not sorry in the least. Office, Voss said. Duke nodded toward the egg on the floor. He started it with bureaucracy. Office, Voss repeated. The security office sat off the administration spine behind a glass wall that turned opaque once the door shut. Voss did not sit right away. He stood behind the desk with both hands braced on the metal edge and looked at Duke the way a mechanic looked at a malfunctioning engine too valuable to scrap and too dangerous to ignore. You hit a council liaison over rations. He grabbed me over hypocrisy. Voss's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. You are aware I could move your group back to the outer camp by the end of the hour. Duke leaned in the chair as if discussing weather. Could have done that before. Didn't. Means you need us more than he needed his dignity. Voss came around the desk. Do not confuse necessity with safety. Duke's bruised hip ached from the bullfight. He liked that. Pain kept the conversation honest. Do not confuse clean floors with civilization. For the first time, Voss looked tired instead of hard. It flashed and went away, but Duke saw it. You think I don't know what this place is? I think you know and still stand in the doorway. That is my job. No, Duke said. Your job is pretending the sort is natural. Voss stared at him. And your job? Mine's simpler. Keep mine alive. Break liars when needed. Silence settled. Then Voss said, one more public incident, and I won't argue for your housing. Understand me. The phrasing mattered. Argue, not decide. Duke heard it. So did Eugene when Voss called him in afterward for a lecture on liability and informal influence. By the time they returned to provisional quarters, that evening the room felt smaller, cleaner, and more temporary. Gary sat on the bunk with both hands around a mug of weak coffee. Please tell me the official outcome of lunch is not our immediate exile. Not immediate, Eugene said. Gary made a face. That adverb is hostile. Chloe was already writing. They were talking outside the door while you were gone. She tore out the page and handed it over. On the back, she had copied phrases overheard in the corridor in fragments. Rations pressure. Provisionals not on continuity roll. Voss resists. Council wants review before winter. Eugene sat down hard on the lower bunk. That is not casual conversation. No, Duke said. It means, Eugene replied, thinking aloud because fear made him more precise. There is active discussion about reducing headcount before winter demand rises. And because we are provisionals with questionable credentials and zero political sponsors, we are the cleanest disposable category. Gary went pale. Disposable. Duke felt something old and bright click into place inside him. Not panic. Recognition. Doors always got meaner when resources got counted. That was the oldest story in the country. Dress it in policy, call it triage, put a seal on the memo, and it still came down to the same thing. Some lives asked to leave so more comfortable ones could keep pretending they were necessary. Eugene rubbed both hands over his face. I can maybe extend my utility. If I become indispensable enough in the network core, they may hesitate. They won't hesitate if the council votes, Gary said quietly. Places like this love putting murder in minutes and calling it governance. Nobody answered because the sentence was too correct. Chloe wrote again, slower this time, pressing the pen deep enough to score the paper. Then don't let them feel safe enough to vote. Duke read it and looked up at her. She stared back, bare feet on concrete. All of 13 kinds of feral resolve packed into one small body. Gary saw the look passing between them and groaned. I hate, he said. When the child proposes terrorism, and I understand the strategic appeal. Eugene took the page from Duke and read it twice. No, we are not escalating on instinct. Everything good I ever done started on instinct, Duke said. Yes, Eugene snapped, and nearly all of it ended in broken architecture. Duke stood and went to the little table where the facility map lay under a deck of scavenged playing cards. He spread it flat. Administration spine, residential rings, hydroponics, freight lifts, blast doors, power feeds, pressure points. He thought of the camp outside and the little girl with the cough. Thought of the separate egg cart. Thought of councilmen speaking about headcount like pantry management. Thought of Dr. Graves saying the birds were the future and hearing, underneath that, a truth more complicated than greed. He did not want to destroy Ash Ridge. He wanted Ash Ridge to understand exactly how fragile its peace was while his people still lived inside it. We do this smart, Eugene said, now beside him despite himself. Not loud. Duke nodded once. Smart first. Gary looked unconvinced. Your version of smart usually just means violence with planning documents. Better than violence without them. Chloe wrote the last line of the night and slid the notebook into the center of the table where all of them could see. Make them remember the door swung both ways. No one argued after that. Outside the bunk room, filtered air moved through the vents with soft, indifferent authority. Somewhere in the upper levels, council members finished their coffee and congratulated themselves on preserving order. Somewhere lower down, technicians kept the lights warm, cleaners polished the floors, and Dr. Graves counted eggs like tomorrow could still be earned by discipline alone. In provisional housing, 4 outsiders stood over a stolen map and learned, one more time, that every fortress eventually mistook silence for consent. Book 3 had found its real problem at last. It wore a badge, ate separately, and believed itself permanent. Chapter 7. Stress Test. The next morning, Ash Ridge began to itch. It started so small that anyone raised inside systems might have mistaken it for coincidence. Lights in residential ring B flickered twice during breakfast and steadied just long enough to make everybody doubt what they had seen. The hot water in the upper showers went tepid for 7 irritated minutes. A refrigerated storage unit in the commons kitchen threw a sensor fault that made 3 trays of cultured yogurt sweat on the shelf and sent 2 supervisors into a panic disproportionate to the product. The laundry intake printers coughed out labels that put a councilman's pressed slacks into sanitation with janitorial rags and delivered 10 sets of work uniforms to the hydroponics wing marked biohazard review. None of it was catastrophic. That was the beauty of it. Catastrophe inspired bravery. Minor inconvenience inspired pettiness, complaint, and blame, and pettiness traveled faster through fortified communities than plague ever had. Duke walked through the administration spine with a rolling cart of sealed canisters and enjoyed the sound of clean people being made uneasy. He kept his shoulders loose and his eyes half-lidded, looking every inch the irritated freight hand Voss's office had reluctantly certified him to be. Beside him, a man in a gray cardigan was lecturing a maintenance worker about queue integrity near the elevator bank, and a woman with a polished badge and a pearl clip in her hair was holding up a ration pouch to the light as though it had personally insulted the concept of order. The floor shone. The air tasted faintly of citrus solvent and filtered dust. Somewhere behind the walls, 100 pumps, fans, and control boards were doing what Eugene had promised they would do if a careful man touched the right wires in the right sequence. They would fail just enough to remind everybody that civilization was always a negotiation with machinery and mood. Duke liked that idea. It was honest. At the far end of the corridor, Eugene stepped out of a utility room carrying a tablet and an expression of academic irritation. He did not look at Duke directly. He only said, in the flat tone of a man reciting terrible weather, valve synchronization on the hot water line has proven unexpectedly delicate. Duke pushed the cart without breaking stride. Speak hillbilly. It means if a rich person complains to me one more time, I may commit a felony for emotional reasons instead of strategic ones. Proud of you. Eugene fell in beside the cart for 6 steps, keeping his tablet angled like a shield. We are proving a point. We are not starting a collapse. We are proving several points. One of them is that collapse stays parked outside because folks in here pay guards to stand near the gate and call it morality. Eugene pinched the bridge of his nose. You understand, in fragments, what I am trying to say. Let me make it plain. Minor disturbances prompt internal reviews. Internal reviews create documentation. Documentation creates patterns. If those patterns point back at us, this ends with escorted expulsion at best and a firing squad carried out by committee language at worst. Duke grinned. You always make murder sound boring. I was in corporate IT for 12 years. I have seen every possible way people can make violence administrative. That earned half a laugh out of Duke, which was more surrender than agreement. He turned the cart into Supply Junction C, where Gary was already waiting with a clipboard he held as if the paper had promoted him. The former mattress salesman wore a borrowed maintenance smock with his hair slicked down and his fear polished into customer service charm. Good news, Gary said quietly. Terrible people become extremely cooperative if you ask whether they want their replacement linens delayed another 48 hours due to contamination review. You lie prettier every day, Duke said. Gary nodded toward a door on the left. Also, the assistant to Councilwoman Benning left an access card in the sleeve pocket of her blazer while flirting with a water quality analyst from Cincinnati. I did not take it. That would be theft. I only found it after the blazer somehow fell off its hanger while I was standing nearby, being a pillar of civic restraint. He produced the card between two fingers. Duke took it. Gary, you are a miracle made out of nerves. I would rather be made out of something less alarmed, Gary muttered. The card opened the first interior checkpoint to the records mezzanine, which in turn overlooked a series of offices where worried men and women were already gathering to discuss why Ash Ridge felt less than perfect that morning. Duke did not need to hear every word to enjoy the body language. Tight jaws. Forced patience. White mugs held too firmly. The place was beginning to understand that a smooth-running machine could still hum its way toward humiliation. By noon the itch had spread. A rumor circulated that the hydroponics nutrient mix had been miscalibrated. Someone in upper residency claimed a pressure fluctuation in the shower indicated structural settling in the lower levels. The school's on-paper volunteer coordinator refused to release rec room materials to provisional children because the inventory system briefly listed crayons as restricted electrical components. Two guards argued over whether their comms lag meant outside interference or internal sabotage. In the Commons, a sign went up reminding all residents that patience was a civic virtue in times of adjustment, which immediately ensured no one possessed any patience at all. Duke ate lunch with his crew at the edge of the workers' section, while the respectable citizens of Ash Ridge watched their routines becoming negotiable. The meal was soy protein folded into gravy the color of wet cardboard, with mashed lentils pretending to be something they were not. Gary poked it with a spoon and sighed so deeply that a nearby orderly glanced over in sympathy. This place has somehow discovered new ways to make food sad, Gary said. It takes leadership to do damage that thorough, Duke replied. Chloe sat cross-legged on the bench with her notebook open, dark hair falling over one eye as she wrote. She turned the page toward them. Everyone walks faster when they are scared and pretending not to be. Eugene read it and nodded. Exactly. The pace changes first. Institutions always tell on themselves with foot traffic. Duke looked between them. I hate when y'all make nonsense sound scientific. Chloe wrote again without looking up. You are enjoying this. I am enjoying accuracy. He shoveled in another bite, then lowered his voice. What about the camp? Gary answered first because he had been the one sent near the service manifests. A pallet marked janitorial absorbents went to West Refuse this morning. It weighed more than absorbents should. Mateo's people got it. Eugene swallowed. 4 ration bricks, 2 first aid kits, water purifier tablets, and the cough syrup Dr. Sun from outer intake signed off on after I buried the request under 6 maintenance tickets. Duke ate in silence for a moment. The lentils still tasted like despair, but there was a kind of peace in knowing Anna would breathe easier tonight. He had not asked himself when the people outside had become part of the count inside his head. Maybe the answer did not matter. Maybe survival had made arithmetic out of attachment. Every time somebody looked at him like he was the sort of man built only for breaking, life had found some fresh annoying way to hand him another person to consider. Good, he said. Eugene studied him over the rim of his cup. You understand that helping them increases risk. Everything worth a damn increases risk. Gary stared into the middle distance. I miss my old risks. My old risks were poor posture and regional sales goals. Your old risks also included being you in public, Duke said. That remains significant. Gary accepted the insult with a faint smile. He was learning, Duke noticed, not to duck every rough edge. Not because he had become brave all at once, but because fear had discovered it was tired of doing all the work alone. After lunch, Duke hauled freight to the agricultural annex and found Dr. Graves standing over a row of stacked feed drums with her sleeves rolled to the elbow and annoyance sharpened to a professional point. Her gray hair was pinned back with the same severe efficiency she applied to everything else. Even in a bunker that measured human value by continuity scores and sponsor names, Dr. Graves had managed to build an authority based on competence instead of title, which meant nobody loved her and everybody needed her. You're late, she said. You say that to everybody, or only the handsome help? I say it to everyone who mistakes banter for labor. She tapped the manifest in his hand. These drums go to hatch chamber 2. Not one scratch, not one drop. If the council is going to starve us on protein and smile while doing it, they will at least preserve the birds properly. Duke rolled the first drum toward the inner door and glanced through the glass at the rows of chickens beyond. They moved under the warm lamps with their stupid, important dignity, alive in a way the world had made nearly sacred. A rooster lifted its head and fixed him with one bright bead eye, as if suspecting everything correctly. You ever get tired, Duke asked, of talking about them like they're a treasury reserve? Dr. Graves came alongside him. Do you ever get tired of talking about eating them like you're writing an erotic manifesto? He snorted. Fair. She checked the seal on the drum. There is no fair left, Mr. Duke. There is tree of memory and stubbornness. We keep what breeds. We keep what feeds. We keep what can restart. That is not dignity. That is arithmetic. Funny. That's what the council says when they start counting people. Dr. Graves went still for 1 second, just long enough to prove the sentence had landed. People, she said finally, are the only creatures arrogant enough to believe they are never being farmed by their own systems. That's supposed to comfort me. It is supposed to make you pay attention. The woman annoyed him because sometimes her honesty wandered too close to respectability to punch. He carried the drums into hatch chamber 2 and breathed in the warmth, the dust, the faint sweet smell of feed and bedding. The annex was the cleanest place in Ash Ridge and somehow the least fake. There were no speeches in here, no continuity memos, no council handshakes, only water, heat, feed, waste, breeding lines, mortality records, and the rude little miracle of creatures that kept making tomorrow out of grain and instinct. He understood why Dr. Graves loved it. He also understood why he wanted to steal from it. When he returned to provisional housing that evening, the room carried the brittle hum of progress. Eugene had spread copied route diagrams across the table and penciled timing notes near 3 choke points. Gary had acquired 2 additional badges, 1 roll of adhesive labels, and a great moral injury from the act of speaking calmly to upper residents for most of the day. Chloe sat on the bunk, cleaning a small blade with methodical care, while her notebook lay open by one knee. Duke dropped into the chair backward and hooked his arms over the top rail. Report. Eugene pointed with his pencil. The bunker behaves exactly like every overmanaged institution I have ever studied, except with more rifles. Administrative confidence rests on 5 assumptions. First, that the lower workers will continue doing their jobs while being treated as replaceable. Second, that the outer camp remains passive because access seems theoretically possible. Third, that security can isolate disturbances before they create narrative. Fourth, that the council's records are cleaner than their decisions. Fifth, that the blast door cycle remains an unquestioned final authority. Duke listened with one eye narrowed. And in normal language. In normal language, Gary said, the place runs on people believing the rules are stronger than resentment. There you go. Duke pointed at Gary. That's a sentence with a spine. Chloe tore out a page and slid it over. They want US worried. So they stay calm. Make them worry. Duke read it, then looked at Eugene. You still against louder. I am against stupid. Those overlap less than you think. Eugene leaned back, exhaustion dragging at his face. Listen to me carefully. Systems like this do not die because a strong man hates them. They die because enough people inside them stop believing the pain is worth the promise. That means pressure in the right places, not random wreckage, not blood unless blood becomes unavoidable. Duke scratched at the day-old bruise along his jaw and considered him. You sound like a preacher who lost his church in a server outage. I lost my entire old life to incompetence and panic, then discovered the new world was being rebuilt by the same personality types in cleaner clothes. Forgive me if I have theories. For a moment, no one joked. Gary looked down at his hands. Chloe stopped moving the blade cloth through her fingers. Duke knew something about living long enough with one version of yourself that it started to feel like a prison even before the world ended. Eugene had once belonged to climate control, passwords, and HR emails, and the apocalypse had stripped him raw enough to show the steel underneath. It had not made him meaner. It had only made him less willing to lie about what men and systems did to one another. Duke nodded once. Fine. Smart pressure. But if they push us out, then, Eugene said softly, we stop caring whether they remain comfortable. That was agreement in the only language that mattered. Late that night, after Gary had finally collapsed on his bunk and Eugene had drifted into the shallow sleep of a man who only ever slept in parentheses, Duke sat by the vent grate with Chloe. The filtered air hissed over them. Through the wall came the distant pulse of generators and the occasional metallic thump of freight moving somewhere deeper in the ridge. Chloe wrote without looking at him. You keep watch like Grandma is still in the next room. The notebook sat between them, the words plain as a slap. Duke read them twice. That ain't your business. She held out the pen. He did not take it. I don't write feelings. Chloe waited. The room stayed quiet except for the vent. Duke finally took the pen and pressed awkwardly hard enough to nearly tear the paper. She taught me doors matter. Who gets in? Who don't? Who thinks they can stand there forever? He handed it back. Chloe read the words, then added her own beneath them. Doors break. Duke looked at the page until the letters blurred at the edges. He had spent half his life being told he was too blunt to understand the world, and the other half proving that sometimes the world only understood blunt things. In Chloe's small square handwriting, the truth looked cleaner than it felt. Yeah, he said. They do. Above them, somewhere in the polished levels, a meeting was beginning. Duke could feel it the way old fighters felt storms in scar tissue. Ash Ridge had started scratching, and by tomorrow somebody with a title would try to make the itching illegal. Chapter 8. Minutes of a Murder. The summons arrived in the form of cleanliness. At 6 the next morning, 2 workers from sanitation entered provisional housing without meeting anyone's eyes and replaced their towels, their soap dispensers, and the floor mats by the bunks. Nobody asked for it. Nobody in Ash Ridge ever did anything that specific without a reason. 10 minutes later, a junior clerk from administrative services appeared with a clipboard and informed Eugene that the room would undergo continuity reassessment at noon due to temporary occupancy irregularities. He tried to say the words in the tone of a man discussing paint. Eugene thanked him in a tone even flatter, and the clerk almost sprinted out of the doorway. Gary watched him leave. When a room gets prettier before breakfast, it means somebody expects bad news delivered in it. You got a proverb for every trauma now, Duke said. I am adapting. You are unraveling in an organized way, Eugene corrected. Chloe held up her notebook. Same thing with better stationery. They spent the morning moving through their assigned tasks with the artificial calm of gamblers who already knew the card on top of the deck. Duke ran freight between the motor pool and the lower service ring. Eugene answered 2 maintenance requests with enough competence to remind everyone how difficult he would be to replace. Gary floated between laundry, supply, and records in search of anything that sounded like policy pretending not to be violence. Chloe vanished the way Chloe often did, small and silent, and somehow always where eyes did not expect her to be. Duke found Voss by accident or by design at the junction outside the security office. The big man stood at the corridor railing watching workers below push carts through the lower ring. He had a radio clipped to his vest and fatigue tucked tight behind his expression. Nothing about him ever looked casual, not even the way he rested his hands. He heard Duke's boots before he turned. You should have been caught twice yesterday, Voss said. Duke stopped beside him. And yet your people disappointed us both. Voss did not bother answering that. He kept his eyes on the lower ring. There's a council review at noon. Housing continuity. Resource tree off. Security recommendation attached. Mine or yours? They asked for mine. And what did you tell them? Boss exhaled through his nose. That your crew is disruptive, undisciplined, and useful. The first 2 points mattered less than the third for a while. The margin is shrinking. Duke leaned on the rail. Below them a mop bucket squealed over a seam in the floor. Somewhere to the left a hatch clanged shut. That your warning. That is me being tired of watching intelligent people build avoidable problems because they confuse discomfort with danger. Boss finally looked at him. If the council votes expulsion, it won't be public. They'll dress it up as reassignment to surface support. West Maintenance Tunnel. Dawn tomorrow. Fast and clean, if they can manage either. Duke's jaw tightened. Just us. For now. The answer came without a flinch. That was what Duke respected and disliked in equal measure. Voss lied less than most men with authority. He simply chose which brutal truth to say aloud. You warning me because you like us? Duke asked. Or because you'd rather not have me surprised? Voss's mouth shifted by a fraction. I am warning you because surprised men create larger messes. Same difference. No, Voss said. It isn't. He left before Duke could turn the talk into a fight. That too was a kind of discipline. At noon they sat in their polished little room and waited while the bunker decided whether their lives counted enough to keep indoors. Gary paced between bunks until Eugene told him he was making the whole room anxious. Gary stared. The room is already anxious. I am merely expressing solidarity. Duke sat in the chair by the table, forearms on his knees, listening to the filtered air and the scuff of Chloe's boot sole against the floor. She had come back from whatever invisible circuit she had walked carrying a coil of fine copper wire, a stolen punch key, and the kind of satisfied stillness that usually meant someone else's day had become worse. She set the items on the table and wrote 3 lines. Council Session Room B. Benning wants fast removal. Security Armory Code changed last night. Eugene read it and swore quietly. How? Chloe shrugged and wrote again. People talk around small girls. Gary stopped pacing. I would like the record to show I hate that this place looked at you and saw background scenery. Duke looked at the wire and the punch key. You hit the armory. She smiled without humor. Not yet. The reassessment team arrived at 1:15. 3 people in clean badges, 1 guard, and a woman from occupancy services who kept using the word transition with the air of a person trying to perfume a corpse. They asked questions about utility roles, stress compatibility, conflict markers, and compliance outlook. Eugene answered precisely enough to make them regret inventing categories. Gary trembled but held together. Chloe did not speak, which unsettled them more than any answer would have. Duke told the truth whenever possible because lies bored him. Would you describe yourself as adaptive? The occupancy woman asked. I have adapted to several idiots this week alone. She made a note. Do you feel your group contributes positively to the social climate of Ash Ridge? No. We contribute honestly. Another note. Would you be open to surface support duties if continuity metrics indicate a better fit there? Duke smiled in a way that made the guard shift his weight. Depends whether you call exile by its Christian name first. By the time they left, the room smelled faintly of fear and expensive soap. The decision did not come until evening, which told Duke the council enjoyed suspense when it was being administered to other people. A sealed notice slid under the door at 1900. Eugene opened it because he was the only one among them who could read bureaucratic malice without needing to stop and swear first. He scanned the page once. Then again. Provisional occupancy status revoked effective 0500 tomorrow. Reassignment to West Surface Auxiliary Processing until further continuity review. Personal effects limited to 1 duffel each. Weapons subject to security inventory before transfer. Gary sat down hard on the bunk. Surface Auxiliary Processing sounds like where hope goes to be sorted into bins. It is, Eugene said. There is no real surface support post on the west side. Only refuse transfer, fuel tanks, and the old service road. Duke took the paper and read the line about 1 duffel each until the letters became shapes. Controlled removal. Quiet disposal. No hearing. No appeal. No one in power ever invented a soft phrase for anything they were proud of. Chloe wrote with furious strokes. They want our badges. Then they want our bodies outside. Gary rubbed both hands over his face. I would like a bold strategic alternative to dying in a very procedural tone. No one answered immediately. The filtered air kept hissing through the vent like the bunker itself was too refined to acknowledge murder in progress. Gary sat on the edge of the bunk and rubbed at the seam of his borrowed pants until the thread whitened under his thumb. When I sold mattresses, he said at last, I used to think fear was a scheduling problem. You know, pay bills on time. Smile at the manager. Do not say the strange thought out loud in the break room. Keep your little life properly fluffed and rotated. Then the world ended, and I discovered fear is not a scheduling problem at all. It is livestock. It gets into the fence and eats whatever you planted for next season. Duke glanced over. Gary rarely spoke that long without panicking halfway through his own sentence. You still talking because you got a point, Duke said, or because you're trying not to throw up? Both can be true. Gary gave a weak, embarrassed laugh. I am saying I know what I look like to people. Coward. Complainer. Decorative liability with good timing. I know that. But every time this world gets narrower, I discover I still do not want to hand myself over polite. I don't want my last significant act to be walking where someone important told me to stand. The room went still around him. Eugene looked up slowly. Chloe stopped tapping the pen against her knee. Gary swallowed again and pushed onward because, having begun, he could not bear to retreat from himself. I am still afraid. I am going to remain afraid right up until some final event forcibly cures me of the condition. But I would like it entered into whatever stupid cosmic record there is that I knew what they were doing here, and I hated them for making it sound tidy. Duke held his gaze. There it was again, that aggravating thing the apocalypse kept doing to the people around him, stripping them down until the soft parts either failed or became steel in a different shape. You ain't decorative, Duke said. Annoying, yes. Cowardly in spots, definitely. But you keep seeing exits other men miss. That counts. Gary let out a breath that shook on the way out. That is perhaps the nicest, deeply insulting thing anyone has ever said to me. Eugene's mouth twitched. He likes you. Unfortunately, this is his love language. Chloe wrote fast and turned the page. Scared is not the same as small. Gary looked at the sentence and laughed once, wiping suddenly wet eyes with the heel of his hand before anyone could name the moisture. I hate how wise this room has become. Duke looked at Eugene. You got one. Eugene stared back over steepled fingers. He was tired enough that the fear around his eyes looked almost like age. Several. None pleasant. One viable. Talk. We cannot beat Ash Ridge head-on. We can, however, make removal expensive, public, and structurally complicated. If we access the freight control hub during transfer, I can lock portions of the lower ring, jam security routing, and cycle selected blast mechanisms out of sequence. That buys us confusion and possibly access to the motor pool. Gary blinked. You say motor pool like there is a car at the end of this nightmare. There is a tactical transport truck in Bay 3 with run-flat tires and a reinforced grille, Eugene said. I checked maintenance logs yesterday because I enjoy optimism in unusual forms. Duke felt the first real warmth of the day crawl into his chest. Now we're talking. Eugene held up a hand. There is more. The armory sits on the same secured branch as freight control, but behind a code-rotating magnetic latch. Chloe's information gives us timing, not code access. Gary may be able to produce that access if he continues being kissed by whatever malicious deity governs chance. If all of that works, we take the truck, the weapons we can carry, and leave by the west service ramp before the council knows the building is no longer obeying it. And the chickens, Duke said. Eugene closed his eyes. I knew you would say that before I finished. The chickens are the only honest wealth in this whole hole. Gary pointed at him. I want the record to show that during our most consequential planning session to date, your brain remains 90% poultry crime. Duke ignored him and looked toward the annex through 3 concrete walls and a quarter-mile of corridor. Can we get any? Eugene hesitated just long enough to mean yes in principle and disaster in practice. Before he could answer, there came a knock on the door. 3 even raps. Not security. Security pounded. Council aides fluttered. This was deliberate. Duke opened it to find Dr. Graves standing in the corridor with a sealed thermal case at her feet. I'm told you are being reassigned, she said. That is one way to spell discarded. She glanced past him at the others, then into the empty corridor. May I come in? No one in the room trusted favors delivered in neat shoes, but Dr. Graves was not neat tonight. She looked irritated all the way down to the bone. Once the door shut behind her, she nudged the thermal case with her toe. Inside are 6 fertile eggs from an old Rhode Island red line, 1 compact incubator module, 1 battery pack, and enough starter crumble for a week if you have any sense about rationing. Before you ask, no, I have not lost my mind. I have merely spent enough time around this council to know the difference between continuity and vanity. Duke stared. Gary made a choked sound that was almost a prayer. Chloe's eyes widened in open delight. Eugene recovered first. Why? Dr. Graves folded her arms. Because they intend to reduce annex staffing after your removal and shift my best people to records and morale support, as if a hatch schedule can be bullied into compliance by committee. Because Benning wants symbolic control more than viable outcomes. Because this bunker is about to choose prestige over resilience, and I prefer betting on difficult survivors to polished fools. Duke looked at the case like it held a holy text written in grease and sunlight. You're handing me tomorrow in a lunchbox. I am handing you options. Her gaze sharpened on him. Do not romanticize this. Eggs are not chickens. Chickens are not civilization. They are merely one honest start among many. You always know how to ruin a beautiful moment. And you always confuse appetite with philosophy. She nodded toward the table map. If you are determined to force a breach, there is a freight bypass under Hatch Chamber 2. Old service route for feed loading before the annex was expanded. It rejoins the lower motor corridor 30 yards from Bay 3. Security knows the route exists, but no one uses it because the passage smells like ammonia and humility. Gary looked from her to Duke. Am I allowed to ask whether a respected agricultural scientist is actively aiding our uprising? No, Dr. Graves said. You are allowed to note that if certain people find themselves outdoors tomorrow, they might require viable protein lines and transportation. Whether Ash Ridge suffers internal consequences during that regrettable transition is, officially, not my field. Duke respected the craft in that answer. It sounded like deniability, but smelled like loyalty. Why not come with us? He asked. For the first time her face changed. Not much. Just enough to let grief look out. Because those birds in the annex cannot run. Because all my life I have kept things alive through winter by staying where the work is. Because someone in this bunker still needs to remember that feeding tomorrow matters more than flattering today. Duke held her gaze. You know they'll use you till the walls crack. Dr. Graves' mouth went thin. Probably. I also know that men like you and children like that one. She nodded at Chloe. Need someone stubborn left behind to make the liars earn every inch. Chloe wrote and turned the notebook. Take more than eggs. The corner of Dr. Graves' mouth moved. If circumstances become unruly, Hatch Chamber 3's emergency poultry crate stacks are on rolling casters. They fit through the freight bypass. I did not tell you that. When she left, the room felt permanently changed. Gary stared at the case as if it might open and reveal a choir. We have become the sort of people scientists entrust with legacy genetics. That seems unwise. Eugene touched the lid once, carefully. It seems human. Duke picked up the expulsion notice, folded it in half, and tucked it into his back pocket. All right, he said. Tomorrow morning they try to send us outside quiet. Instead we take their truck, their guns, and enough future to make it hurt. Gary swallowed. Do we truly need to phrase every plan like a sermon delivered by a rabid blacksmith? Yes, Duke said. It helps me focus. No one slept much. The bunker hummed through the night with the confidence of a place that did not understand it was about to become a lesson. Chapter 9. White Feathers. At 0430 Ash Ridge was all blue light and false calm. The lower corridors ran quiet except for the sweep of ventilation and the distant clank of night shift carts. Duke moved first, wearing his work vest over a thermal shirt and carrying the empty duffel the council had so thoughtfully authorized for his exile. Eugene followed with the thermal egg case nested inside his bag beneath folded coveralls. Gary came next with the expression of a man attending his own funeral as a customer service courtesy. Chloe took the rear, notebook tucked away for once, eyes bright in the dim. Their official transfer did not begin until 5. That gave them 20 minutes to commit a more useful interpretation of policy. The route Dr. Graves had provided began behind a maintenance grate at the back of a feed staging alcove. Gary opened it with Councilwoman Benning's borrowed card on the second try and nearly cried from relief when the indicator flashed green. "I would like a plaque," he whispered. "You can have one if we live," Duke said. The passage behind the grate sloped downward through old poured concrete mottled with mineral stains and years of condensed damp. The air changed immediately, taking on the sharp layered scent of grain dust, bleach, rust, and animal heat. Utility lines ran overhead in caged bundles. Somewhere beyond the wall came the muffled cluck and rustle of birds not yet awake enough to be offended by strangers. Duke felt oddly peaceful there. Maybe because the corridor had not been dressed up. No one had bothered to make this part of Ash Ridge beautiful, which meant it told the truth without coaching. At the first split, Eugene knelt by a junction panel and opened it with the punch key Chloe had lifted. He worked in the dark by the glow of a pocket lamp shielded inside his sleeve. "This diverts camera loop on the annex bypass for 90 seconds at a time," he murmured. "I can refresh twice before the diagnostics notice something is wrong." Gary crouched nearby holding the lamp. "I cannot emphasize enough how much I preferred my old life, where the worst use of my hands involved assembling floor models." "Your old life would have got you eaten by week 2, Duke said. "That is almost certainly true. I resent the accuracy." When the panel was set, they moved again. The bypass opened into hatch chamber 3 through a service hatch stacked behind folded rolling screens. Dr. Graves had not exaggerated. Emergency poultry crates stood nested along one wall, clean metal cages with water nipples, removable trays, and labeled tags ready for rapid transport. Under the amber night lamps, the room looked like a church designed by practical farmers. Chickens murmured softly in the adjoining breeder rows. The sound hit Duke harder than any alarm ever had. It was normal sound, ancient sound, yard sound, breakfast sound, before time sound. The sort of noise that made a man remember sun on fence posts and his grandmother cussing at foxes in the henhouse. He stood still long enough for Chloe to tap the back of his hand. "Yeah," he whispered. "I know." They loaded 3 small breeder crates with juvenile birds already tagged for off-site contingency transfer. Eugene chose by label, muttering bloodline notes under his breath. Gary handled the cages with surprising gentleness, his fear translating into care. Chloe slipped feed bags under the crate bases and tied them down with cord. Duke took the thermal egg case from Eugene and set it deep in the center crate between 2 folded blankets. A rooster in the nearest row flared his neck and regarded him as if demanding a justification. Duke pointed at it. "You're coming with me, or I am coming back for you later. Those are the options." The bird blinked once, unimpressed. He liked it immediately. The sound of approaching footsteps turned the room cold. Eugene killed the lamp. All 4 froze. Voices passed outside the service hatch. One belonged to an annex orderly. The other was Dr. Graves. "You cannot cut hatch labor and increase review forms in the same week," she was saying in the dangerous calm of a woman who had sharpened fury into syllables. "The chicks do not care about governance theater." A male voice answered from farther back. "Council wants visible accountability after this week's disruptions. Council wants ritual. Ritual does not raise birds." The footsteps stopped. Duke could hear paper changing hands. "Security wants confirmation," the man said. "Are the provisional freight workers scheduled for transit at 05? "Yes," Dr. Graves replied. "And if you send them out before daylight with 1 guard detail and no additional labor assigned here, I expect feed delivery delays by tomorrow evening. Put that in your precious minutes." Silence. Then the footsteps receded. When they were gone, Gary let air out of his lungs in a near-silent whimper. "I just learned what leadership sounds like when it hates you and bureaucracy equally." Duke pushed the first crate toward the hatch. "Move." The bypass delivered them exactly where Graves had promised, an ugly feeder corridor running behind the annex wall toward the lower motor branch. 30 yards to Bay 3, maybe 35 with chickens and nerves. They would have made it clean too, if Ash Ridge had not been full of men whose talents began and ended with being in the way. The security pair came around the bend, carrying transfer checklists and sidearms. For one perfect second, both groups simply stared. Then one guard looked at the poultry crates and said, with startling stupidity, "Those are not authorized effects." Duke dropped the crate handle and closed the distance before the man finished moving his hand toward the radio. He hit him once in the throat and once in the chest. Not fancy, not theatrical, just enough truth to take the fight out of the body. The second guard managed half a shout before Chloe came low from the side and drove him into the wall with a knife hilt under the jaw. Gary made a sound like a tea kettle losing faith. Eugene grabbed the radio and ripped out the battery. The whole thing took maybe 4 seconds. The first guard slid to the floor gagging. Duke took his badge, his sidearm, and his dignity in that order. Eugene knelt beside the second man and checked his pulse. Alive. Angry later if fortunate. Good, Duke said. No extra corpses unless they insist. Gary stared at him. I cannot believe the phrase "no extra corpses" has become our version of restraint. They shoved the guards into a supply recess and rolled on. Bay 3 lay ahead behind a segmented steel door with a narrow, wired glass vision slit. Through it, Duke could see the nose of the tactical utility truck waiting in the dim, matte green and thick through the frame, with a reinforced bumper and roof rack fit for the end of the world. Beside it stood a fuel pallet, 2 maintenance cabinets, and a cage locker of long guns still in transit from armory rotation. Duke felt joy so pure it nearly counted as religion. Then the corridor lights went full white, and an alarm chirped once. Camera diagnostic, Eugene snapped. I told you we were running out of clock. From the intersection behind them came the unmistakable sound of boots moving fast. They had time for one bad choice. Duke chose his favorite. Open it, he said. Gary slapped Benning's card against the reader. Red. Again. Red. Eugene lunged for the control box and stripped the cover with a screwdriver. Reader is subordinate to central latch. I need the code loop or an override. Chloe was already moving. She disappeared down the side branch toward freight control without a word. Duke planted himself between his people and the coming boots. 5 guards rounded the bend, Voss in the lead. He took in the crates, the truck, the 2 missing escort officers, and Duke standing broad in the center of the corridor with a borrowed pistol at his belt and murder in reserve. So this is how you decided to negotiate. We ain't negotiating. We're shopping. The guards lifted rifles. Voss did not. His eyes flicked once to the poultry crates, once to Eugene kneeling in the open control box, and once to Gary clutching an empty feed scoop like it might become a weapon if believed in hard enough. Stand down, Voss said. To who? Duke asked. To reality. That one ain't been on your side either. For a second, Duke thought the corridor would simply erupt. Instead, Voss took one step forward and stopped. The council signed the order. They want you out, not dead. Do not turn their fear into a massacre. Duke heard the warning inside the warning. He also heard boots behind Voss, more of them coming, and somewhere far overhead the bunker's morning chime beginning to play through a speaker system designed by people who believed pleasant sounds could civilize what they were doing. You know what this is, Duke said quietly. Voss's jaw worked. Yes. Then move. One of the guards behind him barked. Director, we need to secure the dash. Voss cut him off without looking back. Shut up. The command cracked the corridor flat. Then the side branch exploded with sound as Chloe came out of the dark swinging the detached code pad from the freight control door by its wire harness like a steel flail. It struck the rear guard in the temple hard enough to turn the line sideways. At the same instant, Eugene found something in the control box, and the bay door banged halfway open with a shriek of protesting metal. Duke moved. The first guard caught a shoulder and folded backward into his own man. Duke ripped a rifle free, drove the butt into a third jaw, and kicked the staggered second guard into the wall. Gary, in a moment no sane witness would ever believe, flung the empty feed scoop and hit the emergency sprinkler valve. A burst of cold water hammered down the corridor, wrecking footing and visibility both. Chloe slid through the spray like she had been born in it, and cut the sling on another rifle before elbowing its owner in the throat. Voss did not join the rush. He caught Duke's forearm as Duke surged past, and said in a voice meant for one man only, If you open the West freight cycle, you do not control what comes with it. Duke wrenched free. That's tomorrow's problem. Duke. He paused just long enough to hear the rest. Voss's face was all fatigue now, Hard discipline stretched over knowledge he could not unknow. Take your people and go. Fast. It was not permission. It was the closest thing to grace Ash Ridge had produced. Duke nodded once. Then he slammed the bay door all the way open, and the whole bunker started to come apart. Chapter 10. The Sort. Inside Bay 3, the tactical truck waited like a promise too vulgar for decent company. Duke vaulted into the driver's seat while Eugene and Gary shoved the poultry crates into the rear compartment and lashed them to the tie-down rails. Chloe dropped into the passenger side only long enough to reach under the dash and hand Eugene a ring of maintenance keys she had liberated from somewhere impossible. He looked at them, looked at her, and did not ask. Wise man. The cage locker beside the truck held 6 compact rifles, for shotguns, ammunition cases, 3 breaching charges, and enough sidearms to arm a small grievance. Gary stared through the mesh with damp-eyed longing. I cannot believe I am saying this, he whispered. But that cabinet contains our emotional support equipment. Duke snapped the lock with the borrowed rifle butt. Load fast. Over the intercom, a calm female voice began instructing all non-essential personnel to report to assigned shelter sectors due to a localized security incident in the lower transit branch. That was how Ash Ridge described the end of pretending. Localized. Security. Incident. Duke laughed once under his breath and cranked the truck alive. The engine rolled over deep and confident. Beautiful sound. Eugene climbed into the rear access seat with a laptop-sized control unit ripped from the bay wall. I have the local freight network, partial camera access, and exactly enough authority to ruin everyone's morning. Gary slammed the locker shut behind the last ammo crate and squeezed into the bench seat, looking like a man who had accidentally joined a very hostile orchestra. Please tell me the plan remains escape rather than revolution. Both, probably, Duke said. Those should not be adjacent ideas. The bay door opened onto the lower motor corridor just as 2 more security teams appeared at opposite ends. Duke did not hesitate. He drove straight through the first rolling barricade before it was fully in place, the truck's grill folding aluminum crowd control rails under the tires like soda cans. Guards scattered. Someone shouted for spike strips. Someone else shouted that the truck should never have been fueled. The bunker's careful vocabulary was deteriorating in real time. Eugene leaned over the control unit. I can seal the East Cross corridor behind us and redirect 3 teams toward residential sanitation, which will confuse them but also frighten the civilians. Do it. That answer came too fast. Fear's already here. We're just introducing it to the right address. He jerked the wheel and sent the truck down the branch toward freight control, where the wider system converged. Sirens finally woke up for real. Red strobes licked the concrete walls. Workers poured from doorways in uncertainty, some flattening themselves against the corridor, others shouting questions nobody in uniform bothered to answer. At junction 4, a line of provisional laborers was being marched under guard toward the west tunnel. Kitchen staff. 2 mechanics. A janitor Duke recognized from the lower lavatories. An old couple from the outer intake registry wearing wristbands and carrying duffels too small to hold a new life. The guards at their backs never saw the truck until Duke laid on the horn. The line broke apart in panic. The guards spun, rifles coming up, and then Chloe was firing from the passenger window with all the serene economy of a person selecting targets from a shopping list. She shot low, taking knees, shoulders, weapons. Duke hit the brakes sideways. One guard skidded under the bumper and scrambled out cursing. Duke jumped down, crossed 3 strides, and dropped the nearest man with a punch that echoed off the corridor walls like a gavel. The janitor stared at him. What is happening? Sorting's over, Duke said. Get off the line. Something moved through the workers then, not courage exactly, but the sudden collapse of the lie that obedience might buy mercy. The old mechanic swung his duffel into a guard's face. The kitchen woman ripped a baton free and clubbed another across the ear. By the time security reinforcements rounded the far bend, the corridor had stopped being a transfer route and started being a choice. Eugene stood in the truck doorway and shouted with the kind of command he only ever found when panic became useless. Workers to side passages. Avoid the main spine. If you can reach storage or hydroponics, barricade and stay together. Do not let security separate you. The words mattered because they gave shape to fear. People moved with intention instead of terror. Duke felt it happen around him. Systems cracked fastest when the people they counted as background discovered they had weight. A council liaison in a cream vest burst from the lift lobby behind two riflemen. Duke recognized him dimly as one of the lunch table moralists. The man pointed at the provisional workers and screamed, "Contain them. Seal West Freight. These people are saboteurs." Duke looked at him across the flashing red light and grinned. Finally, somebody says it plain. The liaison made the mistake of stepping closer. Duke met him halfway. He did not hit the man hard enough to kill. He hit him hard enough to send every watching worker the message they had been denied in memo form. The liaison flew backward into the wall signage for continuity transit and crumpled under it. All polished authority and no bones where it counted. Gary climbed out of the truck holding a shotgun in both hands like an apology and a revelation. "I realize this is not the ideal time, but I would like to note I am having a profound moral event." "Have it moving," Duke said. They reached freight control in a rush of boots, bodies, and open doors. The control hub sat behind armored glass overlooking the lower transfer floor, with manual wheel locks older than the rest of the bunker, and a server cabinet Eugene immediately loved more than most people deserved. Chloe covered the entry. Gary stacked ammo. Duke dragged a steel cabinet in front of the door, while Eugene jacked the stolen control unit into the system spine. On the floor below, Ash Ridge was discovering what disorder looked like when it wore work boots. Carts stood abandoned mid-route. Guards sprinted toward contradictory orders. Civilians in neat clothes clustered at corridor mouths, asking whether this was contained. Somewhere farther off, a crowd was pounding on a locked distribution room because the morning ration release had frozen mid-cycle. Intercom voices kept trying to reassert order with terms like temporary and procedural, while gunfire made adjectives feel childish. Eugene's fingers flew. "I can shut 3 internal gates, stall 2 lift banks, and cycle freight door west in manual override. But if I do that while their outer quarantine barriers are open for morning refuse exchange, anything topside near the service route gets a straight invitation." Duke heard Voss's warning again. He also heard the pounding at the distribution room, the shouts from the transfer line, the heavy certainty of people in offices deciding somebody else should pay for their comfort. "What's topside?" he asked. Gary answered because he had heard the mechanics talking. "Waste haulers, 2 quarantine trailers from surface intake, and I think a livestock truck that came in after midnight from a county breeding site north of here." They were arguing because Graves wanted all animal traffic kept away from the west side, but Benning insisted the front approach stay visually clean for council movement. Eugene looked up sharply. "Livestock." "Unconfirmed," Gary said. "Possibly chickens. Possibly goats. Possibly my final nightmare." Duke set both hands on the freight panel and thought of every soft phrase the bunker had used for cruelty. Reassignment. Transition. Continuity. He thought of Anna coughing in the camp outside, while council members debated protein optics. Thought of Dr. Graves handing over tomorrow in a thermal case because the people in charge could no longer be trusted with it. Thought of Voss, too, tired enough to warn the men he was meant to remove. "Open West Freight," Duke said. Eugene stared. "Once. Long enough to wreck the fantasy." "Duke." He met Eugene's eyes. "They keep their peace by making everybody else stand outside it. Today the door learns manners." No one argued after that. Eugene turned back to the console and began the cycle. Heavy status lights shifted from green to amber to warning red. Somewhere in the structure, giant, hidden machinery woke with a sound like old gods clearing their throats. Through the armored glass, Duke saw heads lift all across the transfer floor as the freight alarms changed tone. Then the intercom cut out mid-sentence, and Chloe, who had been watching the corridor through the wire slit, said the first word Duke had heard from her in weeks. "More." The door shuddered under incoming fire. Security had regrouped faster than hoped. The rounds spidered the glass without breaking it. Gary flinched on instinct, but did not drop the shotgun. Progress. Duke felt proud in the most irritating brotherly way. "Positions," he said. The next 3 minutes stretched longer than whole months used to. Guards hit the hub from both approaches. Duke fired through the door seam when he had a shot and used the buttstock when they got close. Chloe moved between openings like vengeance cut down to size, economical and terrifying. Gary discovered he was excellent at reloading when properly horrified. Eugene never looked up from the console except to call out route changes and seal states as if narrating a weather map of ruin. West pressure chamber cycling. Secondary lock disengaging. Surface alarm triggered. Someone in administration has attempted to restore central authority and failed so comprehensively I almost respect it. A breaching round took the upper hinge, and the hub door warped inward. Duke drove the steel cabinet harder against it and looked over his shoulder. How long? Eugene's face shone with sweat in the red light. 30 seconds until full cycle. Gary swallowed. And then, Eugene said, Ash Ridge stops being theoretical. The floor beneath them trembled. Far down the west transfer shaft something immense began to move. Chapter 11. Cattle Logic. The first sound was not a roar. It was metal failing under weight. A ripping crash came up the west shaft, followed by the stutter of automatic fire, and one human scream cut short so abruptly that everyone in the hub understood before they saw anything. Then came the bellow. It rolled through concrete and steel like thunder trapped in a drum. Workers on the transfer floor froze. Guards on the west barricade turned as one. The amber freight warning light over the shaft mouth burst under impact, and a spray of sparks lit the air just as the quarantine gate buckled inward. The thing that came through had once been a breeding bull, or close enough that the memory still mattered. Now it was hide split by rot and impact scars, one horn sheared to a jagged stump, the other hooked dark with old blood. Its right eye hung blind and wet. Its left burned with that stupid dead hunger the virus gave everything it touched. Quarantine straps trailed from its neck. A section of trailer rail still dragged from one hind leg, screaming against the floor. Behind it came two more shapes, lower and broader, and somewhere deeper in the shaft the frantic squealing of infected pigs multiplied the nightmare with obscene enthusiasm. "Dear God," Gary whispered. "No," Duke said, watching the barricade crumple. "Dear cattle." The first bull hit the West security team before they found their feet. Men in body armor went down like bowling pins. One got a full burst into the animal's shoulder and accomplished nothing but angrier momentum. The beast flung him into the barrier posts with enough force to fold steel and break the line completely. Panic rippled across the transfer floor in a visible wave. Civilians ran the wrong direction. Workers dove for side passages. The neat hierarchy of Ash Ridge broke apart under the oldest agricultural fact in the world. If large scared animals decide your planning is irrelevant, your planning is irrelevant. Eugene stared through the glass in revulsion. "I only opened the cycle for 8 seconds. "That was plenty," Duke said. More impacts thundered up the shaft. A truck horn bleated somewhere topside and died in a wet metallic crunch. The west barrier cameras, still patched into Eugene's stolen screen, showed enough to fill in the missing horror. A livestock hauler had jackknifed during the surface scramble and overturned against the quarantine lane. Whatever animals had been inside were already turned or turning. The West freight sequence had opened the pressure doors, panicked security, and given the herd exactly one clear path into the buried heart of the bunker. Gary looked torn between vomiting and taking notes for a lesson on cosmic irony. They wanted the front approach tidy. "Turns out the apocalypse hates aesthetics," Duke said. The hub door gave another lurch. Security outside was still trying to get in even as the west end of the bunker became a slaughter yard. That was how institutions died too, Duke thought. Half the men kept fighting the wrong battle because the memo hadn't caught up to reality. He blew the lock motor with one round, kicked the damaged door open, and stepped into the corridor. "Duke," Eugene barked. "We ain't dying in a closet." The lower transfer floor was pure bedlam when they descended. Smoke from ruptured control panels mixed with the sharp animal stink pouring in from the shaft. Somewhere overhead sprinklers had finally engaged, and cold water made the polished floor treacherous under blood and dropped ration trays. A woman in a council sash was screaming for someone to escort her to upper residency, while two maintenance workers ignored her and dragged an injured guard toward cover. The bull that had broken the line was now hammering its skull against the distribution room shutters because it could hear people inside. Each impact made the steel bow farther. Duke loved and hated the sight in equal measure. Love for the honesty. Hate because once a stampede started, it did not care which bodies had earned ruin and which had merely lived near it. "There," Chloe said. She pointed toward the side branch leading to the agricultural annex. 3 panicked civilians were running that way, and behind them one of the lower, broader infected animals had found the scent too. It was not a cow at all, but a so swollen huge with disease and death, its hide mottled and split, its jaw working crookedly as it charged. Dr. Graves. Duke ran before the thought finished. He cut across the transfer floor, vaulted a fallen barrier, and hit the side branch just as the sow closed on the stragglers. One of the civilians slipped. Duke fired once into the animal's eye and got nothing but a turn of the head. The shotgun did better. He grabbed one off a dropped guard, braced, and put both barrels into the base of the neck at near point-blank range. Bone, gore, heat, and stink erupted across the wall. The sow slammed into him, even dying. 1,000 pounds of wrongness that drove him backward into the handrail hard enough to light his spine on fire. He rolled off, came up spitting blood, and finished it with the knife because there was no room left for elegance. The civilians had fled. Good. He had not done it for gratitude. Inside the annex, Dr. Graves was shouting orders over the alarm. 2 workers were crating selected breeder birds with frantic precision, while another dragged feed sacks toward the interior gate. She saw Duke in the doorway and did not look surprised at all. You took your time. Had cows to disappoint. She pointed with a blood-specked clipboard. If the outer pressure falls any farther, this whole branch becomes cross-ventilated. I can seal hatch 2 and 3 for maybe 10 minutes manually. After that I need power or prayer, and I have more confidence in power. Duke grabbed the nearest crate stack. How many can move? 4 crates, and the hatch ledger if you insist on preserving things worth preserving. I insist. He had expected an argument. Instead, Dr. Graves handed him the ledger book and a ring of annex keys. Take the red line. Bay 3 loading slit. There is a utility chute that bypasses the public corridor. She turned to Chloe, who had appeared at Duke's shoulder like bad intent made flesh. You, Graves said. Keep him from improvising anything heroic and stupid. Chloe actually grinned. No, Dr. Graves sighed. That is what I feared. They moved the crates fast. Duke took 2 at a time and barely noticed the strain over the pounding adrenaline in his blood. The birds protested with indignant clucks and wing beats, alive and furious and absurdly precious. Back at the truck, Eugene and Gary had converted the rear compartment into a traveling argument between ammunition and agriculture. Ammo crate stacked left, poultry right, thermal case strapped center. One live rooster glaring at the world from the top crate like a warlord in feathers. Gary looked at the new arrivals and said, through the 1,000-yard stare of a man past normal panic, "We have become a moving folk tale." Then keep loading, Duke said. Eugene climbed from the cab with another armful of magazines. Administration has sealed the upper lifts and abandoned the lower ring to security. Translation: the council is hiding while workers and guards bleed for them. Anybody trying to get out? Hundreds. West route gone. East route jammed. Voss has redirected what personnel he can toward civilian shelter, which suggests he remains the only adult left in uniform. The man himself appeared seconds later at the mouth of the bay corridor with 4 workers behind him and a child in his arms. Anna. Mateo ran just ahead, clutching a crowbar and looking as though he had personally declared war on gravity. He saw Duke by the truck and almost broke with relief. They opened the wrong damn gate, he said. No kidding. Duke took Anna long enough for Voss to pass 2 rifles and a bandolier into the truck bed. Voss looked at the poultry crates, the ammo, the stolen vehicle, and the blood all over Duke's shirt. You really never do anything halfway. Halfway's for committee work. Mateo lifted Anna back into his arms and stared toward the screaming west corridors. Can we get to the outer camp road? Eugene answered from the driver's side step. If we take the old service ramp and the motor pool blast shutter still responds, yes. If not, we improvise until our descendants write songs or cautionary notes. Voss handed Duke a final key card, black stripe, security master. This opens the ramp shutter manually. It will also mark every route you use as mine. Duke looked at the card, then at him. That your way of quitting? Voss shook his head. That is my way of deciding which lie I am done protecting. They stood there 1 second longer than men like them usually allowed. Then the transfer floor shook with another impact, bigger than the rest. The main west barrier had failed entirely. Through the open branch came the shriek of twisting steel and a flood of bodies running hard. Among them Duke saw guards, workers, civilians in expensive loungewear, and one council aide who had apparently discovered democracy at the exact moment it began stepping on her. "Go," Voss said. Duke climbed into the cab. Matteo and Anna squeezed into the rear beside Gary. Eugene took the passenger electronics station. Chloe stood on the side rail outside the door for the first 20 yards because she preferred her exits feral. Duke punched the truck forward. They roared out of Bay 3 just as the bull hit the transfer floor barricade a second time and sent half the steel skidding across the concrete in a shower of sparks. Ash Ridge stopped being a bunker then. It became a landscape. They drove through it hard. Past workers carrying improvised stretchers. Past a ration pallet burst open under boots like a split stomach. Past a pair of civilians trying to force an upper door while the lock denied them with democratic indifference. Past a dead pig wedged under a cart, still chewing on nothing. Duke clipped a fallen sign that read "Order Builds Survival" and sent it spinning under the wheels. At the admin spine intersection, he saw a councilwoman bending herself under guard, screaming at Voss from 50 yards away as he directed traffic away from the West Branch. She looked directly at the truck, at the armed escapees and the poultry cages and the child they had picked up, and her face twisted into the disbelief of a person learning that class could not physically stop impact. Duke leaned on the horn as he passed. It was, he felt, a complete argument. Chapter 12. Good Guns. The old service ramp climbed west through rough rock and unfinished concrete. A relic from before Ash Ridge had become elegant enough to hide how much of itself was built on mud, labor, and ugly access roads. The manual shutter at its base was shut when they reached it, 3 feet of steel with red warning lamps blinking, and 2 dead mechanics lying nearby in a spray of tools. One had the shutter release handle in his hand. Neither looked bitten. Sometimes panic did cleaner work than monsters. Duke jammed the truck into park. "Cover me." "Absolutely not," Eugene said. "We do not split at the giant murder door. We open it or die in a rich hole." Gary peered through the windshield. "Those feel like an exhausting pair of options." Duke slapped Voss's MasterCard into the external slot. Nothing happened. Eugene was out before the curse finished leaving Duke's mouth. He dropped to the control box, yanked open the panel, and hissed through his teeth. "Power relay fused. Manual winch only unless we have a portable charge." Chloe reached behind the bench and tossed him one of the breaching charges. He stared at it. "That is not what I meant." Duke grinned and grabbed the charge. "It is now." The plan became, in the next 10 seconds, exactly as stupid as good plans usually became around him. Eugene rigged the breaching charge to the warped relay housing with enough standoff to spare the shutter tracks. Gary fed wire with shaking hands. Chloe covered the rear corridor where the sounds of the disintegrating bunker were getting closer. Matteo held Anna against his chest and murmured to her in a steady rhythm that sounded like prayers made practical. The rooster in the top crate crowed once, furious and glorious. Duke set the fuse and took 2 steps back. The blast punched the box off the wall and sent hot fragments stinging across the ramp. The shutter jerked upward 6 inches, then another 6, then shuddered to a halt halfway open. "Good enough," Duke said. "It is not high enough for the truck," Eugene snapped. Something huge bellowed down the corridor behind them. Duke looked over his shoulder and saw the bull at the bottom of the ramp, framed by red alarm lights and steam, with 2 guards scrambling out of its path and one infected sow shouldering through the choke behind it. The animal came on with the deliberate certainty of a wrecking ball that had discovered hunger. "Well," Gary said in a very small voice, "there is your second opinion." Duke grabbed the spool handle beside the shutter and threw his full weight into it. The manual chain winch screamed. The door rose another foot. "More," Eugene shouted. "I am aware." Matteo jumped out and took the opposite handle without being asked. Together they hauled. Chain clattered. Muscles burned. The shutter climbed inch by grudging inch. The bull hit the lower ramp at speed. Chloe fired first, putting 2 rounds into its eye socket and buying almost nothing. Gary, either out of courage or total mental collapse, stepped up with the shotgun and blasted the front leg joint. The animal stumbled. Duke let go of the handle, caught the shotgun mid-fall as Gary nearly dropped it, and ran straight down the ramp to meet 1,200 pounds of apocalypse before anyone could stop him. "Duke," Eugene yelled. That word had become less of a warning and more of a weather report. The bull lowered its head. Duke sidestepped at the last possible second, planting one boot on the rail and driving the shotgun muzzle into the soft ruin behind the broken horn as it passed. He fired. The shot blew rot and bone sideways. The animal slammed the wall hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling, but stayed upright, turning with that terrible dead persistence all infected beasts shared. Duke spat blood where he had bitten his cheek and laughed because there was no time left for any other reaction. "I'll fight anyone 4 years and up," he yelled, and charged again. He was dimly aware of the others moving behind him. Chloe flanking left. Gary reloading by feel. Eugene shouting numbers about clearance like physics could save them if phrased firmly enough. Mateo back on the chain. Anna not crying, which somehow made the whole thing sharper. The bull came one more time. Duke met it with the breaching charge pack from the truck, slapped against the raw wound at the base of the neck and detonated by impact when the animal crushed him into the rail. The blast was ugly, close, and perfect. When the smoke and ringing cleared, half the bull lay on the lower ramp, and the other half was no longer committed to any single future. Duke staggered free with one sleeve burning and his ears screaming. Chloe yanked him backward by the collar a split second before the sow behind the bull lunged through the smoke. Gary's next shotgun blast took it open-mouthed. Mateo dropped the shutter chain and finished the animal with a tire iron to the skull in a motion so savage and clean Duke revised the man permanently upward in his mental rankings. "Truck," Eugene shouted. Now, the clearance was just enough. They piled in on instinct. Duke floored it. The truck scraped sparks from the half-raised shutter and burst into wet pre-dawn air with all 4 right-side tires briefly off the ground as it hit the broken service road outside. Cold dawn slapped them full in the face. For one glorious mile nobody spoke. The sky over the ridge had only begun to pale, but after weeks underground it looked impossibly large, rude, and holy. Pines climbed the slope in black rows. Burn pits smoked beyond the camp perimeter. To the east, the main plant structures of Ash Ridge sat quiet on the surface, almost respectable, while beneath them alarms still wailed and a thin ribbon of people poured from one emergency stair tower like ants from split wood. Duke drove until the road crested on a shale overlook above the outer camp. There he finally braked and let the truck idle. Behind them, Ash Ridge groaned to itself. Not collapsing entirely. Not yet. Just hurting in places it had sworn were invulnerable. Gary was the first to break the silence. "I would like," he said hoarsely, "to file a formal complaint with whatever force governs my continued existence." Mateo almost laughed despite himself. Anna had fallen asleep against his chest at some point in the last 10 minutes. Fever down, breath easier. Eugene sat hunched over the control unit with blood drying on one sleeve and stared at the rising light like a man who had accidentally survived his own thesis. Chloe wiped her blade clean on a rag, then leaned over the back of Duke's seat and put the notebook in his line of sight. "We stole the good guns." Duke looked back at the truck bed. Rifles, shotguns, ammo crates, feed sacks, 3 breeder crates of furious, uninfected birds. The thermal case strapped between them like a secret sermon. It was ridiculous. It was perfect. "Damn right," he said. Eugene finally found his voice. "I need to ask the question now, before your mood hardens into folklore. Do you understand what we did?" Duke kept his eyes on the ridge. "We left." "No." Eugene dragged a hand over his face. "We exposed a brittle hierarchy, triggered an internal revolt, compromised a federal continuity site, and invited infected livestock into a population center built to outlast the country. We may have killed the closest thing this region had to organized survival." The words deserved a real answer. Duke gave him one. "That place was already sick," he said. "It just were deodorant. You saw the lines. You saw the ration doors. You saw them deciding kids outside could cough while eggs inside got warmer lamps. I didn't break civilization in there, Eugene. Civilization was already broke when they called exile transition and expected us to thank them for the paperwork." No one spoke for a while after that. Then Gary, staring out at the waking camp below, said, "I hate when he accidentally sounds like a historical figure." "Nothing accidental about it," Duke said. Please never say that after a speech. It makes the rest of us accessories. Mateo shifted on a higher and looked back toward the ridge. There are still people in there. Voss will get who he can, Eugene said quietly. Duke nodded once. He believed it. Not because Voss was noble in the storybook sense. Because he was made of doorway work. Men like that stood where the pressure hit and called it duty, even after duty stopped deserving the favor. Below, the overlook movement spread through the outer camp as people noticed the truck and the armed lunatics on the ridge above it. A few pointed. One man whooped. Somewhere a dog barked. The world remained offensively alive. Duke climbed out and walked to the truck bed. He laid one hand on the top poultry crate. The rooster inside struck at the wire and missed by half an inch. Mean little bastard, Duke said with admiration. Chloe came up beside him. She wrote 2 lines and showed him the page. Family now. Even the birds. He stared at the words longer than he meant to. Down in the camp, people were beginning to move toward them, hopeful and cautious. Above, the dawn widened over a country that had traded laws for appetite and then discovered appetite had opinions. Behind, the bunker they had invaded and escaped still held men in suits, workers in boots, guards with bad orders, and whatever was left of the lies that had kept them arranged. Duke looked at his crew. Eugene with his brain still buzzing from stolen systems. Gary with soot on his face and a shotgun across his lap like an apology to God. Chloe, fierce and unreadable and truer than most speech. Mateo carrying his daughter. Crates of birds. Cases of ammunition. A truck built to survive the road. Enough food for a few days and enough anger for a season. Book 3 had started with a bunker promising safety to the right people. It ended on a ridge in dirty dawn light with the wrong people armed, alive, and in possession of the future anyway. Duke spat into the gravel, looked back once at Ash Ridge, and climbed into the truck. Let's go find somewhere less polite, he said. The engine answered like it had been waiting all morning.